but you always know that it is a wild, wild time once I appear on camera for these things. So looking forward to chatting to all of you over the course of the night about a Geelong 43-point win over the Swans. We'd had a lot of discussion over the course of the Paul James show, through our Discord, through social media over the course of the week about the margin. I don't know how many had kind of tipped something close to an 8-goal margin, 7 or 8 goal margin, but certainly I kind of predicted a little bit less than that, but it's great to see the result that we got. Geelong ultra consistent over the course of the day, 4 goals in every quarter, getting the job done pretty comfortably in the end. I don't know about you. I certainly had a bit of a fright in the first quarter in particular. I'm going to get the link out into the chat now for those who want to jump in and talk tonight. Looking forward to hearing from all of you about the Cats beating the Swans, and as many as possible, please, because we know that for anyone who's done post-game live before, who's seen me when I'm at the helm, we know this show will go for many hours. So I'd imagine we're here until at least 10 o'clock, potentially later. We'll see how things play out. But a little bit of that is, of course, dictated to by you. So looking forward to having you all on board. None of this 10-minute, 15-minute bullshit that Ben likes to employ for this. You've got as long as you want, within reason, I guess. Looking forward to chatting to all of you and loving the fact that the chat is already starting to rip strips off Isaac Heaney, who's just a massive crybaby, as I heard even referred to as on the radio at one point today, and you love to hear it. So the link is popping up in the chat right now. Lucas's mum will give a quick shout out. It's the only Adelaide shout out we'll give for the entire night. How about those Crows? They are sitting pretty top of the ladder. Did everything they could to lose that game. Good thing the Pies are just worse at the moment. What was it? 71 inside 50s to 30 something. You guys should have been smoked by 100 points, but congratulations on the win. It's fortunate you were playing a shit team or a team that's a bit of a shambles at the moment. But there's the link in the Discord, in the stream there. So anyone who wants to jump in tonight, there's a lot of you who've been, chatting in the Paul James show over the course of the year who I've not seen face to face yet. So please, if you're someone who's there frequenting the Paul James show, but I haven't spoken to in this live format before, would love for you to use that link and jump in tonight and have a chat. I can put a name to the face. It would be awesome, or even a face to the name, I should say. Got that phrase backwards. Keen to talk to you about this game in great depths. Riley says, thank you, Geelong, for jumping above the Pies. We've also got our first person popping into the stream there. I can see that Ethan is in the background. As soon as I see he's got audio and video, we'll let him in. We'll get him on board first. But looking forward to chatting all about a pretty great game from the Cats, and we did it without Jezza Cameron kicking a goal. So there's a couple things I want to, leave out there as little hooks for tonight. There's a few big questions. One is, despite all of this, can Jezza still get the 100? He needs 21 goals with one home and away game against Richmond. And then the finals ahead of us. We've then also got... the other one that I'd love. So, let me know your thoughts there. But also, I would absolutely love to see, and this is where I think the super chats will absolutely come to the fore here. I would love to see anyone who's there. I'll be pinning those ladders, the final ladders, your predictions. This is a very interesting round 24 that is coming up. So I'm keen to hear what all of you have got to say about that. Please utilize the super chat functionality there. No minimum spend, nothing like that. Like if you drop $2, no worries, but I'll pin those and we'll really kind of build a lot of conversation around those ideas, because there is a lot of really fascinating combinations and permutations before us. So yeah, we'll talk more about that shortly. So far, I can see that Ethan, he's sitting there in the background, and feel free to drop a comment in here somewhere, Ethan, just to let me know when you're ready, because I'm seeing that there's no video and no audio apparently. So I'll keep watching out for you, mate. Oh, I have to pin this one though. Lucas asked, why did Neil get subbed at halftime? I don't know, because haven't you said he's no good? Haven't you said Tim Membry's better than him? I guess the Cats felt the same with his 4 first half goals and decided to bench the bastard. I'll see if I'm going to mess around. I'm going to see if I can get if I can pull Ethan in here. I don't know. We'll just bring it up and see if he's in the stream with audio only at the moment, apparently. So we'll see. Can I unmute him? No, I can't. Oh, there we go. There he is.
Was just getting settled back in.
All good. How's things?
Pretty good. That was not a game I expected us to win from the start of the year. If you look at it now, I guess you could say that pretty much if you traded like this in the Brisbane home game, we've done, in terms of the games you would have expected us to win and lose. A lot of them went where you'd expect.
Yeah, pretty much. The tricky ones with Brisbane, GWS.
Saints at Marvel.
Yeah. Marvel Stadium. Yeah.
But I just went back to look at
we hang it on Marvel Stadium, but you only have to spend a few minutes looking at the SCG today to go, oh, no, Marvel's not so bad.
Oh, yeah. Also, like, having actually been to Marvel, I mean, from a fan perspective, it's really nice. I get the complaints about, like, the surface, and it's dumb that they don't close the roof until close to game time or just keep the roof open on nice days. But, like, it's a nice place to see a game. Can't speak on the SCG. You didn't get to go there. But I can now say they did a quick little bit of research on Final Siren after this wrapped up.
Yep.
I officially became a fan somewhere between the 2020 Grand Final and Round 1 in 2021. And in now just under 5 seasons, we have won an away game against 15 of 17 clubs. And I don't know if any other team can say that. Now, some of those are, sort of essentially neutral games at the G.
Oh, okay.
Such as like Easter Monday some years or the country game with Essendon. But the only 2 since the start of 2021 that we haven't beaten in a game where we were the designated away team are Gold Coast, lost there in 2023, and then that game in that place you don't talk about.
Yep.
And Melbourne, who we've only played.
We like the place. We don't like what happened at the place.
Yeah. In 21, and then the D's in 21 and 24. I mean, we even beat the Saints at Marvel in 21. We've just lost 4 straight times there since. But that was a finals caliber win to go out and kind of suck the life out of a team, like as that third quarter went on, especially.
Yeah.
And kind of, you could see us start to demoralize them. You could see, especially with Heaney, where it wore on him. We're like, I'll start with this. I thought Mark O'Connor had a pretty lousy game from a skill perspective, one of our only negatives. Yeah. He had a couple of drops, and there was like one early goal where he just got a terrible read on the assist. But he still managed to get under Isaac Heaney's skin and play his role, even if he didn't actually have a skillful game at all. Which I think is fantastic. Finding
when you're playing that tagging role, it's really just about blunting the opposition, right? And I think he did a pretty awesome job of that. And then, as you said, really started to get under his skin. You started to see him whinging and whining and pleading for free kicks and starting to retaliate. I think it was obviously, I wholeheartedly agree that skills wise, it wasn't his best, but he was probably feeling just as much under pressure as Isaac Heaney was, I guess. Those two were glued at the hip. So
he still just executed his role, and that was one of the places where you saw the game shift. And the other place I really saw it shift was like, the first 2 quarters both started off with the Swans kind of outrunning us, beating us from the middle. And
chain handball.
And they beat us on some overlaps. They were just moving a lot faster. And it looked like, Brisbane's midfield. And it looked like, this is the sort of team that we'd have, no wonder they beat Brisbane. And then the guy who really changed the equation there, even though he didn't have the biggest numbers for the game, I thought was probably the single most important, was Tom Atkins.
Yeah.
Who, despite, like, look, if you're lining up, he's probably the number 3 guy if you, to make like a graphic of, big 3 midfielders on each team. Like, and look, if you were to line up, Neil McCluggage Dunkley versus Smith Holmes Atkins, like, of those 6, Atkins is clearly the least skilled. Or you put it in today, against Heaney, Warner, Golden. He's clearly the least skilled, but man, he just gets after it and gets in there physically and just has raised his game so much and has such a high floor. So I thought he really turned the equation. In addition to the actual goals, Shannon Neal, again, just like interfering with contests and making things happen. And then defensively, other than, we got beat on a couple early, and then O'Sullivan got beat once or twice as the game went on, which I've said like every week, give him a year or two, it'll have a Riley Thilthorpe body and he'll never lose a one-on-one.
Yeah.
But
speaking of brutes.
But collectively, I thought it was just a very sound team defensive game.
Yeah, I think, and I popped it in the Discord at one point, probably in the second quarter, if I remember, at the time. And I'd say I stand by the sentiment now. Sam De Koning, big step in the right direction today.
Oh, yeah.
After probably a pretty wobbly month, he obviously had come back. You knew there was going to be some rust that he needed to shake off. But it feels like this was the big confidence-boosting game again, just getting himself back up and about and into a pretty good place. And there were signs of the SDK that, and obviously this was a big discussion point in the Paul James show on Thursday night. A lot of people kind of talking about, is he going to get back to, and Bennett actually posted the poll on the YouTube channel as well. Is he ever going to win an All-Australian? Now, I don't know if he does or he doesn't, but if he's playing that sort of caliber of football, that's all we need to see. Like if we just get him back to somewhere near his best, that'd be amazing. Yeah, today was a big step in the right direction.
He was really sharp today. The body language was good. He was clean with the ball. And like, even though Tom Stewart, had a couple, dropping an open mark here or there, I really thought he's still like the glue that holds these guys together. And we got into this thing with speed from a lot of different sources. Brad Close and Ryan getting more involved changed the equation.
Yep.
Every week now, you can count on O'Sheen to jump in and get one or two center clearances. And I'm terrified of what he could do in another couple of years as he continues to just round out his skill set and really like his footy senses. Like he could be more than just a tagger someday. Like I love what he is right now. He's got a lot of use for us right now, but there's a world where within a couple of years, he could be just, a guy who gets like 6 clearances a game, and that's just part of the equation.
Well, I mean, what I feel like the AFL, not just Geelong, but the AFL kind of more broadly has been missing for many, many years now has been, and I love to be able to pump him up because he's a Geelong man, but Cameron Ling. Cameron Ling played that role perfectly back in his day because not only would he clamp down on the opposition player that, whoever it was that he was tasked to go to, but he'd also get 25 possessions himself, probably kick a goal or get there or thereabouts. He played both aspects of the game so well, and I really can't think of too many taggers, I should say, since him. In fact, I can't really think of any who've been able to have that balance just right.
I mean, Josh Dunkley, I guess, does some of that, but his role is usually more in limiting the opposition, even if he does end up with clearances. That's definitely a player that, like, you appreciate more in person, I've noticed. Like, having been at that game at the G a couple weeks ago where they played Collingwood, just seeing him limit guys right off of stoppages, like, that's something you appreciate more in person. And I'm loving the comments about, it's like, the scene from Moneyball, it's like, this is Chad Bradford. He's one of the best relievers in the league. His only flaw is he throws funny. Yeah, it's like, this is Mark Blitzobs. He's a Swiss Army knife. He can play every position. His only problem is he can't kick a goal to save his life.
Yeah.
Does everything else. Can't complain.
No, I mean, what are you thinking about? We've now seen, how many weeks has it been? It's probably been about a month or so of this experiment with him spending more time in the forward line. How do you see that model potentially holding up if they choose to stick with it into the finals? And I feel like this is a plan for the finals now. How do you feel like that is shaping up?
I keep referring back to the St. Kilda game, the home game against them, where he was playing up front, not to get a bunch of touches or kick goals, but just to take Cal Wilkie out of the equation. And like, that's the sort of thing, if you're facing a Harris Andrews, a Sam Taylor, Sam Collins, whoever it could be, that's the role he's got to be in. And, there are other teams where maybe you deploy him differently. Like if you were to play the Dogs again, you would probably do something with him defensively to take on someone like Darcy. But in theory, you could, he could have some use in neutralizing Rory Lobb. But I think it's just an opponent thing, and I like that we have different roles that he can play in.
Yeah, the flexibility, I think, is obviously, I mean, he's been celebrated for that flexibility for years, but I think, being that third tall, bringing the ball down, all those aspects are hugely important in this current thing, and really setting off our smalls. And I guess to that point, and I haven't seen his name pop up in the chat too much yet, but Tyson Stengel, big step in the right direction today. Obviously, he's been a little bit out of touch in
early
recent weeks.
on.
I thought we had another bad one early.
And he's like, what, I think in the last 3 games, something like 0-7 in first quarters, something ridiculous. Yeah. And then after that, he plays his best at the SCG for some reason. He kicked what could have been the goal of the year last year.
Years back, yeah. That early miss, he then gave away a 50-meter penalty that resulted in a goal to Tom McCartan. And I thought, oh, okay, we're still there. And then he just broke out of the funk. And often, that's what it takes for a lot of players, right? It's that one moment that just sparks something. He had that, and then he was off to the races. And he just suddenly the set shots were back on track. Everything was looking good again.
Yeah, the 50 he conceded was dumb. Something to go through just, in film and just say, all right, don't do that again. And it's nice that we still, out of a game where we beat a finals caliber team, because clearly this version of the Swans is different than the one that was getting knocked around, losing to the Crows by 90 when they were all injured.
Yeah.
A finals caliber team that this was really the Swans ran final. They go out to West Coast next week and they want to win that, obviously. But like this or last week, I felt a bit better about this game because of their win last week. It was like they had to beat one of us or Brisbane. They're good. Like they will be a trendy pick to make it back in next year and maybe be that team that goes from out of the 8 into the top 4. They'll probably have a more favorable draw. They'll be good. But to go in and beat them in a really tough spot, because, not only were they playing, this was their last big game today, they could also play with like some aggression and anger, not worry about suspensions. You saw like some of the cheap shots they took a couple times and some of the flops. Like, Collingwood and Adelaide aren't pulling that because they've got more to play for.
Yeah, the stakes were obviously much higher in those cases. Look, that game, I feel like we could almost have a whole hour-long discussion on the Adelaide and Collingwood game, what we can kind of make from that, given that they're two teams that are. It's still a possibility that we could play either team in the final, in the first week of finals. I think, depending on what we do, what they do. Surely we don't blow it against Richmond, but there is a possibility in the case of Adelaide, and a distinct possibility when it comes to the Pies that we could be playing then. So
yeah, I think Brisbane would be the most likely as of now. I hate saying this, but it would probably be in our best interest if the Hawks beat Brisbane next week.
Yes.
I would love to, you assume Adelaide handles North. Now, in theory,
and this while Ethan's launching into this, just to what I said before, please people drop super. If you've got your version of a ladder, feel free to drop it in the super chats. We'll make sure we pin it up here and we'll talk about it in a bit of depth as we go.
Now, if North were to win next week, which I think is highly, highly unlikely, because Adelaide didn't beat West Coast by much, we're close enough in percentage that if we poured it on, we could end up, in theory, as the minor premiers, which is like, Adelaide's not going to lose.
No. Maybe
they'll rest one or two guys next week, but they'll handle things. But technically, the door is theoretically open for that.
It is, yeah.
Best case scenario, I think, is one that involves, some mix of the Pies and Suns as the third and fourth teams.
So I'm
in an ideal world,
my predictor now, but I do feel like, I think to your point, the most likely one is Brisbane.
In an
but that's no sure thing because Hawthorn are fighting, right? Like Hawthorn have got to keep fighting.
They theoretically are still alive for top 4 as well. Probably going to like third and fourth, or at least fourth. third and fourth if Brisbane lose, and just fourth if they win, will end up coming down to percentage most likely.
Yeah, no, that's true. Where's my? Let me quickly bring up mine. I'll plug it all in. Round 24. Is this? I might try and get my screen sharing going in a sec. But I mean, look, I'm with you as we go through those. Like, I mean, not that it has any bearing on the top 8, but you can see like Carlton should beat the Bombers, the Pies should beat Melbourne, Gold Coast should beat Port, Adelaide should beat North, we should beat Richmond. Like, there's a whole lot of should results in there. Sydney should beat West Coast.
Yeah, like I will
GWS
say
should beat St Kilda, but who knows? The big ones are two of the final three: the West Coast and Fremantle game, and the Brisbane and Hawthorn game. And those two games have a huge bearing on the whole top 8 situation, but also that top 4 situation and who we do or don't play.
I will say I think Port will, knowing what they're playing for, even if they uphold this really bad Ollie Wine suspension that. I don't know how they gave this 3 games. I'm sure they'll appeal this. But, I think Port will, considering they're playing for Boak and Hinckley, will keep it close enough that the Suns have to pad their percentage a bunch against Essendon.
Yeah.
But now we get to do the fun part. We've got to take care of business next week, protect everyone's hamstrings, play to win the game. In the likely scenario that Nick Vlastone is out, you can make your whole game plan just kick to wherever Ben Miller's not, even though we beat Miller one-on-one last time. But, if he's in, if Vlastone's not in, just go play anyone but Miller, because you can just avoid Miller and have an easy one there. And, maybe hopefully pad Jez's goal count a little bit more. But this... we took care of things in the spot where, again, I thought it was going to be difficult to. And I'm curious to hear everyone's 3-2-1s, because it was it was a well-rounded game where you could probably go in a lot of different directions.
Where do you land as things stand?
With what, the ladder, or
with your 3-2-1 you mentioned?
Oh, well, I wasn't here last week, so let me just throw in last week.
Yeah, please. Backdate it.
Just to be thorough, last week I went 1 for Bailey Smith, 2 Mark Blitzovs, 3 Gryan, and the polished turd to Zach Merritt. For those of you that don't know, the polished turd is an award we do on our show, Americans Watching the Footy, where basically we just pick the best player on the losing team each week. Sometimes that's someone who will end up in Brownlow or coaches' votes. Sometimes you really got to dig for it.
Well, Zach Merritt did feature in the coaches' votes in the end from that one.
Oh, yeah, and he deserved it.
Not a bad pick.
But for today, I'm torn on polished turd between a couple. Torn between Papley. Yes, he had that really bad flop, but he played a good game. And Laddams, although we finally quieted him late. Once again, Reece Stanley, I don't know why, but the weaker competition doesn't bring it out in him.
No, he likes a big scalp.
I did enjoy Grundy making some entertaining the crowd when they showed him. It's nice to know that, all right, your brains aren't oatmeal, you're just sitting out because of the mandatory period. But honorable mention, Shannon Neal just outside of my votes. Thought he was really sharp. Tyson Stengel also very close to getting the votes. Sean Manna very close. But I've got to give the one to Ollie Dempsey, who got better and better as the game went on. Yeah. Started very slowly and then tied for the lead with 9 score involvements and 5th most intercepts in the entire game, 6 of those, and nearly half of his possessions contested. He was ridiculous on the outside. 2, I'll go Bailey Smith, who I think it's nice that he's at a point where we can take this sort of game for granted out of him. I mean, I wouldn't have known he got to 30 if I hadn't realized he was at 20 at halftime. But 70% efficiency, nearly half contested.
5 clearances as well. It was a really good game.
Similarly, on the other side, like Chad Warner, I didn't realize he got into the 20s. It was, he'd pick up a bunch in a row and then we'd shut him down for a while. And I think when the Swans play through the corridor through him, he's really dangerous. And I don't think they did that enough, similar to when they lost to GWS a few weeks ago. Like, he's really dangerous when he's getting it, but then he'll go away for like 5-10 minutes. And Jesaulenko, Mana was in strong consideration just outside, but best on ground, I got to go with Tom Atkins today. I think he just changed the equation in the middle after it felt like everything was going against us early. He was the one who dug in and pushed momentum back the other way and kept that up throughout the game. He was one of the top in clearances. Yeah, he was our top with 7. Only credited with 5 tackles, which seems low. I guess that's kind of subjective.
Yeah, what constitutes a tackle in the eyes of champion data these days is a little bit vague too. He certainly wrapped himself around a few more. There were a couple that unfortunately got high and resulted in free kicks against, so they don't count those.
And there were a couple, it's like
actually wraps the person up completely. It's a weird mess.
It's like if you follow the NHL, what they count as a hit varies widely.
Yeah.
But over 75% efficiency, half his possessions contested. You take that any day.
Yeah, I'd agree.
So yes, he is, I think, the one who gets the 3 today. But there are a lot of guys who you could consider for their various roles. Like Max Holmes still getting to 21 and over 600 meters, even having to deal with James Jordan.
And look, that's the sort of stuff that we've been looking for from the likes of him. Being able to shake the tag has been something. Oh, sorry, there's been something he's struggled with at different stages. So for him to do a great, like James Jordan knows how to lock someone down and is pretty efficient in that area.
One of the only guys who he didn't lock down this year was Finn Callahan. Who he held down for a half, and then Callahan totally changed that game. Like, if you're in that category, you're doing something right. You're doing a lot of things right.
I would agree. Yeah.
And I think
you're right. It's hard. It'll be interesting to hear what everyone's 3-2-1s are over the course of the night, because you can throw a blanket over a lot of plays here and make an argument for any one of them featuring somewhere in those votes.
Let's see. Champion Data gave, it had Shannon Neal as our best. Then they had Blakey as the next best. I thought Blakey was fine, but not devastating.
I think he started really strong and then faded out relatively quickly.
And then Atkins just ahead of Smith, then Laddams, then Gryan, who I thought was good, but not necessarily votes worthy. But should get
a few handy goal assists, I think. Hang on, let me double check that figure. Where are we? Goal assists.
Danger 4 assists.
Oh, Danger was electric.
So yeah, I guess Ryan didn't officially. He had score assists, but in terms of goal assists,
feature.
I don't see any. Yeah,
no, you're right. Had a selfish day, Grind. Come on, do better.
Also, we just keep missing when he sets guys up. Now, some of those are from tough angles, like the one Dempsey tried.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, that's the one that springs to mind.
But that's the sort of win that makes you think, like, everything we want is in front of us, and we have the capability of doing it. Yes, there are teams we'd rather not face, but if we play well enough, it's all right.
Then they shouldn't be a problem either. Yeah, I agree. No,
it's there for the taking.
And we've got the means. I mean, the development, the likes of Shannon Neal, for example, just even over the course of the last month or two in particular. I mean, he's averaging 3.5 goals a game in the last month as well. Like, he's really stepping up a great time. We did what we did without Jezza kicking one. Not that he looked like he was necessarily struggling though either. Like, he was getting around the ground and being a great
I thought he played
along the way.
I thought he played a really selfless game where he came up the ground a few times to get involved in a couple of chains, and just like he found ways to involve himself even when the game wasn't coming to him. And just, that's consistent with, you talk about the culture and everything, just like, and Bailey Smith's done this a couple times too, where it's, it's less about your individual numbers and more about the team. Lawson Humphreys made the most out of his 12 touches. Just, you could go in a lot of directions because this was a really sound team performance that I don't, where I still worry, like when you look at the way the first and second quarters both started, well, what do you do again when a team just starts running through you when you're facing that sort of talent and speed? But like, we've got what it takes. And it's just a matter of that showing up for 3 games next month.
Yeah, pretty much. It does become as simple as that. So I think we've got the means. Whether we take the opportunity when it presents itself is a whole other thing. But I think we've got the means. The question's been asked by Morty here, just saying, and I can see the chat popping off in response already. Is Shannon Neal better than Hawkins at the same age? And that Morty thinks he is. Look, it's a pretty hard one. I guess if you want to compare things statistically, the years they had in their, I think this is his fifth year. He's probably kicked more goals in the season than Hawkins did in the 2011 season. I think that is like for like, year for year, but it's all they're so different. I think in the way that they play that it is really hard to compare. Hawkins is still your traditional wrestle, throw him out of the way. Shannon Neal is a beanpole. Well, not beanpole. He's bloody built too, but big, tall jumper at the ball first and foremost. And
whereas
they've gotten also very different amounts of exposure up to this point as well. Tom Hawkins had a lot more football under his belt by the time we got to this season, as opposed to Shannon Neal, who'd been stuck behind Tom Hawkins and Jeremy Cameron. So who knows what an extra 12 months potentially in the system at the top level, I should say, might have, given him. So
yeah, I think it's
always good to dive into hypotheticals.
It's hard to compare the two because, Hawkins, he was just taking contested marks and kicking goals, and he had the insane lower leg strength. Whereas Neal, and I've said even, a year ago, maybe even 2 years ago, that Neal's probably got, he's a different type of player. He's one of the most skilled players his size at ground level. That's the most impressive thing about him.
Oh, his ground play today was great too. The way he just kept the ball in front on a few occasions and, knocked it onto someone else who was moving. Like Tom Hawkins was, again, pretty good at ground level for someone of his size, but very, very different, these two. So
yeah. So I think it's kind of unfair to compare them in a lot of respects. Only other negative that really stuck out to me is when we started each of the first 2 quarters poorly, you noticed we start just about every quarter with Ryan on the bench. That seems to just be how the rotation goes. But having both him and Close on the bench seemed to be a mistake.
As the connectors, it was weird.
Yeah, I would like to see moving forward, clearly having Ryan start each quarter on the bench works. Maybe it's, something where he just had, benefits from that perspective. I can totally understand that, but I think Close needs to at least start each quarter on the ground. We can't have that much speed out of the game at the same time.
Yeah, it's speed, but it's that kind of crafty, game sense as well, especially once the balls hit the deck. The way, and I think it's been too long now. I won't be able to scroll back and find it, but I did see someone. I think it was Gary. Asked me before about, what am I thinking about Brad Close? I've been a bit of a defender. Do I still stand by it? And yes, I do.
I thought Close was terrific today.
It's numbers don't represent what he offers to this team. It's the way he taps the ball on. It's the way he positions the ball for his teammates so incredibly well. And that could be by hand, that could be by foot, that could be him knocking the ball on. That can be the way he positions his body to allow someone else to get a run at it. It's the Jackie's just referenced the smother that he dropped, racked up at one point.
Oh, that was one of my favorite plays of the day.
Yeah, he offers so much the numbers just don't represent. And look, when he has a bad one, he sticks out like a sore thumb, and he becomes a very easy target. But
I remember the West Coast game. I think it was his radar was just way off, and he was crazy inaccurate. But negative games from him stand out because I think very highly of him. And I did not realize if you had asked me how many touches he had today, I would have guessed, 12 to 15. Nope, only 8, which just doesn't seem like the accurate number. He had 4 score involvements from those 8 looking at it, but I think he had more impact. Like you said, whether it was knock-ons or just being in the neighborhood, creating chaos, to the point that, even though he maybe had 4 score involvements on the stat sheet, he could have easily, he had a hand in creating at least a few other scores, even if they weren't things that get credited. The sort of things that should be labeled as 1%ers that instead, I don't know how those get counted. I don't get that one. I don't think anyone does.
Yeah, there's some KFC herbs and spices that go into that one, I think. Secret herbs and spices, allegedly. I think he offered a lot. I'll have a quick skim through the chat here just to see if there's any other thoughts being expressed here about Brad Close or anyone else. Gary's kind of so it was Gary's point because he's popped up here. Just don't you wish you got more possessions? Absolutely. It'd be great if he got his some specific handballs kicks out of there. But if one of those knock-ons is him knocking the ball onto someone who then picks the ball up and kicks a goal, I don't care if you got a handball along the way. So I'll more than happily deal. But I do understand it. I mean, it's a bit like all the feedback I'd given when I was kind of sharing my thoughts about Shannon Neal early in the years at the time. And this was early in the year. He was a 8 possession a game person. He might kick his 1 or 2. And I said, if you want to make that big step, it's getting yourself to a 12 possession a game player for him because of the nature of the role he plays. And I feel relatively vindicated in that stance now. But that's not necessarily the same. And I would also consider Ollie Henry in the same sort of position as well. If he gets 10 to 12 a game as opposed to his 6 to 8, 8 to 10 sort of range, he also has a huge impact on the game for only an extra 2 possessions. But I don't think Brad Close is that same type of player. What he contributes is different. He's not necessarily about hitting the scoreboard himself. It's about connecting others. It's getting others into the game. It's creating space for someone else to thrive. And of course, we'd love to see him kick a few more goals. It's certainly, Jezeleko's nailed it. Like it's the non-stat sheet stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm more than okay with that.
Now I think and it could also be, things that he would be doing that other guys, Stengel did some of today. Jack Martin's done some of.
And someone always steps up.
Yeah. So he plays his role. There was a Twitter discussion last night. I don't know if you guys know Rory Kilpatrick, AFL Glicko, really good follow. Yep. And he was making some comparisons between Close and Lockie Murphy from the Crows. And I disagree on the principle that, yes, both are good at taking their opponent out of the equation. And Murphy did a good job on Josh Dacos last night. The difference is Murphy does not have football skill. And Brad Close does. Yeah. Murphy's skill is he hustles really hard. Close does that, but also, he can do a lot with the ball. He's
very polished at the same time, yeah.
Yeah.
There's another big difference. It's the thing that dangles around his neck. Premiership medal versus not having
we'll
see what happens later in the year. I'm sorry, Lucas's mum, you're in there in the chat. Who knows? Maybe I've poked the bear. But
also, if you keep hearing those, it's Brian Harambe running around being a doofus.
Yeah, I did pick up that one. That was a fair old that one.
He wants out. He keeps going after the spring on the door. I assume there's other people who want to jump on, and I've taken a bunch of time.
I'll drop that link for everyone in there, but I do see that we've got Ben and the Vellas sitting here in the wings ready to go.
Okay, good. Let's get the real stars of the show in. I'm glad I was able to help fill enough time, but just
don't worry, mate. It's never just filling. It's never just filling in time. It's always good quality time when you're here.
And that's 4 now. I think the only team that might have 4 of these, legit wins outside of your own ground, or at least on a neutral ground, is Brisbane, other than us. Because, Brisbane, they came to us, obviously. They just got a big one Friday. They've beaten both Hawthorn and Collingwood at the G. We've beaten Hawthorn and Collingwood at the G. Again, I rate this version of the Crows very differently than, this version of the Swans very differently than the one that was playing in the first half of the year. And we're the only
they were an
team,
injured basket case at the time.
Yeah. And I don't know if, I know technically it's a neutral game, but it was not neutral other than the fact that they played music after we kicked goals too. But we're the only team to beat Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval.
Yeah. And it was a bloody good effort too.
Yeah, so 4 big wins outside of our own ground. That, again, Brisbane's the only other team that's done that, I think.
And you'd hope so, given that they're the reigning premier.
Yeah. To be fair, Collingwood doesn't have many chances to, because pretty much every game they play is a home game.
Nice little dig there. I do like that.
They've got a couple, if you count technically when they were the home team
once
against
or twice
Hawthorn,
a year.
They did win at Brisbane and they did win at Freo, but this is an eye-opening performance that just adds to our resume, and
I think
it's just a matter of showing up when it counts now.
Yeah, I think for the naysayers who've been going, Geelong's had an easy run into finals, and this is a team that, look, I don't think they necessarily brought it to the same level they did last week against Brisbane, but this is a team who's been playing. They could never play finals. They'd already blown their chances there, but they were playing finals like football for the last few weeks in particular.
They are much more of a finals caliber team than any of the teams beneath them on the ladder.
Yeah. I think if they had a couple more weeks with the likes of Goulden and everyone back in the team, they probably would have stuck in. They would have.
And some of that's also just, they were adjusting to a new coach. They've had a couple of guys who have had down years, like Florent went from being one of their better players to getting dropped a few times. There was an adjustment.
Got his pay packet and then went missing.
They're going to be very good and right in the conversation next year. Yeah,
you would think so.
They're a good team.
The depth is there.
Actually beat them
their
there.
Forward line, their tall forwards are a bit of a weakness at the moment, but and that's been their problem for ever since Buddy left. Well, actually, probably even in the last little while that Buddy was there too, because he wasn't playing great football either. But
McLean played us tough today. We shut Hayward down. McLean had a few.
No, he did a good job.
But they're also just, they're better at getting when they get things to ground level anyway. But yeah, this is big. Road wins are fun and rewarding.
Always satisfying. Well, thank you, mate. It's been awesome to have you on. Grind's wanting to get outside, so I won't deprive Grind any longer.
Yes, I will go take care of him and listen in to the rest of you guys and just enjoy this, because, again, this was not a game that you would have circled at the start of the year as, oh, yeah, that's a win.
No. And obviously, yeah, as you said, early in the season, you thought, okay, yeah, maybe they've fallen off a cliff here, but they've got the troops back.
Oh, even then, I was thinking
good finals football. So
it was like post-bye, this is going to be a good team, and it was just like, could they hang around enough before the bye? And they needed 1 or 2 more pre-bye wins to be in that mix. Last thing I'll say, yeah, because counting it up, they also had a really, really hard run to start the season. First 2 at home, but Hawthorn and Brisbane, let's see, they were 2-5. They were 4-8. Yeah, if they just, if you don't lose to Essendon or you don't get spanked at home by the D's, flip those 2 results around.
Very different story all of a sudden. So, yeah, I guess for a little bit of perspective for people, we were talking about top 8 predictors before. So mine is Adelaide, Geelong, Brisbane, Collingwood, Gold Coast, GWS, the Dogs, Hawthorn, and I've got Fremantle losing. I guess that game is just totally dictated. Sorry, their result is just dictated to by the Dogs and Fremantle game here at Marvel next Sunday.
That's gonna be cool. That's especially for those 2 teams who always seem to not make things easy for themselves.
Yeah, they do like taking the hard road.
Now, again, it is worth considering that the Suns are going to be playing an inspired team against Port. And I mean, as good as the Giants have looked the last couple of weeks, like, they're so unpredictable that maybe the Saints can take them out of their rhythm, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, that's...
I don't think they will, but I can see how styles can create some difficulty there.
Some headaches, yeah. I mean, look, the other factor in the whole mix is that Frio's percentage is considerably worse than everyone else in the top 9, I should say. So they're not doing themselves any favors. Yeah, play boring football for half a year.
We're kind of responsible for their percentage, and so is
that hiding early on.
Really terrible blowout loss to St. Kilda. Like, they didn't just lose to the Saints. It was a Thursday, I think it was a Friday game. They lost them by like 61. And they were awful.
Yeah. Yeah, they've had some real horrible games, different stages, and they've, no one else to blame but themselves, really.
Yeah.
Same with the horrible kicking in the first half against Brisbane. They could have very well put them away. Instead, they kicked 8 behinds consecutively and cost themselves any shot.
Everyone not named Caleb Sarong and Nat 5 should be ashamed of their performance.
Yeah.
And I saw in the chat people talking about Mitch Duncan. That I'm curious if he gets in next week.
A lot of the family behavior, body language that I've been seeing coming out of his VFL game today suggests that might have been curtains.
Probably, and if so, just...
Yeah. Oh, that's Ben. Ben's on the background there, for God's sake.
If so, just round of applause to Mitch Duncan for being so selfless and being such a valuable player pretty late in his career.
Yeah. No, look, if he's required, hopefully he's not running into goal with a few minutes left to go in the game in a really important moment. But otherwise, I'll back him in to do a good job.
Yeah. All right. Thanks again, Go Cats.
No worries, mate. Thanks for coming on board. Chat soon.
Yes, sir. Talk to you in a week. Or slightly less.
All right. Always good having Ethan on board. As I said before, please, if you've got top 8s, use that super chat function. We'll pin them up here on the screen, and we'll discuss them with whoever happens to be on screen with me at the time. Because he's only just snuck in, and I know that we've got Ben and the Vels that have popped in first, but Ben Reeve likes to have just 10-minute guests, so I'm going to give him a hot 10 minutes. That's all he's got.
Hopefully the Velas can hold on a little bit longer, and Ben as well. But
he's only getting 10. We're only giving him 10 minutes, and then we're kicking his ass out of here because he doesn't deserve it. He decided to go to Sydney.
Yeah,
that hotel Wi-Fi might boot you off, right?
Well, last time we tried this, I was in Noosa, and it didn't quite work, did it? So hopefully a little bit better this time around.
So far, you're coming in nice and clean.
Mrs. Hoops is behind me, so I don't know if you can see.
I'll come and say hi. Hi, everyone.
Hey, team.
Mighty Sparlock, if you're not sure. Sorry, I've been
outed.
You've already outed. Yeah, no, you messed that up at the community meetup, so the gig's up there.
So we spent the day, well, we left here at about 11 o'clock, maybe a little bit before 11 o'clock, and went down to the VFL, and she was collecting footies that they were kicking. Yep. The net's really low at one end when they were doing warm-ups. So they just kept booting the ball, and she was just running around chasing footies all the time, bringing them back, which was good fun.
Team effort.
And it was great. The weather was awesome, wasn't it?
Oh, it's so nice.
And yeah, look, really good crowd, chatting away to a lot of Geelong people. First half, we sort of we stood on the fence on the interchange side, and then the second half we moved over on the hill, and then we're sitting there, and this is good fun, and Cats were pretty comfortable at that point. So I'm talking about VFL, just indulge me for 2 seconds. I know I've got 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but but I've got to talk about
roaming started the timer for you. Does not want you on any
longer.
Got
to talk about the Billy Smet story, because that was massive.
Running onto the ground.
Yeah, so we're sitting there, and next thing the Billy Smets walks up, and I'm like, I reckon I know that bloke. And I'm like, yeah, that's Billy Smets and his mates. And then the Duncan family rocked up. I'm like, oh, they're all there to see Mitch Duncan play his last game potentially for the Hoops. And then Billy just kept telling him, take him to the cage, which I assume means the goal square.
Take him to the square.
Take him to the square or something like that. And then eventually, George was looking for him and finally hit him up, and he's bombed one from 55, and it was a goal. So that was a great moment. And then Bill runs out in the
Billy
ground.
Spence comes storming onto the ground really quickly.
It was great. It was great. Not a security guard to be seen. Fantastic. Everyone gave him a big clap, and that was good fun.
And apparently Mitch told him, get off the ground.
You're embarrassing me, dickhead.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the game was great. The crowd. We sat in the non-drinking area this time because last time we went, everyone just kept getting up and walking in front of us, getting beers every 5 minutes, and was like, "I'm over this. We love a drink. Don't get us wrong, but I just want to watch the footy." And the Sydney fans were driving us crazy last time, so we enjoyed it this time.
I do remember that story. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, so we sat next to some really, really good Geelong people. I actually didn't catch their name, but they were really into it.
They made a real impression, didn't they?
Yeah, well, they were getting the song going. This husband and I think they were husband and wife. They were doing the Geelong song, and we were
loud.
We were really I reckon the Bay was maybe 90% Geelong supporters, and then the Bay next. So Bay, we were in Bay 11, and then Bay 12. We just kept saying, "Come on, Bay 12, get into it. What's going on? Fire up!" And they just wouldn't. They were just too busy looking at the clock, waiting to go home.
Porter's batshit.
But yeah, thoughts on the game. We were very worried, weren't we, in the first 5 minutes? The signs, those typical Geelong signs that you look for those signs really early in a Geelong game, and that was really worrying. But probably considering that, I think the way we turned it around and we really locked Sydney down, like they just didn't have room to move after about halfway through that first quarter, and Geelong were just in control. Even though the scores were pretty close at quarter time and half time, it just felt like that there's been a shift in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And the boys just went from strength to strength. And good to see, you had him in the gun, Paul, during the week on your show on Thursday, Sam DeConning.
Hang on. Just to be clear for everyone, and just anyone who's tuning into this and doesn't watch the Paul James show, firstly, shame on you. Secondly, Ben writes the script for that show. He's the one that made the poll that asked whether he's going to be an All-Australian.
Yep. Which I actually said no, by the way, on that one. I don't think he'll quite get there. A bit like Mitch Duncan, probably just be a good player, but just not good enough.
I think I said in the stream that I actually don't care if he ends up getting anywhere near back to his 2022 best. If he wins an individual accolade like All-Australian, who cares?
A couple of premierships will take that. So he was good. Good to see Tyson Stengel seemed to I was hoping he would ignite, but he maybe didn't quite ignite, but he looks like he might just be on his way back to some good form as well. So that was really good. And yeah, I think just some good signs from Tom Stewart as well. Was getting a lot of it, but he actually looked fresh, which was Tom's.
He did look good.
He's been labouring and just looked generally unhappy.
Angry
a lot.
But he just looked really solid. Like he was just on. He knew what was coming. He knew where to be, intercept marks.
Yep. So he was great. And yeah, we're getting silly in the second half, and we were just on tackle watch at that point. Just how many tackles is Tom Atkins going to get, and can he get enough of a gap on Matty Rao? I don't think
he has.
No,
he got 5.
He's 7 ahead at the moment with
2 games in hand for Matt Rao.
Matty Rao's got an extra one up his sleeve, so he'll need to go bonkers. Atkins will next week against Richmond, which might be tricky when Geelong's got the ball 70% of the time. So unless
it's hard to.
Yeah.
Just handball it to him and then wrap him up.
Probably the only other thing I'll say before you kick me off is the crowd was not into Connor O'Sullivan at all.
After that early bump.
Oh.
Did you guys see, because we were there, did you guys see the bump? Was it high? Because it didn't look like that to us, but...
Chat, help me out here if you can. But I saw it, they showed the replay almost immediately afterwards, and it looked like he didn't jump off the ground.
No.
The only angle that I've seen so far was kind of from behind the goal, so like it was still quite a long way away in that thing. You could kind of see the line that he'd made, and that he did collect him straight down the middle. But whether there was a head collision or a whiplash effect, I don't know.
Yep.
But it was
that angle really didn't show it. But someone else might have seen something else. They might have put something else out there. Jackie saying though that they didn't show a great replay, which I presume is the one that I'm talking about. But
if he got him high, then it's probably, even though he played on and all that, it's probably medium to low impact, but it's still high, and it's probably not. Yeah. I guess you say it's careless or reckless or something, maybe something like that. It definitely wasn't intentional to get him high. So he could be missing a week, but it's not always a bad thing to give a second year or third year player a bit of a freshen up, even though everyone gets a freshen up anyway. So that's
he doesn't get 2 though.
I doubt it. I don't even. The guy next to us thought he was done for 2 or 3 weeks. I'm like, settle down,
Probably
mate.
a Sydney fan that was booing him, though, right?
No,
No, that's right. He's your Geelong mate that you meant.
Yeah, but Geelong mate. So, but no, that was the only thing. He was like, he was pretty sure that he was going to miss weeks. So, but no, look, really good bounce back game from our special bounce back within the game from the Cats. A different type of win, an interstate win up against all odds. The Swans were all over us early, and we just ground our way back into the game. Really proud of the way they put it all together today, and it wasn't always pretty. Last thing, Brian Myers is going to win us another premiership. Everyone, he's an absolute star. That guy. Every time he touches the ball, good things happen. So get on board.
Or Ollie Dempsey kicks it behind, but anyway.
Yeah, well. I'm just loving it. I'm in love with Brian Myers, and so Brian, if you're watching, I love you.
I mean, I love Brian. My son obviously loves Brian. We've discussed this quite a lot over the journey, but he made a real fool of me at one point there, and it's the one that actually led to Ollie Dempsey having that shot on goal, because Jezza passed it to Brian and then came screaming past over his shoulder, and you 100% this was the Jezza, get the ball on the run and smoke it from 50.
Yeah,
Brian ignored him.
Yep.
Brian ignored him, delivered it to Ollie Dempsey. Ollie Dempsey kicked it behind, so Jezza should have kicked his ass for that.
Well, there was at the moment where Jezza was pointing. Look, I don't know if you saw it on the cameras, but Jezza was, and this is probably will be the last thing I say, but Jezza was actually pointing at one of his.
I thought that was for Tyson Stengel because he was in the goal square.
Yeah,
and Manna just kicked it straight over his head.
But we literally, I think we'd scored a goal or something like that, and Jezza was not happy.
I think it was that, but I'm not sure.
And I was just like, that's great. Jezza's not giving a shit about his 100 goals. He cares about the standards that the players are setting for themselves. And he was like, no, I'm not having it. I don't care if we kicked a goal or whatever, or we've just streamed inside 50. He's like, no, that is not the Geelong way that we've all agreed that we're going to play. It was really clear that was his focus all day long. So don't worry about Jezza not kicking goals today, people. I don't think that was his role. He cleared the forward 50 for Shannon Neal to do his thing. And maybe it's a good thing to not have to worry about the 100-goal thing anymore. I think that was a distraction that we didn't need. We're a genuine shot at another premiership if we can put a good month of footy together.
Tell me about before we wrap things up, because Roaming is counting you down. He says 2 minutes left in the hot seat.
Jesus, Roaming, go easy.
He's a big fan.
I'm the goat, Roman. Don't forget, I'm the goat.
Yeah. And tell me about the Mumbai cricket pitch we were playing on today.
Well,
as Chris got dubbed it.
The first thing I noticed was that I must have seen it at 3/4 time. I saw a clip on the website when the internet was working okay, and Chris wasn't happy about it. 1 minute, thank you, Romy. Blah blah blah.
30 seconds.
And one time when I was a young
and kicked him. No.
When I was a young, look, we couldn't tell because we were about 6 rows back, and it was pretty flat. And most of the grounds these days are sort of like that, sort of rounded sort of shape, which is probably why most of the balls go out of bounds these days. It looked. Yeah, it was hard as a cat's head, that ground, but the rest of it looked gorgeous. The middle part of the ground was rubbish, but didn't sound.
Got him.
All right, we're going to shut up. You've got a lot of people in the guests. I don't want to hold them in the green room. I don't want to hold them up anymore. So I'll continue to pester you and piss you off in the chat. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, no, we'll do more of this, I'm sure. And stay tuned, everyone. Roaming, I'm sure you're very excited. Ben's going to be hosting the Paul James show on Thursday, so I can get a night off. So look forward to that one.
20-minute show on Thursday night. Look forward to it, everyone. Yep.
The worst quality show of the year. Can't wait to see how you. Anyway. But no, thank you both for coming on board. Sparlock.
Go on, you Paul.
Always good to see you again.
Love you, chat. Go Cats.
See you, team.
See ya.
Take care.
All right. It's a school night. Vela. Team Vela. Quick hands.
How's it going?
How we going, guys?
Pretty good. Pretty good win.
It was a good win. Talk to me about it. What are your takeaways?
I'm really happy that we have Shannon Neal.
Yes.
especially early.
Where's Lucas? No, we'll save Lucas for later. I'm coming for him later.
Because they gave me a scare early.
Oh, they gave all of us a scare. It was a rough watch for the first 5 to 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, it was. This was a danger game. It was like,
Why was it the danger game?
after what Sydney did last week, I'm sitting there going,
I don't know how they did that.
And then, thank God we've got Shannon Neal. Yeah, he's repaying the faith now. He's big game player.
I don't say necessarily you guys or me or even necessarily any one specific person in this community. Were we potentially expecting him to hit the Hawkins heights too soon? Not that I'm saying he's at Tom Hawkins standards yet, of course. He's still very young and there's a lot of football ahead of him. Hopefully at least another 10 years. But was everyone expecting him to just step up to that mantle of even Tom Hawkins the last 2 years of his career a little bit too soon?
I didn't expect him to be doing what he's doing now. I just wanted him to compete. And early in the season, I think it was more just the thing that frustrated me was when he just opted to wrestle all the time.
Yeah.
When that's not really his game. His game is when he's flying at the ball.
Yeah.
And
lead up and
he
mark.
still does it once every now and then where the ball will come in and he'll reach out for his opponent. And it's like, no. You're dead. You're out of the contest if you do that. His game is when he's running at the ball. He's a freak athlete, and
he's the tall blokes at our club, like Blitzarves and Neil, actually the most athletic.
He's, but it's crazy to think. I mean, people would think you're stupid for saying it. At this point, you look at their careers. I think he looks like he's got more potential, which is almost stupid. It's almost stupid thing to say. But, like, look at Hawkins at this point in Hawkins' career. He was an old school 80s type of forward, like out of the goal square. But Neil is just a freak. He's got a different body. He's a freak of nature. And yeah, I don't want to say anything else because I don't want to put the mods on him. But
you don't want to get too carried away. But
to say, I'm listening to myself saying, "What are you saying?" But I don't know. He's a bit of a freak, and was he 23? So, but keep going.
Yeah, I think the main thing is just keep doing what he's doing. But
keep doing it. Yeah.
But at the same time, I do find it really hard to compare them in the same way that. Obviously, you talk about Tom Hawkins and being an 80s style footballer, and I'd agree that that's kind of the way he was playing his game. And I guess the thing that makes it really hard to compare, though, is that the competition around him was so different to what it was for the 80s. I'd say the standards were higher in a lot of different areas, and so it just made it it then makes it hard. Like people can say he's an 80s style footballer, but you can't then compare him to the 80s forwards of the time because the game around them was still so very different.
Yeah. Well, he had to evolve.
I think the same here for Shannon Neal will kind of apply as well.
Yeah, it's a credit to Hawkins that he was able to do it. He was able to evolve. Like, it was crazy. There were so many supporters that just wanted to jump off early on because, Mark Thompson tried to turn him into a ruck, tried to turn him into a backup ruckman. And that one didn't work. And he was breaking down his foot and everything like that. I remember he was getting the stress fractures in his foot and stuff like that. But the fact that he ended up kicking almost 800 goals.
We should have gotten into 800.
Is incredible. So, but yeah, so it's hard to compare him, but he is. Neil's just a freak. And if he just, he's got so much potential. He could like literally be the premier forward of the competition.
No reason why he couldn't be. He's got some pretty stiff competition. There's some really good young forwards coming through in the game at the moment. But he's going to be right up there for sure.
Well, like Amy said, he's got 41 goals this season.
That's great.
That's 120 between him and Jezza for the year. So you take that any day of the week.
That is great. So, very, very happy. As long as he just keep working hard, keep running. using your running. They showed it on the telecast. His running patterns, running up and then running back, and then just keep going for the ball. You don't need to wrestle. Like, run at it and clunk those marks. Like, he could take us to a premiership.
100%.
And it'll make Jez's life easier too.
Absolutely. I mean, opposition teams can't afford to, try and double team him or anything like that because the other bloke will get off the hook. And that's where I think the Blitzarves inclusion, as much as everyone has said tonight, do we want Mark Blitzarves having shots on goal?
No.
Probably not, but not if we can avoid it. But at the same time, just the threat he poses because he is still so athletic. He's still good over his head. He's still he's got a decade now of proven football under his belt. You can't afford to not pay attention to him. Then you got Danger, who essentially plays as a tall forward as well, with his vertical leap, and it's just it makes it easier for a bloke who's kicked 79 goals this season to be able to work his craft because you've got the supporting act around. I think about 2000. Not that we like thinking about the actual result, but I think about what Buddy, because obviously all the conversation's been about Jeremy Cameron and will he get to 100 this year? And Jeremy Cameron, so Buddy wouldn't have gotten the 100 that he got in that season had it not been for the fact that he had Roughhead kicking 75 around him. That he, you need multiple contributors, multiple threats, if nothing else, to ensure that opposition teams don't get too focused on one particular individual. And that's a great thing that we've got right now is that, if Jeremy doesn't get you, Shannon will. If Shannon doesn't get you, Paddy Dangerfield might. There's a little army of them. And then there's the smalls on top of that, like Tyson Stengel, getting back to close to his best. You can throw Grian in there, Brad Close in there. We've got so much talent rolling through that end of the ground. Ollie Dempsey. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I just thought of a new sign idea.
Yeah, I know.
For some reason, I don't know if the viewers
if
are catching
doesn't get you, Shannon will.
Yeah. We're all thinking the same thing. I don't know if the videos, for everyone else, you guys are kind of stuttering a little bit as we watch this. So it could be on my end, but fortunately the screen kind of froze in a moment where I could see the lights had gone off in both of your heads as to what you can do with that poster. So, big fan.
Yeah.
So Bianca, we always like your very thorough analysis of the game. Talk to me. What were some of the other points I saw? Even when you were in the background before, you were busy scribbling away in your book. So talk to me. What's on your mind from the game?
Yeah,
and of course, I'm also going to want to hear from you a little bit when it comes to. I know the result didn't go our way yesterday when it comes to the women's game,
exactly.
But I'd like to hear your thoughts on that as well.
She's got it there. She's got it all.
Good. You dictate terms. You are taking over as the host. Tell everyone all about the men's game, women's game, whatever order you want.
Do you want to tell them what we did, though,
all right,
for the whole day first?
So we woke up at 7 because we had to go to Mainview, so our footy club, because finals was being played there.
The junior finals, we were hosting them. So me and Bianca ended up on the grill. So I was doing the barbecue, and somehow this 9-year-old here was working the cash register.
Serving him.
And she managed to nail it. So
Very
she
nicely
was
done.
incredible. She worked from 8 o'clock this morning till about 5 o'clock this evening. So we were watching the footy while we were working the grill. And what did we sell?
211 sausages, 80 burgers, and 41 eggs and bacon rolls.
That's a good effort.
It was pretty good. But now, tell us your notes now.
AFLW.
Oh, you want to go AFLW first?
It's back. We sticked with them the first 3 quarters. I'll say that we gave it our shot for 3 quarters. But then the last quarter, it just went boom. 5 seconds, and they all kicked a goal.
It went pear-shaped, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Combine that with the fact that I don't think we took some opportunities when we had them, especially in the third, when we really kind of dominated the play and just couldn't get on the scoreboard. And I mean, especially in a lower scoring game, like what we get typically from the women's game, or even just a lower scoring game in the men's, if you don't take advantage of those opportunities, They can blow up in your face pretty quickly, especially if it's a high quality opponent. And these girls were the reigning premiers.
Losing Cape Derby didn't help either.
Yeah.
I am sick of losing.
I'm sick
What's
of
the
losing.
injury report too, by the way? So
Calf.
Cape Derby, what's the outcome in the end? I think it was an ankle, right?
Calf.
I think it was a calf.
Calf, sorry. No, someone else had an ankle. Who was it that went down with an ankle late?
Jackie Parry.
Jackie Parry, that's right. Have we heard an actual outcome yet?
We probably won't either because the AFLW, it's very hard.
Doesn't get the reporting.
Very hard to get to get news out of the AFLW. But the AFL team, if someone gets a wax, you hear about it. So
we had some debutantes.
Yes, we did.
We had Piper Dunlop and Emma Kilpatrick, and she actually gave me a ball.
Hey, nice.
Emma Kilpatrick. And you got your votes there.
Yes.
You did your 3-2-1s from the AFLW?
Have you?
There we go. And Jackie's just asked that question, so there we go.
Yeah.
3-2-1s.
1, Julia Crockett-Grills. 2, Michaela Bowen. And 3, Georgie Rankin.
Yeah, I find it hard to argue with those. The order, but like the three names, wouldn't question that in the slightest. And I think about when things were getting a little bit tough for us there, especially in the last quarter. You mentioned Michaela Bowen. There's with the 2 votes. I think Bowie was pretty important in kind of just staving them off at points. Obviously, it didn't work for us all the time, but I think she was really important, just kind of trying to hold them back. Even at the defensive role, she played a pretty good game. So I think you've nailed it.
Yeah. Tell us some AFLW. What do you got? You got your AFLW notes are there too.
AFL.
Sorry, AFL notes.
Yeah.
Give us some AFLW. AFL. What do you want to tell us? What have you written down?
I think they've all been said.
They've all been said?
Except my one VFL note.
Oh, you got a VFL note.
Oh, you got a VFL note too. Good.
Number 1.
Oh, nah, you say it. I say it too much.
Is it this?
Yeah.
We love him. We love George.
Free him. Seriously.
Free him.
Just play
He's
him.
in VFL prison.
Someone else who I thought did well was Mitch Edwards.
Yep.
He had 22 disposals and guess this, 11 clearances.
Wait, how many clearances did you say? Sorry.
11.
Jeez, it's better than I realised.
Yep.
It's a bloody good game from a ruck.
He had 21 hitouts as well.
That's a really good game from the ruck. I'm just going to go double check some of those numbers. That's wild.
22.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 22.
Oh no, sorry. That's not me suggesting you're wrong. I'm in
No.
shock. Yeah, the 23 disposals, 11 clearances, along with 21 hitouts. It's just a shame he didn't capitalize on some shots on goal because he hit 3 behinds. But otherwise, that's a near on perfect game for a ruckman. Otherwise,
If he got 3 goals, whoo,
yeah.
Who needs Dodson?
me. Oh, he got.
How did Alex Dodson go? Actually, I didn't actually check the.
No, he got subbed out.
He got subbed off.
He got subbed out. But he looked all right early. He was playing forward. So they played
Because they already have Rowan Marshall.
Yeah, it looked like they were playing him forward. So he looked okay.
Oh, well, they won't have Rowan Marshall soon. We'll have him. So
We'll have
Yeah.
Rowan Marshall soon.
They can have Tom Conning.
He can be Reece Stanley's backup.
Exactly. Done. What a team.
no, so he can take the number 1 ruck role whenever we're playing against a dud team because that's when Reece Stanley chooses not to show up.
That's it. Yeah. No, not a good team.
I just
Not a
think
clean
Rowan
ruckman,
Marshall will be our
no name.
full-on
Okay, that's
ruckman.
when I'll just take a week off, mentally check out.
That's it.
Reece.
He'll sit on his farm.
Sit on his farm. Sit on his farm.
Just stick to recruiting.
Yep.
What else we got from the men's game? Any other takeaways? Anyone
Not
else
more
you wanted to
notes,
highlight?
no?
Maybe not necessarily in the
No.
votes. I'm sure we'll get to the votes.
They were
but-
all said.
Nah, I think
You see, it was
I
a
think it's
you
been
see
alluded to.
near identical scoreline in the 2 games in the end.
Yeah, we
68
did
to
see that.
11,
Yeah.
6 to 11. We nearly just a strange sort of coincidence there.
Almost the same score in the AFL and the VFL. Yeah, you said that before.
10-8 to 10-8 to 10-6 when it comes to Sydney, and 16-15, 16-15 for Geelong.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, it's so good to see Tom Stewart today.
Yeah, really
Players
looking
well.
good.
Took my vote.
There we go. Tom Stewart. It was,
He's back to his old self.
I loved hearing the commentary as well, where it's like, and they'll just kick it straight to Tom Stewart. It was like,
He's becoming so predictable.
Yeah, they just, it's beautiful. He just didn't even have to work for it. He's like, oh, thanks.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
You want to?
But before you do, just to maybe lean into our Tom Stewart conversation a little bit further, like I think he's primed. Obviously, teams have been putting a bit of extra effort in. They've been, trying to, play around him in the last 12 months in particular. But I think comes finals time, when the pressure goes up a few gears, I don't think you can afford to be going, oh, where's Tom Stewart? And so you you get the ball in there sometimes however you can, and that's going to work to Tom Stewart's advantage incredibly. So I think he just needed to get the body right, get the body right for this pointy end of the season. Hopefully he's done that. Hopefully the intensity, the skill, everything we saw from him today was a sign that he is almost cherry ripe and ready to go, as cherry ripe as he can be for a player at this point of the season.
Yeah.
And from there, you can just blow apart the final series.
Got to remember, it wasn't long ago there were teams tagging him.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. They've been putting all this effort into him, but I just don't think you can. I don't think you can do that when you're playing finals.
Yeah. Well, I think Lawson helped with that.
Yeah.
So some of our running
Zach
defenders.
Guthrie. Yeah.
Zach Guthrie. Yeah. All of a sudden you can't. Good luck. Go for it.
Well, it's just like the Jeremy Cameron, Shannon Neal poster idea we were talking about before. If Tom Stewart doesn't get you, Zach or Lawson will.
Jack Henry too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack Henry was good today as well. He's been great all year. Actually.
Signs, all right? You have to make signs.
There's more signs done.
There we go. I'm trying. What do you got? You got anything else?
No.
Give us. What do you got? You got your.
I got my votes.
Give us your votes.
But I'm waiting for you.
Oh, what's mine? I just don't remember. All right. You want me to go first?
Yeah.
Marvin? All right. It was hard. It's hard as well because I've just heard Ethan's votes as well. I'm sitting there going, geez, maybe I've got mine wrong. But you could give anyone votes because I don't think we really had many bad players. But I'll go 1, Sean Manor, 2, Shannon Neal, and 3, Tom Stewart. Neil, just because I was losing my shit in the first quarter, and it was Shannon Neal that I was like, oh, he's just dragging us.
At the most important parts of the game,
That's it.
He stepped up.
He was the one who stood up, so I'll give him the vote, yeah.
No,
what do you got?
Can't argue that.
1.
Poor Jack Bowes, by the way, getting 5% game time because Shannon Neal coming off the end.
You got 5% game time?
That's when he finally came in as the sub with only a few minutes to go. So as we speak, he's probably still running laps just to make sure he gets his numbers up.
He's doing his Ks.
Poor Jack.
Far out. Has anyone ever got injured running those bloody stupid laps? Imagine.
Probably someone's going to tweak their hamstring.
Oh shit! I just did my hamstring.
Is it all just about getting kilometers in the leg? It's not. No, I'm sure they're. And Roaming's just nailed it. Jack Bowes for Ben. I wish. Jeez, I wish I had the graphic handy. Let me check my recycle bin. It might be. Oh no, it's cleared it. I'll find it. Anyway, keep going though. So Bianca, we've got your votes.
What you got?
1, Tyson Stingle, 2, Sean Manor, and 3, Tom Stewart.
Yeah, nicely done. Certainly a bit of a pattern with Tom Stewart starting to feature here at the top, which is good. Again, we want to see him playing his best football at this time of year.
Yes.
I'm now gently digging through all of our folders. If Ben's listening in, he's probably quickly jumping into the Google Drive that we have and trying to find the graphic and delete it before I find it. But I'm going round by round hunting for the Jack Bowes graphic.
Bowes. Spelled it wrong.
Because he can't spell.
Yep.
Ben
called him Bowes.
Bowes.
But I'm not.
Jack Bowes.
Just a picture of a speaker. I I don't think I'm going to find it. I think he made it for like his milestone or something like that.
Yeah.
There's some unnamed files. I know that's a picture of George Stevens, which is good.
We love
Love
George.
it. I don't think I'm going to find Jack Bose. Oh, can't win them all. Any other thoughts from the game today, though?
What else we got?
Talk to me about next week. Casting an eye forward to the Tigers. Do we rest anyone in particular? Do we zero back in on Jezza, see if he can get 11 in the next game, and all of a sudden, 3 a game in the finals puts us right on the brink? Like
just
let me talk.
Just personally,
Look,
let me talk.
better this year than I thought. I'll just say that.
No, look. There's a player that had a really good game against Richmond the last time we played him, and he set records. Free George Stevens.
Yes! No! Yes!
Uncage him. Get him a rising star nom.
A goal? Yes! Yes!
Get him a rising star nom. He got robbed already.
He was robbed.
Oh yeah. A freaking Isaac Kako with the flip.
And then he got kicked out, just like came in the next week and just got booted.
Yeah, that was not fair. Free George Stevens.
Definitely can't find the graphic. I've now gone through all my. Well, I mean, hang on. Let's just hang on. Give me 1 second here. I'm downloading a file. I'm about to upload a file, and we'll drop it over the top of the screen here. Just a reminder for everyone. The real rising star
George
from whatever round that was.
The real
Round
rising
17.
star.
Come on,
George.
computer. There we go.
Yeah.
The one true rising star from round 15.
The rising star. King George.
Bose Reeve.
King George.
We'll just keep it here for a while. No,
Yeah.
get rid of it.
That's a sign. Free George Stevens.
Another sign. You said it. Another
Does anyone know Chris Scott's
Pro-
car?
pro-
I'll put a bumper sticker on the back of his car. Free George Stevens.
I think he'd be pretty pissed at you.
It might happen.
Just go for it. Who cares?
I'm going to go stick it all around GMHBA Stadium, every window. Just...
Don't ask for permission. Ask for forgiveness.
Yeah, exactly. It's good play, good spot to be in. Top
We are
two.
in a good spot. Yeah.
Could finish
Yeah.
minor premiers. Could.
But it doesn't really matter.
And apparently, Cameron Mooney said, Collingwood could miss out on the 8.
Not anymore.
Dodge rats.
No, and that's a percentages game. Like they would have to lose by like 100 points, and then every team that's behind them on the same number of wins would also have to win by 100 points. But some of them play against each other. I don't think it's actually possible anymore.
God damn it!
Big margins had to be a factor in the whole
It would
mix.
have been the season so much better. There were 3 games in front, and they missed out on the 8.
I mean, it would have been fun. Absolutely would have been fun. But not to be.
I tell you what, could you imagine they dropped out of the top 4 and ended up having to play a team like the Bulldogs? Oh my!
Yeah, probably that's probably a.
And then losing.
They could lose potentially 7 of the last 8 and go out straight.
Yes!
Just go out, just like after being 10 points clear on top of the ladder. Like,
I mean, look, right now I'd rather kind of play the Pies just because I think it gives us every chance of getting a win. I don't want to count my chickens and get too carried away, but it would certainly, like, I can't ignore the fact that it would be incredibly funny for
I
them
just
to
wanna
fall out
say-
like that.
At the start of the year, the first time we played Adelaide, we kind of beat them kind of easily. I'm worried about that now. What has changed?
I think I heard. No, I thought was it Mark Bickley. I think I heard on Adelaide radio was saying that he's scared about Geelong because he said Adelaide's biggest weakness is their midfield and the speedy midfields. He said Max Holmes and Bailey Smith just run rings around them. So he said he wants to try and avoid Geelong. So I'm not that scared of Adelaide.
Who you scared of them?
Brisbane.
Yeah, Brisbane.
Oh,
Bloody Brisbane, yeah.
imagine having to go
I
up
have-
against them in the prelim again.
I've still got nightmares, even at the MCG. No, I like
But
playing
at,
Brisbane.
but at 2022, we cooked them.
But
Well, look, that's the most likely, and I would like to hear you guys and your top 8 and how you think it's all going to shape up. But in my mind, that is the most likely top 8 situation at the moment.
But
So,
I think the best thing though about being a Geelong supporter, I don't really fear anybody. I love finals. I don't care.
I fear ourselves. I fear
I don't
our own
care
team and our
who we
ability to rock
play.
up in a prelim final.
Finals is just, it's the best. I freaking
Oh,
don't
yeah.
care who we're playing. Like, I love it when like the brackets come out and you're playing, it doesn't matter, you're playing Collingwood at the MCG. You're just like, you lose sleep every couple of days. Like you sit there going, Jesus, hearing that Collingwood chant and shit. But it's exciting. Like, there are some teams that they just want to get there, and like we get there every year. And I mean, if you're worried about teams, then you're probably not going to win the premiership. You're like,
Do you mean Colin Wobbles?
I'm ready. Like, I can't wait.
It's Colin Wobbles.
I'll take them all. We'll play Collingwood, Adelaide, and Brisbane in the same night. Stuff them.
back to
Let's
back to
get 'em.
back.
We'll just line them up. Let's
Get
go.
the paint on. Get
Colin
the.
Wobbles.
Line them up at GMHBA Stadium.
That's never going to happen,
Give
my
us
Well,
G.
they'll never let us play a game there, so don't worry about it.
Hey, my G, that's not going to happen.
We couldn't even, what? We can't even play Gold Coast there. What? The Nepo babies? Oh, no, you can't play them there. What? Oh, bastards.
Then who can we play there? It's
Who
ridiculous.
can we play there? Like, oh my
What
God.
was the point?
Who
I
was it?
guess.
We
I
can
guess the
never play
AFL just
Colin
needs to give us
Wobbles.
more
We
money,
can't play
along with the
them.
government, and we make the stadium even bigger.
I
We
mean,
forced our hand.
was there a game where St Kilda got like less than 10,000 in a game or something
Yeah.
against Gold Coast?
Yeah, oh, yeah, probably.
When
But,
Hardwick
yeah,
said,
not. As soon as you said Gold Coast, I'm like, oh, okay, so not a final. But
no. Like
I mean,
when Hardwick, when Ross Lyon called them the Nepo babies, and he fired back with, I think they got 8,000 today at Marvel Stadium.
yeah,
You're telling me what, we can't play St Kilda at a home final in GMHBA Stadium when they got a home crowd of 8,000 or 12,000 or something? It's bullshit. Like,
Language.
Yeah.
give us the home final. Like, I understand, right? Yeah, okay. Collingwood, we play Collingwood. Okay, you have to play them at the MCG. Team of Richmond. But if you're playing a team like Gold Coast, not GWS, I don't want to play them at GMHBA Stadium.
Oh, hell
We'll
no.
go play them.
No, no,
We'll
no.
go play them at
you
Canberra.
can choose your targets.
100%.
We'll
We
play
have the
them at
yips
the-
then. We have the yips.
But I mean, far out. Surely the AFL should have said, "Oh, if they play Gold Coast, yeah, no worries, you can play them at GMHBA."
100%.
But that's just dodgy. But we've just gone off track now. But
I mean, Roman
Pretty-
thinks that I need to get in a fist fight with Andrew Dillon since I'm apparently no one thinks I'm going to beat any of the coaches, and that includes Fags. Then I guess I'll go for the CEO instead.
go up high. Go to the top.
Yeah, just go to the top,
And
take him
then-
out, and then we get to make decisions.
Just go
winner
knock
takes
on the
all.
door.
Go.
Yeah, no, just to be clear, AFL Integrity Unit, if you're watching this, I am not actually going to go and fight your CEO. It's okay.
Nice.
I don't need to. No one clip this. There's nothing to see here. But Bailey's got a strong message for you in the background there, Andrew Dillon.
That's a direct message to the AFL Integrity Unit right there.
Exactly. You
They
didn't
don't
let
like
us
the
go in.
sign. Cop that. There. Double
What's that
bird.
noise at the shed door? Oh, I'm getting swatted. It's the AFL police coming in.
Cop the double bird. The
Uh,
Bailey double. The Baslenka double. There it is there.
We've rocked
yeah,
up like this,
honestly, I
man.
don't know what we do though. Like, if Geelong can't have one in this scenario where I don't think we will be playing Gold Coast in the end, but we could have been.
Yeah.
If we can't, if not them, then who?
Yeah,
Not GWS.
it is. It's just odd. It's very dodgy.
We
It's-
always lose to GWS.
Well, it is, and I think it's Shadu that's been saying it in the chat the last few nights. Like, there are contracts in place with the MCG that there's certain quotas. That's why flashing all the way back to 2004, and it nearly worked out in our favour. That's why Brisbane had to come to Melbourne for the prelim final. But I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it.
It's just
but it's business. So.
Why do we get screwed by those contracts? Like,
well, what really? It's these bloody interstate teams. They just got to get out of our game. And no, I'm kidding. But we, if it was a stacked, well, I don't know. Actually, you probably can't have it both ways, because if the top 8 was stacked with Victorian teams, then we're probably going to have to go play at the MCG, because they're going to, there's more supporters in town, and so they're going to be able to make it. And then if it's an interstate, if we're stacked with interstates like we're potentially looking at this year, they still won't let us do it because there's not enough games at the MCG.
Yeah.
Boo.
Yeah.
They've got a way out for everything.
I mean, I guarantee you that Gold Coast will be playing at Metricon. Like, even though the
they'll get to play at Metricon, and GWS will get to play at, what do they call it? Spotless?
NG?
No. What do they call it? NG Stadium.
Yeah.
Like, they finish 5 and 6.
Even though you got like alternate venues there that have got bigger capacities, but no, it's dodgy. But we're not going to complain. We're just going to go and take care of business, one team after another. Yeah, and get that premiership.
Look, I mean, as I think we've all said when it's come to this conversation, as I said in my big ranting video about the whole thing a few days ago, as much as, like, in principle, I want us to play at GMHBA, I think in reality, in terms of, thinking about final success, I probably want us playing at the MCG. I think we're playing better football on that larger ground than we are on the more contained spaces of GMHBA. So for the sake of winning a grand final, MCG. I'm also an MCC member, so I get in free, which is nice.
I've got a sign ready to go. I should make it, actually.
What?
I actually designed
a picture of me in a corporate box as Ben continues to.
I designed a sign in 2022, but then I didn't have the balls to actually make it and bring it. I was going to bring it to the qualifying final.
He hasn't told me about this.
I've got it on my computer. I might make it this year, actually. It's got welcome in blue, welcome to the MCG, and it's got the MCG logo in green. Yep. Home of the Cats.
I like it. Yeah, I like it.
So,
no, but
I might do that. I might make that one actually this year, because you know what? Stuff the MCG and the AFL, and then I'll try and hide this one as well.
Yes.
I'll try and hide a couple of birds underneath it too.
This is what I told him to do: grab the signs, put it in an orange bag, walk it in. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, now you've lost it, because now they're going to be ready.
No,
they're going to be looking for you.
They're always watching. Always watching.
No, AFL Integrity, they're watching you.
Wow, are they like Voz?
They're going to bust in.
FBI, open up!
I mean, I'm already worried they're going to burst through the door off the back of my Andrew Dillon comments before. So,
yeah.
FBI, open up!
You can never rule it out.
If they do that, this guy will punch you.
No.
Yes.
I'd say she's in there.
And I'd say he said it.
You paid for it last night.
And then there's us.
Don't let it happen again.
My mom and brother would be laughing about that.
I'm watching you, Wazowski.
Always
watching.
All right, get out of here.
Get out!
No, you got anything else?
Nope.
Nothing else?
Nope.
Apparently, we're all at the center of the next Cats insurgency audit.
No, it's
good value. Anything else you guys want to discuss?
That's it.
Yeah.
Ready for bed now? You got school in the morning?
Got your 3, 2, 1s. Yep. No, we've ticked off all the boxes.
AFLW next week. Who we got next week against in the AFLW?
Who are the girls playing?
Adelaide.
They just got smoked by the Saints on the weekend. Don't worry about it.
Beaten by the Saints.
And the Saints kind of,
Anyone's game.
yeah.
Anyone's game. Believe.
We'll be right.
We're going to turn it on next week.
First 4 points on the board this weekend.
Yeah.
And if we win, we go on, win all the next games and win the premiership.
That's it.
Simple as that.
Let's get it.
Because I don't like this 16th on the ladder business that we're currently looking at.
No,
so.
I don't like it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of losing.
But
I'm sick of losing.
I'm sick of losing.
One is enough, damn it.
But Adelaide is not doing as good as I thought they would be doing. They're 16th
We're 16th.
They're 15th and we're 16th.
Yeah. I'm done with this losing shit. We got to win.
Language.
Like, come on, girls.
Lock in.
Let's get it.
Lock in. But then we have Sydney.
Let's just get them.
We'll just
Darcy Loney.
we'll see how it all works out. Hopefully in about 12 weeks we're talking about the girls making a charge on finals and hopefully winning it. Maybe we'll get the double.
We'll get the double.
Yes. She's like,
we'll get the best
just
length
like
double.
Brisbane got it. Freaking hell. How did they get it?
Yeah. We'll get the double.
Ben says, and also, did you guys notice that today the stupid lizard masks for masks?
Oh
sorry?
yeah, I saw that. I saw
saw a
that.
few of
That
those.
was so dumb. There were 3 guys in the front row, yeah, all with lizard masks.
What, today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
for what's his name?
Yeah, the lizard.
No.
What's his name?
Blakey.
What's his name?
Blakey.
Hang on, let me cook.
Blakey.
Look, they're technically furries, but we won't discuss that with youth here. So yeah, look, I mean, the fact that they've got the mask, it means that they know a little bit about football. They must know something about the football in the first place. They're probably the only 3 Sydney supporters in the ground that actually understand how the game works. So
yeah,
and that and Brodie Grundy, who was having a great old time on camera as well.
We're so lucky that he wasn't playing.
no, we're not.
Yes,
We had Reese. It's fine.
and Shannon Neal.
It's fine. We had Reese. It's all good.
And Shannon Neal.
We've got Reese. It's all
Don't
good.
forget Shannon Neal.
Reese is going to be a 2-time
Are you
premiership.
forgetting Shannon Neal?
2-time premiership
Are
ruckman.
you forgetting
this year.
Shannon Neal?
Shannon is our forward. Reese is going to be a 2-time
Forward
premiership
ruckman.
ruckman this year. Get ready. I'm ready.
I'm not.
All right.
Well, it's been a pleasure as always, Bianca. It's a school night, so I'll make sure you get yourself plenty of rest and fire up again for tomorrow. But also, thank you both for having jumped on. Sorry, was that the dodgy like shoot me greasies across the camera there? It's starting to chop up the video again.
Well, no.
You're starting to shoot me some greasies for reminding you got school tomorrow.
You got school tomorrow.
School's great.
School's good. School's
I have
good.
the best teacher ever, so yes.
Good.
What are you talking about? I'm right here.
Stop pinching.
I'll leave you guys to it. Thank you all for coming on again. Send my best to Declan as well. I assume he's getting some rest already.
He's just
He's
watching.
He's out. He's asleep.
Declan, if you're awake, come in here.
No, he's out. He's snoring.
Dead to the world.
He's
Yeah, he's
dreaming. Yeah. What do you say?
Go Cats!
All right, guys. Thank you. I'll see you next time.
Dad on the mic.
Go Cats.
All right. As always, a pleasure to have the fellas on board. And it's also been great seeing all of the support from all of you in the chat for the show and for them so far. Let's get Ben Harris on board. Ben, how's things, mate?
Good. Just today's game, I thought at the start, it
Heart in the mouth.
looking like it had danger game all over it. With them kicking the first 3 and then beating Brisbane next week and just trying to ruin other teams' finals hopes. But we just got better as the game went on. I thought we played better each quarter.
No, I'd agree. I feel like Yeah, even though we still only, with every quarter, it was we very consistent. 4 goals every quarter from us. Despite that, it did feel like the quality of our football improved. We were kind of breaking down Sydney bit by bit. Not just the way they play, but also the confidence. And they just kind of ground them down until eventually they more or less were just kind of having their way and playing with their food a little bit late. So overall, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, that was about stopping their sort of like positions as well. As in their forward line was good early, then we shut that down. Then in the second quarter, their midfield got good, and we sort of shut that down in the second half. I thought Isaac Hinte was a bit grumpy out there today at times.
The chat stuck the boots into him early on, and I kind of didn't get a chance to really pin it and discuss it with, I think it might have been Ethan that I had on at that particular point when the conversation was going off. But yeah, he was carrying on like a little petulant child today. So it was good. They really got, Mark O'Connor really got under his skin. And when you're a tagger like that, or playing that tagging role, if you can get in their head, you've pretty much already won the battle.
Yeah, it was getting frustrated a lot. I thought earlier I was a bit concerned with Tyson Stengel when he had that shot on goal which missed, and thought, it was going to be another start to the game where he kicked
3 behinds in the first quarter.
In the first quarter, but yeah, Shannon Neal, what a first half from him. That really set the game up.
Would have loved for that to be at home, so we start getting them tequila blasting back to back as he's been making a habit of doing. He's been kind of, I guess the thing that, if I was to level any one criticism at Shannon Neal so far and what he's been doing in the last month, because he's been playing really good football, but I'd say it's been for a quarter or for a half, but it's not been a full 4 quarter. Like we've there was one game that does kind of stand out. I can't. Maybe it was the Essendon game. No, there was one game where he kind of consistently over the course of the game was kind of continuing to kick goals. I can't remember which game that was. Maybe it was Port.
Yeah.
But the rest have all been, it's been this big blitz of 3 or 4 goals in a quarter, or a quarter and a bit. I'd like to see that continue throughout the game. Not that he would then kick 10 goals for the game, but just to continue to remain relevant throughout. I think that's probably the area for improvement at the moment, but the skills are now looking really good. When the ball gets kicked his way, I feel like I can depend on him. I'm pretty happy overall, but I think that's probably the one area of improvement required still.
Yeah, the last 3 weeks when he's kicked 3 or more, usually those goals have come in like a short amount of like time period, and then doesn't really do too much for the rest of the game. But yeah,
Jared's flagging the Bulldogs game potentially, and that actually also sounds right. I can't remember what it was now though.
When we played GWS a few weeks ago, where he kicked 5, that was when he kind of just had a good 4-quarter performance as well. But yeah, hopefully, he can start having an impact in every quarter.
Yeah, even if he's actually not getting on the score. And look, I would say I was probably a smidge harsh there because there's still plenty of good ground ball moments where he's knocking the ball on and all of those sorts of things that I think were quite important. But yeah, it's just clunking a few, getting the ball moving by foot. I'd like to see more of that quarter in, quarter out, but otherwise I think he's in a really good place the way he's playing at the moment. Can't complain too much. And I'm just double checking the goal output is like this last 2 months in particular. He had that big breakout. He'd kick 1s and 2s up until the round 11 game against who's that again? Sorry, it's lots of data. So the round 12 game against the Dogs where he kicked 5, and then since then it's just been he's been lighting it up. 4 against Essendon, 3 against Brisbane, 5 against the Giants, 4 against St Kilda, 3 against Port, 3 against Essendon. Now another few today. Like he's really got his tail up at the moment, so it's been awesome.
Really starting to build on. He's kicked 40 goals this year. Like that's really good. Pretty much his first, not like first year, but as in like first full time year.
Yeah, last year. When did he come in? Oh, he came in round 6, so close to a full year. But he came in round 6 and then properly in the team from round 11. But yeah, you're 100% right. Like this is and even I'm just quickly like I'm looking at AFL tables as we go through this, and even just the match time, the difference in match time that he's been getting in the games this season versus last season.
Yeah, he's playing
consistently 80s, 90s, as opposed to last year where it was kind of 70s. And towards the end of the season, when we absolutely needed him, those numbers started to shoot up. But he wasn't nearly as ready at that stage. So
no, and yeah, he's really playing as like the key position sort of time frame now in games, getting to like 80s and 90% game time. So they've put his like full confidence in him, the coaching group.
Yeah, as well they should. I haven't seen the footage yet, but the chat has been popping off about Ollie Wines. And apparently he's gotten 3 weeks or something.
Oh yeah, it was a bump after a kick, but he he hits him like here, like behind his shoulder. It looked very weird that he got the suspension for that. And,
I'm just digging up a clip now, but I've got to endure an ad. I'll try and project it once I can. Oh, actually, we'll see. Depends on who had the telecast for that one, because otherwise we might lose this video straight away. But I probably don't need to, actually. I think everyone else has kind of commented on it anyway. So where is he? What has he done? Waiting. Oh, no. You can't get 3 weeks for that. No. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's shocking.
Was he... it happened quickly. I couldn't work out which player actually got collected. Was he concussed?
Oh, I'm sure he's not getting concussed
presumably
after that. It was very silly. I presume, but we all know the tribunal is outcome based instead of like actual hit.
They are, yeah.
Like I do like the worst hit in the world, which like would usually get like 8 weeks, but because the player somehow did not get concussed, just 2 weeks.
Seeing that makes me worry a little bit for Connor O'Sullivan now after his bump today. Not nearly as severe, I would still say, like very different, but does make me worry that he might cop a week now, if that is kind of working with that as a precedent.
I wouldn't lose sleep if he got 1 week for that. To be honest, if he got 2,
no, I wouldn't be too worried yet. Two would suck.
One, because he misses the first final, and that'd be very, very annoying. Because he was really good today, O'Sullivan, I thought.
Yeah.
But if he gets 1, just cop it, and he just doesn't play next week, and we can. I'm not really sure anyone in the VFL who could come in. Perhaps like any backman that could college. Is College Jasny be ready?
Well, he was getting a bit of work done on the bench at one point today. I don't know what the actual concern was in the end, but he would be a candidate. I could also see, as much as he was potentially doing his farewell today, I could see someone like a Mitch Duncan. They're not like for like, of course. Sully plays a much taller sort of game. But I could see a Mitch Duncan, coming in that half-back sort of role. I could see him being a potential candidate.
It looked from the VFL, though, that it might have been Mitch's last game.
It did feel like a farewell.
They all got around him after he kicked a goal, and his whole family were there.
Including Billy Smets running out on the ground.
Running out onto the ground.
But, I would think, if there's a player, and I'm quickly looking at Ollie Henry kicked 2 goals for. What could have been there? That's almost his season in a nutshell. Close but no cigar. But I look at the VFL and I look at the players there, especially if Collar, there is some sort of lingering something off the back of this. Then Mitch Duncan does look like the one, and maybe he's all getting a bit carried away for his farewell. So we'll see.
Yeah, just comes in next week, has 35 touches or something, and just
can't get him out of the team after that. Back to the
Been
super
awkward
sub.
after that.
But shout out to Jay Polkinghorn, who kicked 4 goals too in the VFL as well. So he's continuing to come along nicely. Hopefully we see him playing in the hoops next year.
We've got a few good forwards in the VFL who came from last year's draft. Of course, Molia, who kicked 5 in his first VFL game, and Polkinghorn.
Another 2-1 today as well.
Yeah. They're all good. The VFL forward one is good. The VFL, disappointing they didn't make finals compared to the really good year they had last year. But last year, of course, they had Manor and Humphreys in the side, and O'Sullivan as well, who kind of just really carried, as well as the few blokes who are still in. Well, Mitch Hardy as well, who had his VFL season last year was just generational.
Careful, you're going to summon the Valors back as soon as you mention his name.
But yeah, I'm not too sure of anyone in the VFL at this stage coming back. I think the team we have at the moment is what our 22 would look like.
I mean, the big challenge we've got, in terms of keeping the depth ready, and whether that's Mitch Duncan, whether that's Jake Kolajasny, whether that's Ollie Henry or Cam Guthrie or whoever it happens to be, Jed Buse, the problem we've got is that the VFL season's over. There we go. Look, I knew we'd some. There's the crown for Mitch Hardy. It's the game time. Like getting runs into these blokes now is going to be a real challenge. I think I heard Scotty referencing in his pre-round press conference the other day when he wasn't, flat batting in the best possible way, that dumbass reporter who wanted to talk about Bailey Smith's new relationship.
Yeah. That should be nothing. Talking about week for this week.
Oh, every week's a bad week for them now. They're all just they're too. Sorry, I won't say all, but a great number of them are now too caught up in what the mastheads want, which is clicks. And so it's all just, okay, we got a comment from Chris Scott about Bailey Smith's relationship. No one cares.
Yeah, he does not care. I like, though, how Chris Scott in the press conference said to the journo, look, I know you probably don't want to ask this question, but yeah. And that's what he does understand about journos, that sometimes they're asking some questions that they don't particularly want to ask, and they have to by their bosses or whatever.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one for them, but yes, it did kind of amount to not the best of weeks for them. But as someone who's not footy journalism, but does a bit of media stuff and has a few interviews that I've got lined up this week, there's a few that I'm like, okay, I've got to tick these boxes, and then I can move on to the stuff that I want to ask about. So stay tuned for an interview with Borderlands developers later, people. But anyway, so what else on the mind from the game today? Obviously, Tom Stewart's name's come up a lot in the chat, and with those we've spoken to so far, Tyson Stengel's featured. Not as much Sean Manor conversation as I would have thought, considering he kicked 3-3 and 19 disposals. But talk to me, who sticks out for you?
It was really good today, Sean Manor. He's had a really good last few weeks, ever since the St Kilda game, pretty much. He's kicked 3 goals, 3. He could have had 6. He was just everywhere. And I like how we're putting him in the midfield now at times. Like, he had 4 clearances as well. Like, we are giving him that midfield time, which is really good.
Yeah, no, I think there's some really important stuff there that came out of that one. So I've been directed to Tyson Stengel on Instagram. Shadoo's referenced something that's in the Discord. I've gone to the Discord. Hang on. I'm gonna have to screen share for this one. Where are we? There we go. Get our screen share going. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you, Tyson Stengel. You're a ripper. Connor O'Sullivan being taken away by the police off the back of that bump.
That is good. Perfect. That is good timing for a photo, isn't it?
That's a ripper. I think his Mad Monday costume just got sorted, or Wacky Wednesday.
Yeah. I wonder what the context is of that photo, though. And
I mean, that's not Sully. Looks a lot like him, but no way is that Sully.
No.
It was also, I'm not even sure if that, and if it is, I think it's been kind of photoshopped in. It does the lighting doesn't look right, but we'll see. Anyway, thank you, Shadu, for dropping that one and then flagging it for me. But yeah, sorry, I kind of hijacked that one. So yeah, sorry, Sean Manor. Obviously, you referenced there. Was there someone else you were talking about?
What was I going to say? It was Sean Manor was. I think it been. I don't think we are that surprised by his game anymore because it's kind of just what we expect out of him now, which is kind of funny. But obviously, he's done that the last few weeks. Obviously, there'll be a week where it won't pan out like that, and hopefully there isn't. But there probably likely will be a game where he falls a bit. I notice he does struggle when we play the Lions. I don't know, for some reason I just can't get his mojo going when we play the Lions. So if we were to meet them in a final, I think he might be one of our most important players.
Yeah, potentially. Also, back to our conversation from before, there is a poll that Ben has set up in the chat tonight, just around who is the most likely to play against Richmond in the event that someone comes in, of course. George Stevens with 33% of the vote. I'm sure that's the Valor's responsible for every single one of those votes. Jake Cole-Jasny is 13%. Oh, George has just shot up to 38. He's now equal on top. Mitch Duncan with 38% as well. Potential farewell. And Jed Buse, a potential farewell with 12% as well. So far, it's still a live poll and votes are still coming in. But
that's a hard one. I reckon either Dangerfield or Smith won't play next week. Probably more Smith, I guess. I reckon they'll give him the week off.
Time to go stock up on the nose beers because he's going to need them come the end of the finals.
Are you promoting cocaine use on the channel? There is.
No, I'm suggesting that might be something he's going to partake in. I wouldn't dare do that because I work in the education system and I will lose my job.
But no, I don't reckon Smith will play next week. I reckon they'll give him the rest. I think I said Ben instead of Paul.
I mean, he can't win. He can't win the Brownlow now, so I don't think he
probably can't. But yeah, he probably can't. I reckon I'll give him the week off. It's a bit of a shame we won't see Toby this year as well.
Yeah, that's Look, I'm going to stand by. Like, I think we need to bring in Rowan Marshall now. Like, that opportunity is going to be there. I think we really need to.
Yeah.
And if it turns out that Toby comes along nicely, if Mitch Edwards comes along nicely, then great. We've got lots of options and we've got depth. And Rowan Marshall's still 30 plus, so he's not going to be there for a long time. But he's going to be a great player to kind of fill in the gaps and complement. And look, he wants to play as a ruckman predominantly, but we know that he's got the chops as a forward. And so what that does, if in a hypothetical scenario, Toby Conway comes good, he becomes our number one ruckman for next year, surprising everyone, but he comes in, becomes our top dog. Rowan Marshall could just go forward. He can play essentially what Mark Blitzarves has been playing in the last month or so. He can play that role, be incredibly proficient at it. And then Mark Blitzarves is off the chain to go back to being Mr. Fix-It wherever he wants as well. So I think there's lots of options there, let alone the fact that Mark Blitzarves is not that far away from the end. Like he's an old bastard too. It's just that his body's been holding up pretty well. So reality is he's probably not that far away from done.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Blitzarves, he's how old is he? 30.
He's the same age as Cam Guthrie.
Okay. Yeah, Cam Guthrie would be about
32? Turning 33?
32, 33. Do you think it's Cam Guthrie?
I'm quickly scrolling to, there he is, number 46. He's 34.
34. Okay, even older. So yeah,
His birthday is in March. So yeah, he's already turned 34. So he'll be 35 basically by the time our next season starts.
Yeah, so hasn't got too long left. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
Cam Guthrie. Do you think it's end?
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm.
I think
Do you
this is a season where, in terms of all the list management, I was a bit on the fence. When was it? Oh, a month or two ago. I was a little bit on the fence. I was more on the side that he might stay just to give us those depth options. But and look, maybe that still remains the case. I think the question marks over a certain individual and their legal fate, potentially, if that doesn't go the way he perhaps hopes, then there's where a midfielder down. The depth gets hit a little bit. That maybe you go, okay, let's keep Cam there because we know that if we need him, and presuming we can kind of work on his body and get him to a position where he can get out there and do what he needs to do, then he might be a really good backup option for us. And as long as he kind of knows that he's playing in the VFL all year, not a big deal. But so Cam Guthrie's 32. So they weren't the same year. Anyway. It's just because they're all Sunbury. Him, his brother, and Mark were all from Sunbury. So that must be just where the tightness was. But I had it in my head that they were the same time. Because I don't think we're going to be like any of these big midfield dogs that we're supposedly chasing. That's not going to be this year. Whether it's a Harley Reid, whether it's a Zach Butters, whether it's a Sam Walsh, all those players that we've been kind of connected to, it doesn't seem like we're going for the big midfield fish this year. That seems like it's next year. And I'm waiting for Gary to now pop into the chat and go, we don't need any more midfielders, reliably. I get that all the time on the Paul James show, and I kind of get it in a way. But it sounds like we're not chasing that big fish until next year. So there's merit in maybe going, okay, we'll keep him on board. If TB loses his spot, there's one gone. Mitch retires, there's two gone. Maybe it's Reese, maybe it's Jed, maybe like there's a few potential options, but maybe one of them disappears. There's your three spots that you need already. Like you need to offload at least three. That's it, done. And then from there, it's, I look at this list and I've got it in front of me now, and I look at all the guys who aren't getting games, the kids or even those who've just been around for a few years, like a Ted Closey, and I wouldn't want to be offloading that depth.
No, definitely not.
There's no one that I look at and go, like, again, ignoring the older guys who maybe are ready to fall off a cliff age-wise. I don't really look around and go, you obviously aren't up for it. Like the body of work that they've all demonstrated at various points through the VFL says that, and I'll go through it. No, Jay Polkinghorn just kicked 4 goals too. It's obviously his first year. Also can't be delisted because it's a 2-year contract. But anyway, Toby Conway, Chris Scott has not been at all backwards in going forwards. That he is a long-term prospect for them still.
We re-signed him for 2 years earlier this year.
Yeah, like they've got no concerns about him. Mitch Nevitt, I also, for this reason, like I think he's right there or thereabouts. Now, maybe him, the likes of Ted Closey and those sort of guys consider their options elsewhere for opportunity. But if they're not looking to go, I don't see Geelong delisting them. Mitch Edwards, obviously, promising ruck option. Jai Clark, again, probably in the same conversation as Mitch Nevitt. I think opportunity. I don't know. I think the biggest obstacle with Jai Clark is just that his body is still a bit slight. I think if he can build, like, get a bit of time in the gym and just really build himself into a bigger beast, mass wise, because I think height wise, he's 181. It's actually kind of small for a midfielder these days. But if he's able to get a bit more weight on him, so he can actually hold himself up through some of the tackles, he's finding the ball okay. He's bursting into contests well. It's just that he doesn't have the figure to be able to break away or to be able to hold, stick the tackle at the AFL level like he is at the VFL level. So
I think, we would potentially have up to maybe even 5. I don't think we'll have 5 retirees, but we could potentially have 5 retirees this year. I think we'll have 2, Duncan, and actually Duncan won't retire. I reckon he'll play another year at another club. I reckon another club
So
will
you
want
reckon
him
we'll
for a
ultimately
year.
delist him?
Sorry?
So you reckon we'll ultimately delist him?
Probably, yeah. I reckon so. And then I think, Cam Guthrie might be done in terms of a retirement. I'm not really sure what to make of his VFL form or anything. They can he just not get the ball, or are they just
They don't keep a record of game time either, so.
No.
But as I continue through that list, George Stevens, obviously his name's been spoken about plenty of times. The one true rising star, free him.
Yeah. Maybe it's they might the AI image might not be AI. Might actually be real.
That was a real thing. Look, I don't like AI, and I kind of get the shits up a little bit when Ben over relies on AI, but it's not a bad one. It's not a bad one. Jacob Mollier is in his first year and obviously demonstrating plenty. Any of these first years can't go. Ollie Wiltshire is potentially one that's vulnerable, I guess.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be rushing it. I think they're experimenting with him at the moment and developing, rounding out his game. I think someone mentioned in the Discord today he's spending a bit of time in defence. Lenny Hopton, is he out of contract?
I don't think so.
Because that first contract is usually 2 years for a draftee, so he would be out of contract this year. I just don't know if he's already signed on. He could be vulnerable, maybe. Xavier Visic's in his first year, can't go. Rechko's, I think, first year. Oh no, Rechko's second year, but he's lighting up in the VFL, so I don't really see any issues for him. Kite Mattify Forbes.
There's no one really
I can think there's vulnerable technically.
At the moment who'll be delisted at the end of the year. There's no one really thinking.
That's the thing, yeah. Even some of these guys that they're coming off the back of their first contract, and you go, technically they can go, but also I don't think they've demonstrated any reason why we would delist them. It's a really good problem to have. But it might be the retirees that actually make the space. And what I guess my kind of theory on a bit of this is that if we are in fact chasing the big fish next year, and people go, how can Geelong afford to do this? It's always the outside noise, and they're always trying to suggest that there's something dodgy. We already know that we're not paying our absolute top end as much as they're worth. That's been the Geelong culture for 2 decades now, at least. But I feel like what we're potentially going to see, especially with some of the older guys retiring in either this year or by the end of next year, is that those guys make up the money. There's the money there that gets distributed amongst everyone else. You bring in a couple of young kids, then come next year to make your list spaces. A couple of those young kids, maybe unfortunately some that don't necessarily deserve to get delisted, find themselves off the list. You get your big fish coming in the door, and the money, well, that's already been paid for by your retirees from the year before. So you're not actually, you're always just massaging the salary cap over the course of years. It's never about, you can pay over 100% in 1 year if that's offset by another year. So you can make all these things work pretty easily without doing anything dodgy at all. But I think it's kind of a combination of the older guys and then the youth that's going to be, potentially, unfortunately, delisted along the way that creates the spaces for the big dogs. The money is then there from the combination of the guys, the younger blokes and their smaller contributions, as well as those retirees. And there's your salary cap side of it sorted. So, and yeah, Jackie's pointed out, that's right. I got mixed up on the years because I looked through the thing and it said 19, that they're both 19, but of course they would have turned 19 this year. So yeah, they're in their first. So they're the ones that I guess I'm talking about potentially at the end of next year. If they haven't really lit it up, they're the vulnerable ones. I think they're the ones that start to make the space for the big dog to come in the door. It's all just, I think it's a simple smoothing thing. And I kind of get in my maths teacher bag of the whole thing. I get students kind of question me on this shit all the time because they're all going, you guys are a bunch of cheats and blah, blah, blah. I go, no, all right, fine. Let me show you how a contract works. And I start, and I give it, there's a million little bell curves all across the screen. I go, look how none of these are sitting at the exact same point. That's how you don't break a salary cap. You smooth it across the entire thing. It's just, yeah. But I think so many people just don't don't get it. I think there's a lot of people who aren't Geelong supporters who don't get it. As Geelong supporters, we've been educated on it a little bit. We understand how it's working. There's been, we kind of dial into the media and the commentary within the four walls, and so we get it. But I don't think anyone else does. And so they rant, they rave, they tell us we're getting money from Morris Finance.
No, yeah, exactly. Money from Morris Finance.
And give them a farm.
US government is giving us money as well.
Yeah, it's all Trump. Trump
Yeah.
wants Geelong to win.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't be surprised some other sort of countries' economy is sort of given to Geelong. GDP is sort of given to Geelong's salary cap.
Vladimir Putin's part of it as well, I heard.
Exactly, yeah.
The Kremlin, they love the Geelong Football Club.
Oh yeah, exactly. They don't have blue in their flag. They have blue in their flag for a reason.
Yeah. Bit of blue, bit of white, actually.
Yeah.
People don't get math, Paul. I mean, you're right, Jackie, and they're screwed as a result. We're all screwed as a result. Scotty's fourth job's incoming, summer job.
Yes.
Scotty's going to start an OnlyFans to get the money in the door. Between his OnlyFans money and Bailey Smith with his Tinder deal that he signed up, only to then start dating someone almost immediately. Well done, Bailey. Like let's set aside the relationship bullshit that's all going on online. I love that he's like clearly been in a relationship at this, or potentially it might be a little bit shady, the relationship. I don't know, who cares? But like he's clearly in a relationship at the same time that he's taken this bag from Tinder. He goes, yeah, look, got your money. I'm already dating someone, so I don't need to use your app. Thanks. Like,
ads are still popping up on my thing saying, or thing going, I'm currently single. I'm using Tinder. Use Tinder.
Well, yeah, Horatio says dating or shagging. That's a good point. Bit of friends with benefits. Maybe it's just not even the friends. Maybe it's just the benefits. Anyway, enough about Bailey's relationship. So, any other thoughts from the game at all? I can see we've got Kiri in the background. I know Lucas was there. We'll probably be back, but he also said something before that he was at the police station. I saw in the chat. So
yeah,
I don't know what's going on there, but
he was filthy after the first 5 minutes. He was ready to rant.
He was ready to board the place up.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we've got a bit off topic of the game. Let's get back on the game a bit. We got better as each quarter went on. I thought Jack Martin has solidified his place as a forward now. I won't go on for too much longer because there's a few.
No, you're right. No, go for it. And he's a name that hasn't really come up today, but he was great.
Really good. Brian Myers was real. I reckon he only had 18 touches. I reckon all 18 of those touches were just something. It's either a score involvement or something. Just
score involvement, goal. Well, actually, there was no goal assist, but just like really creative plays as well.
Yeah, he kicked a really good goal from the pocket as well. Where they are in front of the cheer, which for some reason the SCG, the cheer squad, sits on the not behind the goals, like a few sections away,
just slightly off center.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about, but yeah, because that's where the old bloke Kenny used to sit in the front the front row of the SCG, like all the old supporters. They're, I don't know, just keeping that in their memory or something, but yeah, it was a good performance from what could have been a danger game, definitely.
You've just used the key word that I actually wanted to discuss. Tell me about your take on Danger today, because he's not like I've tried to drag him into conversation so far, but no one's really bitten when I've mentioned his name. So now I'm just gonna force the conversation out of someone. What do you think of Danger's game today? 4 goal assists is obviously a very important figure, but just in terms of the presence around the game, the way he played the game, tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah, when he had the chance, he was leaping at everything, took a few good marks, got a really good goal from just I think it was Buxar. It might have been Neil who tapped it to him, where he just did the crumb and just snapped around and kicked a really good goal. But yeah, he was kind of just, all his touches were just like I said about Myers, were all really good. Like he had 4 goal assists from his I remember when we played Essendon earlier in the year, he only had 11 touches, but like 5 of them were goal assists. Like,
Yeah.
So yeah, he's had a lot of goal assists this year, so that's a really good aspect of his game.
There's some really good stuff going on. And for me, like the play for me was the where he take it probably between half forward flank and the wing, where he burst out on the lead, took the mark, landed, and just basically halted his momentum immediately, turned around and took off, and his opponent had already overshot the mark and was way behind him. Delivered it perfectly inside 50 that resulted in a goal. That was as simple as a player as it looks in the eyes of many. When you factor in his age, the fact that he was going flat out for that lead, hit the ground, and just took off straight away, like the core strength that's required, the leg strength that's required, that was unreal. I was so impressed by that. And I think it probably, potentially overlooked by a lot of non-Geelong supporters, but I think that was a great play and really shows just how important he's still going to be going into this final series. And also I've liked, I had all these concerns early in the year about his influence over others in the forward 50. I think that's sorted now. I think he's worked out what he needs to be, and everyone else seems to have worked out the role that he's playing or how he wants to play. And so we're good.
Yeah, they've all sort of figured each other out, how to move around the forward line with each other. Compared to sort of like start to middle of towards like the middle of the season, it was sort of a bit dysfunctional at times. But they've all really worked out how to just each other's role in the forward line, I guess.
Yeah, Jackie says danger should come with a trigger warning for Swans. There was no Isaac Smith out there today, which made his case a little bit better. It's a shame this wasn't grand final day.
Smith though, but yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's something about Smiths not minding playing against the Swans. Anyone else that you really wanted to highlight?
I thought Sam DeCone getting back into some better form today. It was good early when the ball was coming into the defensive 50 really quickly. Just able to be stable and take a few good. And I think Tom Stewart had a really good game, really good intercept marks. I mean, what were just very dumb kicks from Sydney straight to him, but to still be able to do that was very good.
Yeah. And before we wrap it up, I'm going to need a 3-2-1 from you. What are we thinking?
I'll give the 1 to Tom Stewart. I think really good intercept plays. I'll give the 2 votes to Sean Manor. Just having a standard Sean Manor game now. 3 goals.
It's pretty standard now, yeah.
Really good. And then I'll give the 3. It's a bit basic, but I'll give the 3 votes to Smith. He was really good in the first quarter when things weren't really going well, and then just really got us going from there on. I really like how he's playing as more the I think this a few weeks ago, but I really like how he's playing more contested, sort of like getting the hard ball.
Yeah. He started like. I was going to say starting. It's not really the right word, but his game this year, he's kind of evolved his own game this year, just within the confines of this season, where he was very outside, and I wouldn't say uncontested, but not the contested beast that you kind of want from your absolute best midfielders in the comp. He was still a lot of glitz and flash and flair. But in the last 2 months, you can see him like being more willing to just bury himself at the foot of the contest and compete really hard. He's rounding out his game really nicely at the moment.
Yeah, and just we'll see. I don't really care if he wins. I would hope I don't think he'll win the Brownlow. I hope he does, I guess, but I don't think he will, and no. I wouldn't get too upset if he didn't win it. But I just look forward to seeing all the Daily Mail and Herald Sun headlines when he turns up with Tammy or whatever, and just see what happens there.
Some completely irrelevant socialite on his hip.
Yes, exactly.
It'll keep things interesting. And it's probably for the best if we happen to be playing in a grand final. It's probably for the best that he doesn't win the Brownlow, because I don't think he'll be able to contain himself that night, and that might just derail his whole grand final campaign. Again, I don't make any references to anything because the Department of Education might come after me. But you know what I mean, everyone. Well, Ben, thank you very much for coming on, as always. Looking forward to doing it again sometime soon.
That's all
Any
right.
other thoughts you want to share before we get out of here?
No, I think everything was said. Let's just get into next week against Richmond. I'll just say something real quick. To be honest,
Yeah.
I don't know who. Gold Coast really stuffed up their chances yesterday, and we could have had a final against Gold Coast, but now it's looking like it will be either against Brisbane or Collingwood, and I don't know who I'd rather play. I don't know who I'd rather play. They both kind of scare me. Brisbane as a team scare me more, but if we were to play Collingwood, the crowd is going to be a massive influence. So,
and there were signs. Like, I know they choked and they kind of blew it against Adelaide, but it was 71 inside 50s to like 37 or something like that.
Yeah.
There were signs.
Could you imagine the outrage if Geelong got away with 2 throws which went to a few goals?
We would have paid the umpires. Morris Finance, Cotton On, and the farm got given to all the umpires.
Yeah. Cotton On and Morris Finance paid the umpires.
Yeah, but hopefully we don't have these concerns.
No, definitely not.
Well, thanks, mate. Look forward to chatting again nice and soon. As always, Cheers. It's been a pleasure.
Cheers, Paul. Have a good
rest
of the show.
Will do. All right. Next up, Kiri, you've been hanging around for a while, mate. Let's bring you on. Oh, there he is. How's things, mate? Where do you come to us from this time? What beautiful location you found this time. I saw the reference in the chat. So,
g'day, Paul. Thanks for having me on. I'm in Hvar, Croatia now. So on the on the tail end of the trip. So
when does it all come to a close now?
It all comes to a close next Monday. But I'll give you a stat, and I don't know if I should have to keep going abroad, but Geelong are now 5-0 when I'm overseas. So I don't know if I should stay overseas for us to go all the way to the grand final. That's how it's working apparently. So
yeah, you're not welcome back in Australia. Does anyone know anyone that can cancel his passport?
We'll see, mate. But I have to be back for the grand. I have to be back for the grand final. So
no, you don't. Sorry, no chance. Jackie's also saying you're looking a bit sun-kissed at the moment.
Maybe the prelim, but I don't know. But we'll see. But look, I thought today's game was really good. First 5 minutes, other than that, I thought was a professional output by the Catters. The midfield trio of Goulden, of Heaney, and Chad Warner, they were all pocketed. Mullen pocketed Goulden, even though he had 22 touches. So I thought he didn't bring impact whatsoever.
Yeah, they weren't hugely effective.
Nah, Heaney, I thought he got. Oh, it was just under Mullen's skin, O'Connor's skin. Sorry, and I just loved it. He just got owned by an immigrant wearing a premiership medal. I don't know if this was said, but yeah, that's Isaac Heaney. He's got a premiership medal. You don't, mate. And honestly, my respect for him has gone down the toilet. I admired Isaac Heaney as a player, but just a cowardly act. And this is the other thing. How many times did our players get mauled around the neck and all that sort of stuff? And when we tackle them legally below the shoulders, it's a fucking free kick. I just don't get it. And all the Sydney fans on Twitter, mate, you need to learn the rules. Focus on NRL. You clearly don't know the rules of AFL.
Well, no, that became really obvious. There was one particular moment where I can't remember. I think it might have been someone tried to bend it out back into play from really tight against me. We kicked it out on the full anyway. Landed in some Sydney supporters' arms, and just the technique behind the handball, just to get the ball back. I'm like, oh, you don't know anything about this game.
Yeah. No, terrible. Especially on the Twitter feed. And look, I admire the Sydney Swans as a football club. I admire their fan base, but I feel like first time today, I thought, yeah, you're a bunch of nuffies. That might be enough for the week. The Sydney supporters.
I haven't got enough worked out yet.
But
I'm
look,
sure
I thought this.
I'm sure I'll come up with
Yeah,
something. But
we know the SCG. It's not usually a great venue. We not a good venue. We play at really well, and to our credit, like especially that fourth quarter, I thought we did good. Bailey Smith, he's just getting better and better week by week. You know, he's always racking up the 30 disposals, but like what Ben said on the previous call, he's getting his teammates involved. He's not just that get ball, kick ball sort of player and just hoping
Yeah.
for the best. Like his ball use is just getting much better. And Paddy Dangerfield back in the midfield as well. I thought was really good. Tyson Stengel back to his best footy as well.
yeah, if you come back to Australia next week, you're
We'll see. Well, we'll see. But
you just got to look at it this way. It's
you
like, oh no, I've got to spend more time in beautiful Europe. What am I going to do?
yeah, but
I'm sure you didn't budget for that. But like, sorry, but the Cats are succeeding without you now.
Cats are succeeding without me apparently. So, but you know, let's hope if it's a prelim against Brisbane, I might have to chuck my passport away somewhere. Who knows? But look, yeah, we're in the finals, officially qualified now. Top 4, potentially top 2, most likely going to be Brisbane. If we're going to have to play the grand final, you're either going to get past the Brisbane Lions or the Adelaide Crows. Collingwood, I don't rate. I think the wheels have fallen off for the Pies now. Yeah. And the SCG turf, absolutely terrible.
Oh.
That's the amount of players I saw slipping on the ground. I just couldn't believe it. The fact that, and this is the other thing, don't do concerts in the middle of the AFL season. Full stop. You know, it just wrecks the pitch. You know, you wonder how many injuries have happened out of that ground as well. There's no welfare for the players. It's I haven't seen the press conference yet.
Yeah, no, he referred to it as Mumbai, and Mumbai.
Oh wow,
which was great. And to be fair, like you see, you actually there's this pre-game footage of him walking across it, and like you see him kind of trying to stub his toes in and kick it, and like there was not a lot of give. Like
I saw that
the pitch space in the middle. Like there's probably you probably got to ask the question: is if the curators are going to continue down this path where their priority is cricket and nothing more, and to an extent I get it because New South Wales is an NRL state and cricket.
And cricket, yeah.
So the SCG, it's looked at as a cricket. I mean, first it's in the name, but like they look at it as a cricket ground that gets used by the AFL from time to time. Well, if their priority is that, then maybe the AFL has to go, fine, we'll take it over to what's the one that they use for the Olympics? What do they call it now?
Oh, Stadium
Australia.
Stadium Australia, yeah.
Like take it over there. They've had plenty of time to sort out the issues they had 20 years ago.
They played home games there before the Sydney Swans, so I don't see what's the issue from there. Because I remember listening on SEN one time. Port Adelaide, they actually sent an email to the SCG people saying, "Hey, the pitch is not AFL standard. You know, you need to get this checked." So it's something they need to clear, for the sake of our players and all of that, and just from a viewing perspective as well. Just absolutely terrible.
I think the AFL does need to threaten them with it a little bit though, because for all that, okay, sure, NRL first, cricket second, AFL third, but if the AFL goes, well, fine, we'll take our business to, as Roaming's kind of clarified, it's referred to as a core stadium these days.
Yeah.
But the old Sydney Australia, like if they go, well, we'll take our business there. That's a lot of money lost by the SCG if they don't have footy there. From all the vendors that are there to the money they make from the AFL throwing it at them. Like, I think just make the threat and force their hand a little bit.
100%.
Scare them into it. Because for all that, yes, we might be the number 3 sport there in the state. That money is still huge.
Yeah, and the amount of money that even the New South Wales government has as well. You think they could pitch in as well. You're the leading state of the country. Like it's just absolutely not good enough. You won't see that back in South Australia with the Adelaide Oval. I absolutely guarantee that, and they, GMHBA as well, the MCG, all of that. But it's always the SCG, and that's the other thing. When's the last time Sydney came to Geelong? Like, it's about time they come down there. I can't remember the last time they came to GMHBA.
I feel like it was last year, to be fair.
Last year, I can't remember.
Where are we? Yeah, that's right. Because we came out the blocks real hard last year. It was round 13 last year. We exploded out of the blocks to the point where we were leading by 29 points at quarter time, and then they just steamrolled us from that point onwards.
Oh,
and ended up winning by 30 points themselves.
I swear there was one game we played. That might have been 2023. We the grand final rematch. We absolutely belted the crap out of them. Yeah. Oh, that was the last time they came. Yeah, it's about time that they come there next year. Yeah, because obviously we beat them in the grand final, and yeah, we smashed them by 80 or 90 points the year after as well. So yeah, that's the one. And then we went back to the SCG. There was that bloody draw. Yeah, that's come to my mind now. But yeah, that's one of the grounds I just absolutely dread these days. And I'm happy we won. Shannon Neal had an absolute day out. Reminded me of the Tom Hawkins game. He kicked about 4 or 5 goals in 2019, I think it was.
Yeah, sounds about right.
He was taking the lead. He was everywhere in the forward 50, and that's just what you want to see from your key forward as well. A lot of fans, you're saying, Shannon Neal, Shannon Neely. Well, it's one of these games, and
I said not anymore. Like, I feel like that was relevant for the first 6 games or so.
Not
maybe
anymore.
Maybe the first half a dozen games this year, because he was kind of getting close constantly, but never quite clunking him. But we're long past that point now.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's just,
Lucas,
he's just blossoming.
Enough of that shit.
Yeah, Lucas. You're watching, man.
Oh, he's always listening.
Now, mate.
He's always listening. He's waiting for his moment to jump in. We've gone for 2.5 hours so far. Harasha's there in the background, ready to go. And Luke has still got to jump in. So who knows? We might push 4 hours tonight, and I'm sure my wife will love me for it. Who knows? Who knows? We could still give midnight a shake, and we could have a 4.5 hour long stream. That's right.
Oh man! But what else about the game?
Talk to me. What else kind of caught your eye?
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Well, look, Peter Laddams, I thought, had an absolute legacy game. And this is the thing about Reece Stanley. I think Reece Stanley would have played better if Brodie Grundy was playing in the ruck. He always plays well against the All-Australian ruckman, but when it comes to the B-graded rucks, it's got absolutely towed up today. But yeah, I don't know about Reece. I just hope he's not crook come September. I'm shattered that Toby Conway is out for the rest of the year as well. I don't know about him, to be honest. I'm on the Toby Conway train as well. But yeah, another injury. It's just I don't know. But it would have been a great opportunity. If Toby was fit, ready to go, I would have played him this game, knowing that Reece isn't good up against the B graded ruckman. But yeah, he did okay. Not Reece's worst, but I'm just worried if the lack of rest is going to cost him come September time, especially when you got ruckman against who was it? Darcy Fort, Oscar McInerney.
Yeah, the big guns coming.
Darcy Cameron, who can also be damaging up forward as well.
He's back to play some good football. He looked amazing for the Pies the other night, Darcy Cameron.
Yeah, Darcy Cameron looked good. Jackie in the chat. No, I didn't see the VFL game this morning, unfortunately. But I know Polkinghorne kicked a bag. So yeah, and I would have loved to see. I think Polkinghorne gets a run next year. if Jeremy Cameron sealed up the 100 goals, then probably. But yeah, I think Polkinghorne's probably a bloke we'll see in 2026. And yeah, this is the other thing with Jeremy Cameron this well. I think bit quiet today, but allows players like Shannon Neal to step up and this is what I said last week with the Jezza hype getting to 100 goals. Look, we decide, inaccuracy at goal in the second quarter. We're much more better up in front at goal this week. So
Ben says, does Billy Smith have a Insta account? We need to get him on post game live tonight. Ben, you can do the legwork on that. If you can make that happen, send Billy Smets over.
Yeah, but Mitch Duncan, I think that's probably his last game for Geelong, and
think so.
What a great career he's been at the club. Like what Ben said, I think he's definitely going to go to another club and go on for one more year. Probably the West Coast Eagles, considering he's from Perth, still has family there. And Cam Guthrie, I can't see him making it to the team this year. But yeah, two great players, premiership players. You can't take it away from them.
And unreal in that premiership year too. So
unreal in those premiership years as well. Like Mitch Duncan, especially probably one of the greatest Geelong players in our history to never win a best and fairest or an All Australian Blazer.
Yeah.
So to rack up 300 games as well. Cam Guthrie, an absolute Rolls Royce in our midfield over the years as well. But yeah. But I did see the score with the VFL. We beat the Swans. So
similar margin, almost identical.
Yeah, similar margin. Yeah. So yeah, but But I remember I did see a video at one point about Cam Guthrie maybe keeping him on for another year for depth. I'll be all in favour with that. Only if his health is good. But but I do think we still need an inside mid come summertime, whether it be a James Warple, whether it be a Zach Butters, Harley Reid. I probably won't pay that much.
I'm increasingly of the mind that Harley Reid's situation is he is asking for enormous dollars from the West Coast Eagles, so that he either gets a massive bag from West Coast and you go, all right, maybe we'll come good somewhere in the future. Maybe we'll win a flag while I'm here, but if not, I've just earned $2 million a year for 12 years. And I'm set for life. And I've still played a whole lot of football. Or I scare West Coast away because they refuse to pay that much, but I'll absolutely take less to go to, the old team I supported when I was a kid, Geelong or Hawthorn or whoever the Victorian team happens to be. There's a bit of me that wonders if it's just not a scare tactic sort of number that he's throwing around that you just go, well, if you're West Coast, you go, we can't justify paying this amount. And he just bluffs them.
Yeah.
Might be playing a bit of poker.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, for sure. Yeah.
But I think, in this coming up off season, we'll bring in Warple. We'll probably bring in Marshall, and I think that's fine. That's more than enough for us to be able to reset.
Yeah, 100%. And the more I think of it, I think I'm all in favour of bringing Rowan Marshall as well back to Toby Conway and with our rucks and all of that.
He's versatile.
I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him to come to Geelong as well. If we need to sacrifice, and if we need to sacrifice something to get something, by all means, let's go for it. If Jai Clark and Mitch Never are on the trading block, so be it. Sam de Koning, I said the other week, so be it as well. Although Sam de Koning played well today, I thought he was much better. But again, it's just like the lapse of concentration that he has down back. We know he's a really good footballer, but I just feel like sometimes there are just some moments he feels like he just wants to play when he wants to, and I just don't want that come finals time as well. And again, he is just damn lucky that Jake Jasny hasn't been fit all year, available for selection, because there's a reason why Jasny got picked over De Koning in the finals last year.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he was probably having a career year last year too.
Yeah. And, Jed Buse is the other one as well. That's
justice for Jed.
That's
justice for Jed.
Fighting for a spot as well. But, no, we'll see. But look, top four, I think, are we locked for top two?
Well, no, we have to beat Richmond, but just as long as we win, we could win by 1 point. It wouldn't matter. If we win, we're top two.
Yeah. Beat the Tigers, and bloody hell, can't believe we're finishing our home and away season not in Geelong as well.
It's criminal.
But no, we'll see. Oh, but look, we got to practice. We got to practice at the MCG, and this comes to my mind as well. I'm fine with us playing a home final at the MCG as well. That's where the premierships are won. I did see a video, Paul. You make some really good points.
I mean, look, to be fair, as I think, I undermined my own argument at the moment. I was like, yeah, but I think we're a better chance of winning there. I knew,
yeah,
there was kind of a head and a heart thing. A heart says GMHBA, the head says MCG every day of the week.
100%. That's where the premierships won,
because, I could rant, rave, and have a bit of fun on a video.
Yeah, and we're 2-2 against top 8 teams at GMHBA as well. Not really the fortress that it used to be, and I think we got a better chance of beating Brisbane or even GWS at the MCG. Our game style just suits much more better at the bigger and wider grounds as well. The Adelaide Oval, I'm really comfortable with us playing as well. It's just the bigger grounds we suit much more better. So, I mean, look, I used to be an advocate of having home finals in Geelong, but I've just accepted it. So is what it is. We play the Gold Coast Suns at the MCG. So be it. Brisbane, we play Brisbane at the MCG. I'm more confident playing them than at Geelong. So
yeah, no, that's fair. No, I would agree with that. I'm scared of Brisbane, but I would rather play at the G. Rather play them at the G than at GMHBA. So we'll see. It is what it is. Have I gotten a 3-2-1 from you for the game yet?
No, not yet. Yeah, I'll give you my 3-2-1. So 3 votes I'm going to give to Bailey Smith. Like I said, he's just ball use is getting better and linking up his teammates. He's peaking at the right time of the season as well. 2 votes I'm going to give to Tyson Stengel. Over the last few weeks, he had the kicking yips. It looked like the same thing earlier on, but he turned it around. Scary, yeah. And I'm just really happy that he's playing good footy again. You could see the confidence in him as well. Yeah, good to see the old Tyson Stengel back. It's what we want come September time as well. And 1 vote I'm gonna give to Tom Stewart. He's another player that's shaky at times, but I thought he was just outstanding today. It was like watching the old Tom Stewart. I think he had 25 disposals, 9 marks. It was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Every time Sydney went forward, he was there or thereabouts.
Just an absolute brick wall. You can't.
He did all of that from 80% game time,
this
so
guy.
we didn't even max him out.
But all around good performance from the Catters. Not really expecting much for the game next week. We should be able to win this one. Comfortably, just as long as we keep doing what we keep doing, and just prepare for finals. And I can't believe we're talking about this again. We just absolutely just can't take this for granted.
Finals, farms, finals, and what's the other thing? I bloody heard what's his name talking about it today. Farms, finals, and shit. Dan Gorringe did it earlier today. Did a clip about it today.
But it's like, yeah.
I'm going to see if I can find the clip because I
Yesterday do in Geelong. Farming, fishing, finals.
there we go.
Year in, year out.
Farm and fishing finals. Year in, year out.
Oh, bloody hell. Yeah. And yeah, quickly on the AFLW as well. Yeah, before I go,
Yeah, go for it.
yeah, no, good to see the Cats women's out again. But I just feel like without Chloe Shear, our forward structure, just no function. Like Ashley Maloney didn't kick a goal, which I was surprised with. We're very competitive, no doubt about it. But yeah, just lost all composure in the fourth quarter. We tend to do really well, put forward half pressure on them, but just not hitting on the scoreboard to reward it. I don't know about our chances against the Adelaide Crows. They're the benchmark of the comp. Although they lost to St Kilda, I saw as well, but I don't know. Like what Brendan said, we need to win now. We have an absolutely talented list. I think we got the best midfield in the comp in Amy McDonald, Nina Morrison, and Georgie Prasparkas. We got to start winning, man. Like I thought last year was our 2006 sort of season, and I just hope that loss to North Melbourne is that turnaround sort of game like we had in 07 as well. It's a shame we're not facing Richmond next week, but yeah,
there would have been
I
shades
don't know.
of 07.
Yeah, but yeah, we'll see. It looks like a bit of a tough draw. I think we got Sydney the week after that as well, and they were absolutely outstanding. Zippy Fishy was unbelievable, looking like
What a name too, by the way,
looking
Zippy Fish.
yeah, what a name as well. She looks like she's the rising star at the moment. So, and I know Darcy Maloney's playing. Is for them as well, and she was pretty good. So, we'll see. We'll take it one game at a time.
Just while we're talking AFLW and obviously talking about highly talented players. Now she didn't do a hell of a lot for the Pies the other night, but can we just also highlight Ash Centra and that bounce from backwards from behind between the legs? Because then the very next day we're watching Sam Mitchell standing out in the middle of the oval pre-game, and he's trying to bounce the ball backwards through the back of his legs.
Oh,
what a party trick that was!
Everyone's doing it. They're doing the cinch. Oh, yeah, everyone's doing the cinch now. And does she have the basketball background as well? If you dribble the football like that too, but
that was
wild.
I'll tell you what. And to see people instantly going for it the very next day, like Sam Mitchell, we should have tanked the rest.
We should have tanked the rest of the season to get her seriously. She's going to be the Caitlin Clark of the AFLW. Like people are writing her off early. Well, the coach wasted her in the forward pocket. Wait until she goes on centre bounce full time. Let her cook, man. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, but that's trending. That's trending at the moment, isn't it? So
yeah, I'm actually having a bit of a scroll here, and I've just seen the Sam Mitchell clip has just popped up. I'm seeing something from North. I'm watching some of the North boys trying to go for it and failing. Paul Curtis. Oh, hang on, someone just nailed it there. Like they're all giving it a crack. Like it's taken off. There it is from the St Kilda rooms. Carlton footage. Yeah, like they're all on it. It's good. Don't know if I've lost you though, Kiri. I might have lost you at the very end of that.
Mate.
There you are.
It's a bit choppy. I'm using the eSIM at the moment, so that probably could be why. So
mate, you're doing God's work. Don't worry about it. It's been awesome to have you on board as always, mate.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks for having me on.
But also in the nicest way possible. Given that we want to win finals, don't come back.
We'll see, mate. I'll find a nice sports bar somewhere.
Yeah, no, enjoy it. As soon as it's done, come on back. We're keen to have you, but not until after September 27, which is my daughter's birthday. 100%. So if we make it, I'm a bit worried about my ability to go to the grand final this year.
No worries. Take it easy, Paul.
No, mate. Good to have you on board, and we'll chat soon.
Yeah. See ya.
See you, mate. Next up, Harashi, I think for the first time, maybe on post game live.
No,
I
I think
don't
this is
I don't
number
host
3.
enough of these. Number 3. Okay, well, yeah, I don't host enough of these, and I tend to when Ben's on, he bores me to tears, so I tend to just disappear. Welcome aboard the Paul James version of post game live. How's things, mate?
Yeah, good times to be a Geelong supporter.
Also,
No,
the chat
yeah.
keeps telling me I'm not getting paid this month. I don't quite understand why. Why am I not getting paid? Ben says I might stay a few more days. Paul doesn't need to get paid, so we'll take. Sorry, what made you think I didn't need to get paid? I just paid my MCC membership and my water bill today. I'm fucked already. Come on, guys. I need my money. All right. Anyway, what are you thinking from the game today? What are some of the big takeaways for you?
Well, I said a few weeks back, the main concern I've had was just the last 2 losses we've had, Brisbane, GWS. It was a battle through the guts, and they got control of it, and we either through poor ball use and decision making, or just not getting enough numbers through there. They're teams that like to play, I guess, in a similar manner to what we do to a certain degree, and they know where the game's going to be won and lost, and they took control of Troy. They had a plan, and we didn't respond. So today was probably the day where you knew you were coming up against a team that was going to do that at a ground that we, tends not to be one with a lot of fond memories.
Yeah.
It's been a bit of a bogey ground for us over the years, regardless of how other teams have been going. So I wouldn't say I was worried about it. In more a case of I just thought, look, if we want to, there's a lot of teams that are there or thereabouts this year, and a few of them are getting the wobbles a bit.
You don't want to join that list for starters, and
no.
You want to make sure you take it.
Well, I think I think part of the thing is we've been feasting on also Rans who are thinking about their thinking about getting amongst it in Bali and that on the footy trip. How many blood, if they've got a space at the roulette table in Vegas or something. So,
and even management are going to be thinking about draft picks and those sorts of things. Like it's all,
right. A lot of the, and this is how, I think this is how it tends to work in footy now. The old days of a win's a win. And, you want to, I don't want to say teams are not always trying to win, but I think if you can't make the finals, teams now start to think more about next year, and if the win, you'll keep trying to win, but the win's kind of, winning takes a little bit of a back seat, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's like obviously tanking was a thing a while back, and that got nipped in the bud. And so these days, players go in for operations early. That's how we justify what we're doing to protect the optics of the whole thing. Send them all in for their operations, get them all cleaned up. And to be fair, I actually don't blame the clubs for doing that. If you want to give yourself every chance of getting off to a good start, give them more runs on the board through the preseason. So it makes sense. But yeah, it does mean that you can kind of get a few games where it's just soft kills.
Yeah. Well, I still think, to a certain extent, it can depend on the year that, sometimes a team needs a win, it's like, look, draft pick set first, a bit like what happened with North last year. It's like, oh, they're going to blow this game because they want to get the number 1 pick, and they're like, look, we want to win games of footy, So, but in a year like this where you've got a very clear divide between the contenders and the non-contenders, and I don't think I can ever remember seeing a year where it's been, certainly in the AFL area, where it's been this clear cut. Like, look at the percentages and everything. It's like it's ridiculous. So I sort of thought, well, look, we're doing. You can only play who's in front of you, and we've done, you can't do much more than belt the also rans. But yeah, I thought, oh look, it's just this is one of those games where, it's a game against the Swans at the SCG is always a bit of a test for us.
Yeah.
And how we get out there today is going to say, today's a day we can make a little bit of a statement and sort of even not necessarily everybody else, but more, just to ourselves and for the supporters to say, hey,
we're in this.
We're not sort of just around the mark like we all, like we tend to always be these days, but that, hey, we're serious, we can win this. And yeah, when they, when they sort of jumped out in that first 10, 15 minutes, and I thought, right, they're doing what I knew they were going to do. Let's see if we've learned anything from those last couple of losses that we've had. Let's see if we're going to do anything different. And we did. And we very quickly started to get those numbers, sort of blocked them through the middle, weren't letting them get a run on. The pressure went up. And then, like our disposal, possibly because of the ground, was a little bit sloppy early, but we tightened up. Scratch went back and, took control of the game when it needed to be taken control of. That was probably my favourite bit of the day, where he took the second mark that he took outside 50, and he sort of looked back in the square, and I just said, my missus was here, I was just like, Scratch, just go back and kick it, mate. You got this, mate. Just go back and kick the fucking thing. And then he, straight through the middle. I'm like, this is what, it's just great to see a young player really start to get it all together. And it's not, look, the thing I'd noticed about him when I've defended him at various points this year is like, look, he's still not so much that he's raw, but there's a certain amount of seasoning you need as a player to know, hey, I'm going to go up and I'm taking that mark, But the one thing I've always liked with him, even last year, and in his very early games, when he goes back for that set shot, for those long set shots, you always got a confidence that he can kick those. So today I was just like, mate, just go back and just slam this through. You got it. And he did it. So
yeah, look, I really appreciate it. And I think we're both thinking of the same goal in particular, where he looked around, he really tried to, there was a few gestures, like he was trying to indicate, go here, clear some space, whatever it was he needed to do. I like that he explored those options, because he was ultimately kicking from outside of 50 on a tightish angle relative to where he's kicking from, distance-wise. And I'm glad he explored his options, but then once he recognised, maybe someone had even said, no, go back, have the shot, he just settled into his routine, got himself really composed, and then just executed. And that's what you want from a gun full forward in the modern game, which is because obviously the key forwards of yesteryear would they'd turn their back, never even consider the opportunity there might be or possibility there might be a teammate in a better position.
I do think with him though, when he gets those marks around 50, you'll see him look around to see if he's got that quick hand pass or a quick chip over the top. But if there's nobody on, right, he'll just put the hand up and just say, I'm going back and I'm having a shot. Yeah. And but the thing is, he kicks him. He goes back. He'll say, hey, I'm going to go back and I'm going to take this shot. But his teammate, but that's it. And he goes back and he kicks him. So, then your teammates have got that faith in you. Hey, if he gets that mark, you're almost telling him, just go back and kick it, mate, because you can do this. You're one of the best set shots in the comp. Like, I'd back him anywhere from within 55 meters, anywhere. He's a beautiful kick. So yeah, just the fact that we were able to immediately address the issues, which is something we hadn't really been able to do for most of the year, and just wrest away control halfway through the quarter and just start to, bring it back on our terms and then go away with it. I'm like, yeah, this is the sort of performance that you want to see a couple of weeks out from finals, when a lot of your when a lot of your potential opponents are falling in a big hole, starting to find themselves, the form's sort of wavering a bit. So,
or injuries or any number of things. You want to be hitting your peak. You want to be, and I mean, some of these teams that are still in, decent nick also, like, they're good teams. They're going to get a run on at different points. And so to your point about the momentum and the way they kind of, curbed that today, in particular, that's what you really want to see. That you want to, demonstrate to yourselves, let alone your coaches, let alone the supporter base, let alone anyone else in Australia that's commenting on it, that if you get jumped or there's a block of time when the opposition gets on top, that you are capable of arresting that, as you said, and then starting to push back. And we've seen, Geelong face this issue. This is a decade worth of these sorts of issues where it's happened in semis, prelims, and we've gotten smashed early, and it's taken us a quarter and a half to finally arrest it, and then it's too late. And I think about one particular game against Sydney because I got busted by ABC TV talking about it beforehand, getting very, very confident, only for that to blow up my face and every single friend in my Facebook thing piling into me.
Was it the 2016 prelim, was it?
Yeah, it was. Was it the prelim or the semi? Yeah, the prelim.
Yeah, the prelim.
I got pulled over by. I'd have to try. I can probably dig it out because I haven't used. Funnily enough, I haven't used Facebook a hell of a lot in the last 10 years because off the back of that. But I got pulled over by ABC, and just asking for my thoughts pre-game, and I said, "Oh, look, they got a few injuries. They're a bit banged up. Things aren't going amazingly for them at the moment. It's such a good time for us to get them." And then, things went a bit pear-shaped straight away.
Let's not dwell on that night too much. That was one of the most pleasant,
very different
outings, pleasant outings I've ever had at the footy. I mean, look, to bringing that game up though, the thing that always frustrated me up to 2021 was that, and that night was a really great example. I'm walking into that was the first final my miss ever been to. Because she's from the US. So I said, we'll go to the game, and she hates the Swans, hates them. And they give us a touch up down at Geelong earlier that year, and it was another one of those games where we spent the whole night kicking it to Alir.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah.
I'm not. Would I say, can we not see this bloke out there? Like is it good? Do we think he's wearing one of our Guernseys or something? Because we keep picking him out.
Keep finding him.
Yeah. So, and this was down Geelong. They gave us hide, and so we got him. And we're walking in the ground. I'd been pretty confident, and I just said, I said the thing is, if we come out and start doing the same bloody thing that we did last time we played them, we're in deep poop here, and we did. And I'm like, at the start of the year, I said, because that was the year we got Danger and, Hendo and Zach Smith and all those guys in the preseason. And it was like, these guys can come in. It'll take time for them to, to mesh. And, we might not get going until the second half of the season. So we finished top four. That's good for us, considering we didn't make the finals the year before. But to lose the way we lost that night, I was so angry. It's like, how can you go out there in a game against and do exactly the same thing against the side that pantsed you doing this on our home deck just a couple of months ago? And that seemed to be a common theme right up until that final when Melbourne belted us over there. And after that game, I was just like, look, like we just keep doing the same thing over and over. When is it going to sink in that this isn't working? I'm glad they've chopped us up tonight, because that might just finally force us to sit down and say, something's not right here. Like something's not working here. And we did that. And the fact that we were able to respond the next year and win the bloody thing. So that was sort of that. So all of that was in the back of my mind. The reason I go on about that was just because that's the sort of thing that was in the back of my mind today, was just, we've had these problems and we were exposed by a couple of other finals teams on our home deck earlier in the year. We're going to this ground that's, aside from the fact it's a bogey ground, it's a freaking, the surface is a freaking disgrace. Yeah, it's like a bloody cow paddock out there. You know, I'm just like, this is a sort of game where, you know, we got a chance to really say, hey, you know, we've looked at what we're, you know, and this is what we've been hearing from the coach, from the players. We're just trying to, you know, get our best footy going and, you know, work, you know, really build on what we're doing and everything. It's like, okay, this is the day that you go out there and you show that it's not just all talk, that we're actually building to something. And yeah, the way that they went about it today was just, it was fantastic, you know, and everybody made their little contribution, which was, you know, which was just great.
So while we've been chatting, I've managed to find that old clip. So I'm going to grab it and I'm going to pin it in here and we can have a good old chuckle at my overconfidence, a little 7-second burst. But, oh, hang on, it's already popping up.
And hopefully on the injuries, I think, are probably the biggest concern for them. And hopefully on our end, we're nice and fit and fresh and we can do the job.
And yeah, thanks ABC. You really fucked me.
I wish I still had it. Like, the only time I ever got caught on a vox pop like that was picking up my tickets, my grand final tickets of 2007 before the grand final parade. I'm walking out of the, you know, the art centre. There was a ticket master in the art centre there, and I just walked out, and some bird from 3AW was standing out the front, and she's like, "Oh, you know, you got your grand final tickets there." I'm like, you know, you're pumped up. I'm like, "Oh, hell yeah, you know, how are you going to go?" And I said, "Look," I said, "people are going to say, you know, oh, you know, Port, you know, last Friday night was the grand final." It's like, look, Port have played great footy. You know, they've done well to get here, but let me tell you something. They are going to get absolute. We had our little fright on Friday night, and I'll tell you, we are going to flog this mob, absolutely destroy them on Saturday tomorrow.
On the money, on the money.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm like, man, we're going to be so angry. That side is like, we're going to be so angry that we nearly blew that on Friday night. We're going to come out and take it out on this mob this week. And you could tell by that presser. I don't know if you remember Choco's presser. It's like he was shitting like a big black Alsatian in that presser. And I'm like, oh, they know what's coming, mate. They know what's coming. Now, I'm not going to lie and say I thought we were going to win by 20 goals. But yeah, I'm like, geez, I wish I wish someone had recorded that for me. That would have been great. Go back and say, yeah, we're going to kill these guys.
It'd be good for you to have that sort of moment rather than me with my shit one.
That's the pitfalls of social media, I guess. That's why I don't put my bonds on there that often anymore.
I mean, that was just a news crew. Oh, yeah, I was not expecting it either way.
I think that's the thing too, is like, you know, you probably had a few beers, you know, you're looking forward to the game, you're sort of contemplating what might happen and everything like that. And next thing you know, you got some bloke from radio
microphone in your face,
microphone under your nose, like, well, I've got to say something. I don't want to sound like a dickhead. And then you say something and, you know, it's like, well, I sounded like a bit of a dickhead.
Oh, my phone, like during that game, my phone was pinging something shocking because they'd all seen me on TV. Not great.
Oh man, yeah, it took you a while to live that one down. Although after 2022, you probably was like, I was 6 years late, but here we are. So screw you.
Also, you were talking about the cow paddock before. This is one from Mitch Stark that got out there today talking about wishing that Mumbai had that much grass coverage.
Well, at least Starkey's been listening to the presser.
I mean, look, he loves his footy. He's a big GWS fan, if I recall.
Yeah. Well, most of the cricket guys are, I think.
Yeah.
Some of them are actually pretty handy players.
Well, I mean, Alex Carey in particular, obviously former player.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a few over the years. I know a few of our boys could have done both.
Ben's enjoying the dogs going off outside.
But yeah, I just hope that you know, I don't know. I got a good feeling in me water after today that, you know, I don't really care who we get during the course of the finals. I think, you know, I don't know, just feel like we've talked the talk, we're walking the walk, and whoever you play in the finals, well, you're going to have to beat the best teams to win the bastard thing in the end anyway. So you might as well, just take them as they come and just.
I do, right? That's all you can do. 1 week at a time. Beat them when you can.
Yeah, just keep it up. Just keep it going. So next week is just purely a case of get the 4 points and hope like hell we don't have a rash of injuries. And bring on whoever. Let the rest of them beat the crap out of each other. I mean, I suppose that's the good thing is like Hawthorn and Brisbane have got their game, and Freo and the Dogs have got their game. So they're going to be beating the crap out of each other. So that worked out all right for us because I think it pretty If Hawthorn actually beats Brisbane. Can they'd have to flog Brisbane to jump the Pies though, wouldn't they?
The Hawks, no, they're only behind by 0.4% at the moment.
Oof.
So it doesn't need to be much either way. Hell, the Pies could win, but win by less than the Hawks, and the Hawks can still jump them. We're that fine now. So,
well, I really would like to get a match up against those bastards in the first week of the finals and give them a touch up.
Which bastards? Sorry, because you could be talking about the Pies. You could be talking about the Hawks.
Well, we already fixed up the Pies wagon a couple of years ago. No, I know we got them in 2011, but we owe them a couple. And if they got us, if we did end up getting them in the first week, that they'd be
chirping constantly.
They'd be chirping like the little bastards that they are. Like, yeah, I would really sincerely love to get them and shut them up.
No, I can get around that.
I don't. Yeah, I'm not fussed who we play. Just
anytime, anywhere.
Yeah, look, it's a bit like 2022. Just it got to the finals, and I was talking to my brother about it, and he's like, "Oh, well, you're a chance." And I'm like, "Look, mate, this is ours to lose." I said, "We're like 20% and 2 games ahead of everybody else." It's like when you're that far ahead of everyone else, you're in control of your destiny, well and truly. So, and once we beat the Pies the first week there, I was just like, I don't care who we play in the prelim or the granny, we're going to flog them. These boys mean business, and I'm starting to get that sense now that but just a bit like 2011, where we just, we had a couple
unassuming.
We had a couple of losses there. We just kept building and building and building, and then we gave the Pies that belting in the last round, and it was like we're ready. We're cherry ripe. We know. We know what we need to do here, and we're just going to get it done. So, and I'm sort of getting those vibes now. So I'm hoping that's a good thing. But there's still, we've still got at least 3 games to go. So,
fingers crossed we get to use all 3 of them, and then the grand final.
And hopefully the last one's the granny.
Yeah. We'll have to see how it all shapes up. But it's, look, I mean, I would agree. I'm starting to get the same sort of feelings. The only thing is like this, because of, as you said before, the huge difference between the contenders and the pretenders at this point, it just makes it a little bit hard to read. Like, you've got 3 teams with percentages north of 140 at the moment. And one of those teams could still miss the finals depending on what happens next week. Being the Dogs, obviously, if they lose to Freo, then they're done. It's really, really hard to get a read. Oh, sorry, I guess they're not technically. If Gold Coast somehow manage to lose to both Port and Essendon next week, then they could still miss. But
I can't see the Suns getting beaten by Essendon up there. That would be a turn up for the ages.
Yeah. Let alone the fact that the Bombers are that team, and right now they've basically got no one, and they've got to play twice in 5 days or whatever it is. So no chance. Sure, the Gold Coast are in the same boat, but the Gold Coast have got a pretty healthy list. So
yeah, well, my thing is that going into, going in, week out from the finals, I mean, barring the absolute, I was sort of thinking, what happens if we lost to Richmond next week? But I think I can quite confidently say that that's not going to happen. I'm not going to make any outlandish statements, but
this is your Voxpop moment. Don't be careful.
We honestly, half the team would have to break their legs for us not to to win.
I mean, she's had 54 possessions on them today, and they won by 40 plus points, and they could have won by a lot more. So,
yeah, well, that's the thing. I just, the Tigers had their after we beat them, they had their 2 or 3 wins in a row, and now they've kind of like I said, they're thinking about the footy trip. But yeah, like I don't know. I feel like going into the finals that we got. It's not just we're in good form, that we haven't got any injury concerns, and even if we lost a couple of quality players, look at the queue that we've got of guys that are ready to just come straight in. And the best thing about what the way we do things is that that if we were to get 2 or 3 injuries, that we've got those guys that just come in and just know what they've got to do. They know what to do. So yeah, like I say, I think all of the other finals sides have got, all the other contenders have got they've got a few question marks around them. But no one's asking any questions about us. We're just kind of just doing what we usually do, and nobody's really talking about us. So
I'm okay with that. Just remain under the radar.
Yeah, which I also don't mind. Everyone's like, oh well, it's just Geelong. They're always there. So, yeah. But I mean, yeah, just I think all the main players. I mean, that was the other good thing about today is that we had a good win without getting major. Put Baz, probably get Baz in the votes there today, but we didn't get huge contributions from some of our better players. Like everybody did their bit, but we didn't have Jez
no one
didn't
put in
have
a blinder.
No, like Maxi had a slightly quiet one by his standards, and and a couple of other blokes haven't sort of been at this, quite at the sort of form that they've been at. But not saying they played poorly by any stretch, but like just being able to go up there and win by 7 goals, and some of the lesser lights stepping into the void and taking on the mantle, taking on a bit of that responsibility. It's just that's the sort of thing you want to see, Yeah. So, it's
building that capacity. It's raising the floor as well.
Right, and even the the sort of the areas that had been some of the other areas that have been a slight concern in recent times. We at least, whether we've entirely addressed them or can entirely address them is one thing, but at least it passes the eye test that you can actually look at how the game's going, and it's say, well, you could see that we're trying to address, that we're trying to do things
there's actions here.
Way. Yeah, so just I certainly can't, any doubts I had about how we're building, not that there was a great deal of them, but like any real doubts I had about we can do the bizzo here. We're right in the thick of it. They went out the window today, and as long as we can just keep it going, and I don't see any reason why we can't, then
No, I mean, we've got a good, healthy list. We're playing good football. We're going to go in with our tails up. It's a strong list of players. And as you said before, some of the others, they're all Sideshow Bob stepping on rakes left, right, and centre at the moment. So, I made sure to go down the Simpsons path because of, of course, seeing the Homer reference on your jumper there.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah.
So
Yeah, well hopefully we don't do the Homer thing and sort of just slowly swing back into the bushes.
Come finals time.
But no, I like. Yeah, I mean, and I suppose the thing is, considering, you know, I think going into finals last year, we weren't, you know, I think we probably, there wasn't a whole, yeah, we were there sort of in the mix, but, you know, we'd sort of hadn't hit the finals in absolute peak form. And then, you know, no, like even Geelong supporters didn't see what happened in the first week. None of them, the most avid Geelong supporters saw that coming. And then, you know, in the end, to basically miss out on a grand final by 90 seconds of football, you know, and to think, you know, I think we're much, much better placed this year
than we were last year.
And, you know, and like I say, you know, going in, part of the reason for the way, you know, sort of the talk coming into that, you know, coming into the finals last year was that, you know, we were one of the teams that sort of had a few question marks, and, you know, and everyone else is sort of, you know, you're looking at sort of how Brisbane come into the finals, and, you know, yes, they weren't in prime ladder position, but they were in prime form.
Yeah, they were playing the right football.
And you know, and that was the thing, when the chips were down, I mean, the Giants should have bloody eliminated them.
And so should we, but it is what it is, right?
Well, I mean, to like, I don't know. I mean, the thing, not to want to dwell on that game too much, but I remember I was sitting there, like, I took my missus and kids along, and they were kind of, you know, yelling and screaming and, you know, asking, you know, trying to guess how many people were in the crowd and all this kind of thing. And I'm just kind of, I'm watching the game, and I'm watching them flash the stats, you know, up on the scoreboard, and you could just see that you know, they knew their season was on the line, and you could just see them just lifting. And Sean Manor, instead of just running in and kicking a drop punt, he decides to do the smart ass dribble goal from 40 out that either went through for a point or got touched on the line or whatever. It's like they would have ended it.
Yeah,
and then from that point on, like, I'm watching it, they've had like 40 more touches, 50 more touches, 60 more touches, 70 more touches. It's like, we're not touching we can't get our hands on the bloody ball. Like, we couldn't touch it. And I'm like,
the only person was having any sort of success really was a bit of Gryan, and then Ollie Henry at the end there, when he tried to, you know, give us a heart rate again.
But I was watching the stats and the marks, you know, because that's what they do. You know, they just kind of chip it through. You know, they kind of chip it through there. And I looked at the score. I was like, we're only 2 goals down. Like, we should be bloody 6 or 8 goals down here. We just cannot touch the ball.
Yeah.
So I was like,
again, making another Simpsons reference. It's like, he's spinning the ball on his finger.
Yeah, like I tell you, they were just doing whatever they wanted. I'm like, how the hell are we not 6-8 goals down here? So, you know, I was like, the defense is absolutely just saving this game for us, and then bang, in 10 minutes we were back in it.
Yeah. And
yeah, just how, like, that was just, I mean, even if bloody Reece Stanley had actually kicked that goal, kicked that last shot, we were still a chance. Like,
I mean, there's a lot that conspired against us, because then you can toss Reece, obviously, if he kicked that, but if he wasn't injured, Max Holmes and his hamstring.
Well, that was probably the thing that really, you know, that was another thing that really contributed. But the thing is, I walked out of that game, and, you know, of course, unlike that 2016 prelim, we walked out of when I, you know, at the start of the season, I said, if I'd known we were going to be playing in this game, I would have been wrapped. But the only time I've been more angry after a game of football than I was that day was 2008, obviously.
Oh.
I don't know whether I was angry in 2008. I was just absolutely crushed. Like I can't even tell you. I walked around Melbourne for 5 hours. Just walked around 5
like
hours, just staring into space. I just didn't know what to do. I couldn't go home. I didn't want to talk to anybody. But no, the only time I've been angrier was the 2019 prelim. Now that was a game that made me want to break shit. But
which was that one?
The one against Richmond where they had like Dusty was injured, Cochin was like they had 3 blokes that couldn't walk.
Yeah.
And Danger kicked that goal. We're bloody 4 goals up half time and then come out and just
put it all in the rack.
Going home, just pissing against the wall. I'm like, we had these blokes on toast. It was over. We just had to finish the job. And it was like it's like, and I just felt like Dimmers just turned around and said to him, you know, these guys are going to fold like a deck of cards the minute you put the blowtorch on them. So just go out there and just turn up the heat a little
bit.
So that was the thing. Like after those games, like I wanted to kill somebody, like honestly. But after last year's prelim, I was like, shit, you know, I really wasn't, you know, getting towards the end of the season there. If you told me that we would like within an ace of a grand final, like, you know, I would have taken that. So, you know, I thought, look, it's always disappointing not to make it, but there's a lot to like about what we did in the game and sort of what we've done, obviously, in the previous finals. I was like, so this has given us something to go into next year with some real confidence and some real belief. And, you know, and we've been able to add to that. You know, we've been able to bring like Connor O'Sullivan into the side and, you know, give some other young fellas a look and give them a real opportunity. And a lot of those guys have stepped up to the plate and taken on that responsibility. So, you know, going back to that game and then contrasting it with where we are right now, it's like, well, that's what I sort of felt. That's what I felt in my heart that, you know, or what I was hoping that we would see during the course of this season. And, you know, there's been a couple of, you know, iffy moments as we've gone along, but, you know, to be where we are right, you know, as we sit here now, it's like, yeah, we couldn't be better placed, except if the Collingwood had won last night. Yeah, we'd be slightly better placed, but first or second, it doesn't. First or second, it doesn't really matter, you know. Like,
that's more about who the opponent is going to be at this point. So,
right, it's always nice to get that home final in the first week, you know. Yeah. So as long as you get that, you know,
you're halfway there.
You're good, and we're, you know,
we should be good.
Yeah, I think we're good now, aren't we? I think even if we can we get knocked out even if we lose?
If we lose, we could still. I mean, our percentage is crazy, so there's no one that's sitting a win short of us that's going to overtake us in terms of percentage. So I would imagine the lowest we could possibly fall is 3rd. Like, so if Brisbane wins and they can jump us. But then Collingwood. Sorry, go on.
All right, so if Brisbane's we're only half a game ahead of Brisbane, right?
Yeah, if we blew it and lost, Brisbane can jump us. But the Pies, the Hawks, the Giants, and Freo, they're all 17% or more behind us.
Yeah, they're not going to make up the percentage.
So they're not going to make up the percentage, not unless we lose by 100 points to Richmond as well. So,
I think we'd have to lose by about 35 goals, 40 goals.
Yeah. And for them to win by a similar amount. So
yeah, to lose by 20, lose 20%, and you know.
And even then, I mean, you know, Hawthorn, for example, they play Brisbane, so that you've already got that sort of trick in the mix that you know, 2 teams vying off for that top 4 are going head to head. So
yeah, and like I said, hopefully, absolutely belting the living crap out of each other. I know they're going to tearing left, right, and centre. Yeah, let's hope that we have a repeater like that Port Geelong game from earlier in the year, where it's like people were pinging hammies left, right, and centre. It was like it's like someone needs to open a rubber band factory out here. It's just twanging everywhere.
That was a weird game. That one, weird first quarter, wasn't it? It was pretty much all the first quarter. They just dropped like flies instantly.
Yeah, if it was the first quarter, it was certainly first half. Like, was it 5 guys? Like, holy shit, what's going on out there?
And we still smoked them by 70 points because Jezza just took the piss the whole time.
Yeah, well, I think the problem, it was one of those things for them where the guys that they were doing either they needed to do the damage or were doing the damage were the ones that went down. So, but anyway, they're nowhere to be found this year, which is,
Yeah. All right, so before we wrap it up and throw it over to Coach Lucas, who I know is just sitting there idling in the background, a 3-2-1 from today. Who have you got?
I'm going to give one vote. I could have done this in any order, and there's probably another half dozen, 8, 10 players I could have put through here. But no, I'm not going to give any honorable mention. I know. I'm not going to give. Oh, I don't cop out. I gave Baz the 3 votes in the North game the other week when Jez kicked 11. So I don't.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
that's fair.
No, so I'll give him Baz 1 vote today. 30 posies, slightly, a little bit quieter in the second half, but just his ball use and he's becoming. Gaining the meters, but also doing a lot more creative work by hand at the moment. And he's actually starting to have a little bit of a look when he gets the ball, for shorter options, which is, I don't mind. If like he's one of those guys that, it's hard to discern when, the stats lie with Baz sometimes because a 40, he can, the way that, disposal efficiency stats work, he can kick it 50 meters to a really dangerous area that we get a goal out of. But unless someone marks it, it's an ineffective disposal.
Yeah.
So, he can have 40% disposal efficiency and have a shocker, but he can also have 40% and have a great game. But now we're not just getting the meters game; we're also getting a bit of creativity, and he's sort of, using the short game to sort of open, to link up a little more too, which is great to see a guy that's already a, genuine Brownlow contender adding another string to his bow as the season goes on. Given 2 votes to Scratch, just that's the sort of performance you want to see from your key forward. And it's not just what he does, like he's clunking his marks now. His set shots are unbelievable, but it's what he does. Like, if he can't mark it, he always gets the ball down to dangerous areas. Like, he gets that ball down to where our guys are or where we can lock it in.
Yeah.
And he's not one of these guys that goes for the big mark and then he's out of the contest. He gets on his hands and knees and he gets it. Like that goal where he had 2 Swans blokes on him, he's got on his hands and knees, gave out the hand pass to Closey, and then we flicked it out and got a goal out of it. It's like, this is what he does. So even when he wasn't kicking the goals himself, he's in there putting a body on. He's getting the ball down to our little guys who were running amok today, or, getting on his hands and knees and getting it out to them. So, and if he can keep this up, he's going to be a real threat in the final. And my 3 votes, Tommy Stewart, just back to his best, just the dominant, it's the Tommy Stewart of old.
Of even 2 years ago.
Like reading the play, just controlling the back line, And the good thing was he no niggles, he looked free.
He looked really healthy.
Yeah, like he didn't, he's looked a bit hampered in a lot of games this year. And I mean, he's copped a few knocks to the knee, to his knees in 3 or 4 games this year. And, he's sort of been a bit hobbled, but he looks like he's feeling, it looks like he's freshened right up now. And, and I think more importantly is that, that just, when you start getting those injuries and you're struggling to, you're not getting a good run at, your clear run at it, so you're just not quite hitting your best form. He's had that little bit of frustration there, just that, things aren't quite, he's not playing quite as well as he the standards that he sets for himself. Today, no problems at all. just a great classic performance. So yeah, he got my 3, and hopefully this is what better time to get Tom back to his absolute best than right now.
And right now, this is exactly when we need him. It's good stuff. No, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can offer us going forward. The community's demanding it already, and I wholeheartedly. Are you a Geelong local?
Me, no. I'm I live out in Latrobe Valley. I'm in Morwell.
I'm sure you'll find yourself down. You're a Victorian local, which is better than a few others who have offered the Shannon the Shannon pizza to in the future. So I think it's got to be you. Even whenever you're in town, there's a free pizza on the Hoops crew and Shannon Pizza for you. I'll make sure Ben sorts you out.
Well, I'll tell you when I will be down there, when we win the bloody flag.
Yeah, for the celebration. That's fair. There we go.
I'll be down there on that Sunday going hard.
Well, you can cash it in then, Ben. I'll leave you to make that one happen. Because some of that, especially at the end, as you're going through the votes, that analysis was absolutely fantastic and really good to dive into some memories of a whole bunch of different grand finals. Not all good ones, but it was an awesome chat. Thanks so much for coming on, mate. It's been a pleasure.
No.
I'm sure I'll chat to you soon enough.
Yeah, I'll probably be back next week.
Fair enough. We're looking forward to having you on board.
All right.
See you, mate. Enjoy.
All right. Yep. Have a good night.
See you, mate. All right. So we've gone for 3.5 hours. It's been a real long night. And I've got a 8:15 meeting that I've got to attend. So we might look at wrapping this one up, I reckon. But it's been awesome having you all on board. Looking forward to doing it all again. All right, we'll let Lucas on. He just needs to sort himself out and get... No, I can't. The crowd is chanting. He's not... There he is. Oh, my God.
Welcome to my little love slaves out there. Coach Lucas is here. Be well. Tribute to Hulk Hogan. Rest in peace. That quote was from Thunderlips Rocky 3. Good to be here. We had a wonderful time waiting for 3 hours. It's very good.
Last time you waited for an hour last time and then didn't even get a gig.
No, I didn't even get a gig.
So you've probably been playing games in the background. Did I see your PlayStation or something on then?
No, I was playing Hitman 3.
There you go. See, you've been more than preoccupied. It's not like I've been able to sit here and play that game that's embargoed that everyone guessed during the Paul James show the other day.
Well, I saw a bit of that. Yeah, don't know what to think of that, but anyway.
Deny, but you can probably see me on PlayStation Network with my activity. So
yeah. What's with you playing Forza until 4 a.m.? What was that about?
Oh, mate, I'm not even a racing game guy, but I'm hooked on that shit.
Yeah, and why can't I play? And why can't I get those? See, I had over 400 cars. I was level 200, prestige. And then the game goes to fucking PlayStation. What a complete waste of time. Doing all that grinding, complete waste of time.
Hellblade's just come to PlayStation. Gears is about to come to PlayStation. Heaps of stuff's about to come to PlayStation. Stay tuned for this week. There's a big show, the big Gamescom showcase this week. I'm sure probably 15 Xbox games will come across. Now, everyone's rightly pointing out. You've probably been standing out there with your shirt off for the last 3 hours waiting for your gig. So, how are the nips? Bit tender?
Oh, hard as always. Listen, I went to the police station today. Before I came on here, I had to put in a missing person report on one Shannon Neal because he went missing after quarter time. I don't know what.
You still had to find a way to have a crack. You're a fucking clown.
I'll tell you what. All these people on here comparing him to Hawkins. I'll tell you what. I've got more chance of fighting for Israel than what Shannon Neal is to Tom Hawkins. That's just a ridiculous comparison. Absolute ridiculous. Just stop. Let's see how he goes in the finals. Or can he at least play 4 quarters of football? That would be nice. Now, to the game itself. Now, let's have a little bit of mercy for Isaac Heaney. Now, I get the frustration. Yes. I get it. Yeah, I get that you shouldn't be lashing out. Tom
I
Lynch
thought
shouldn't be
we lost
lashing
you
out. You
for a
know, when he
split
hit Jordan
second.
Butts got suspended.
It cut for a split second. I thought, oh my God, this is the most appropriate way for the stream to go to shit, is for you to just randomly cut out.
But the way I've just gone is probably the best idea. Look, Heaney lost his call. There's no doubt about it. But he should have got the first free kick. There was free kicks he should have got. Now, just like the Tom Lynch situation against Jordan Butts, where Tom Lynch hit out, that's just no need for what Tom Lynch did, and rightly so got suspended. But if you pay the first free kick, players won't need to lash out and be frustrated. So I think there was a couple I was doing my watch along, and I've calling it live. I thought, okay, that was a free kick against O'Sullivan, and it didn't get paid. So let's just show a bit of mercy for Isaac Heaney. He should have got.
Kick him. We're not copping that shit.
But again, there's no reason for him to lash out. There's no reason for Tom Lynch to punch Jordan Butts behind the play. But award the first free kick. Now, also with Chris Scott mentioning Mumbai, you know, this guy's the Mikel Arteta of Arsenal. This guy's got excuses galore. You know, mate, stop it with the cricket references. It's not the SCG's fault. It's not the cricket's fault. There's six pitches underneath the square, not just one. Yeah, but it's got nothing to do that cricket reference, mate. You got excuses. How about win a prelim? Because last time I checked, you are 2 from 7 in prelims.
It's just referencing.
But that's not cricket's fault. Yeah, it's not. It's not. Well,
cricket's
first
fault.
of all,
it's not cricket's fault. No, I don't think he's trying to say it's cricket's fault. He's just making a little reference to the fact that.
He made the minefield pitch reference in India. I know where he was going with that, but it's not cricket's fault. I'm sick of AFL pot-shotting cricket. We started with this Andrew Dillon dickhead. You know, took a Sheffield Shield final away from us at Adelaide Oval. Now, I don't want to hear that from Chris Scott, mate. You got every excuse in the fucking book, don't you? But how about win a prelim? Now, right. Now, all these Geelong fans saying, oh, the MCG this. I want you to remind me, Paul. Remind me. When Brisbane bet us last year in the prelim, where was that?
The MCG.
When Sydney bet us in a prelim, where was that?
The MCG.
When Hawthorn bet us years and years ago, when we were up by three-quarter time before they went on their three-peat, where was that?
The MCG.
Exactly. So there's no advantage. Brisbane do not fear the MCG. Sydney don't fear the MCG unless grand final. They don't fear Geelong anymore.
I don't.
There's no fear factor.
I think any team worth their salt, and you know, there's quite a few of them in this top 8 at the moment, shouldn't be fearing any other club. Like you really should be going into with a no fear mentality, and Geelong should be also going into the final series with the exact same mentality. I think it's more the I think it's more like our football right now, like the way we are playing, and we've kind of shown with, you know, a couple opportunities against the GWS and against the Brisbane at home. It feels like we are playing, like our football leans better into playing at the MCG at the moment than it does GMHBA. Obviously, we don't have the sample size. We'll find out. We'll find out off the back of this final series, because we're obviously going to have to play at the MCG, like it or not. But
I disagree with that. Well,
go on.
We are 2-7 in prelim finals. So statistics say
you're talking about the record. No, that's fine. No, you're talking about the record. I'm talking about like the way our brand of football is this year, and we are playing the way we're playing our football this year is very different to the way we're playing last year. I'm talking about, you know, contained to our 2025, because history is a thing, sure, but also we've not had the opportunity to play prelims at Geelong. We could have pissed them away too, for all we know. And obviously, you know, the one opportunity we had to play a final at home was against Freo, and we pissed that away. So, So I get what you mean, but I don't buy too much stock into it, because we haven't really had a choice. And also won quite a few prelims there too.
Yeah.
But it's more, I just think the way our game is, the way we're playing our game this year will hold up better with a larger space than it will with a narrower, more contained space of the MCG. Sorry, of GMHBA, I should say.
See, I just don't agree with that. I based on previous results, I don't subscribe to that.
I think we need a bit of separation. And I think where we kind of get pinged at the moment, we actually saw it in phases today against Sydney. And I'm liking this, so don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be a smart ass with you. We saw it in little phases today with Sydney, especially in that kind of first quarter when they actually got a bit of momentum early on, and we struggled in that first, 10 minutes roughly in the end? Like they got their chain handball going. It is harder to get that chain handball going when you've got much greater space. Your opponent, so your Geelong opponent, can push you further away from the play through, their leading patterns, those sort of things, that it's then harder to get back into that corridor to chain it all together. I think we've got greater ability to just separate the opponent, not even because you're doing something super revolutionary, but because of the amount of space you are separating the opponents more so, and it makes it harder to get chain going the other direction. It also, because, you've got the best forward in the competition right now in Jeremy Cameron. I know you make your points about Shannon Neal, but he's kicked 41 goals for the season. That's a pretty solid output. Like, he's no mug. He may not be what necessarily you want him to be yet, but he's not a mug. Like, you could back him in, I think.
No, he's not a mug. Break even. He's not a mug, but he's not Tom Hawkins. He's not Tom Hawkins.
No. And look, I don't subscribe to that sort of stuff yet either. But and then you got Tyson Stengel, you've got Brad Close, you've got Graham Myers, you've got Ollie Dempsey, you've got the Mark Blitzars when he's down there, who's shit. We don't want him kicking for goal, but I'm happy to back him in a contest. And Danger. Sorry, I completely blinked on Danger. Like, if any one of these guys can pretty much get isolated, and you're going to feel confident that they're going to at least break even most of the time, which is a great thing to have when you've got a lot of space around you. Because maybe you bring the ball to ground, and then you can rove your own ball, and then even if you lose it, the opponent's probably not going to have too much support around them. They can't link up on the way out. I think the shape of the ground lends itself nicely to the way we're playing and the strengths that we've got down there. That's kind of my thinking. Geelong, you turn it over because, of course, teams turn it over. Even the best teams turn it over. They're queuing up, just like we can, but the opposition can queue it up and just link their way down the ground. So that's just kind of my feel in terms of, I guess, the way we're playing and how it kind of lends itself to the G.
No, I'm not dismissing that. I agree with you in some parts, but you're also, with the pre-finals bye, finishing in the top four is not an advantage anymore. Like, we've had two teams outside the top four win it. Yeah. You still do, but it's no longer an advantage because of that bye. So Western Bulldogs are now Brisbane. So that's why I think the top two need to have their advantages at home, and our home is Geelong. It's not the MCG, with all due respect. I know we play there against bigger games, but our traditional ground is Geelong, is Cardinia Park. That's our traditional oval. So it has been for years.
That was where I was at with my video in the week. My heart was clearly GMHBA. My head was going, the G.
Yeah. So
and maybe my
no longer
well,
being. But no longer being an advantage as it once was. Well, I want maximum advantage. I want finals at Geelong. Now, if you said to me, most likely we're going to play Brisbane, most likely, unless Brisbane shit the bed where they can against Hawthorn. They're a team that they're one team that can win outside the top four for me. Hawthorn, I'd be really worried about them. If they can play, we saw it in the first quarter against Adelaide. But if they can play 4 quarters, they can be really scary. They can demolish anybody. So they're the team that can win it outside the top four. If you said one team, because we do this every year, who outside the top four has a chance? Hawthorn for me is Bulldogs, is Brisbane.
I can see it.
So if Hawthorn do make top four, that would be disaster for me. I think they'd beat us. I really think they'd beat us.
I mean, I think if they make top four, they've got a date with Adelaide again.
Yeah,
I think that's how that works out.
Yeah,
most likely.
Yeah,
I mean, it's possible. If Brisbane lose, then it's us.
Yeah.
But
so we'll play Brisbane no matter what, but it depends where. Yeah. Depends where. We'll play Brisbane, but where? Either Gabba or MCG. But it's not an advantage playing Brisbane at the MCG. No, there's no advantage because Brisbane. Who won last year's flag at the MCG?
Yeah, I know they did.
Yeah. So and they bet us there as well. So they demolished Sydney. They played Collingwood there. So they know how to play the MCG. They don't fear the MCG as other interstate teams would. When Fremantle played Hawthorn in that grand final, they looked shell-shocked. They looked like they didn't want to be there. They could have. Hawthorn didn't play great that game, if you remember that game, that grand final. They played awful in that grand final. So that Fremantle couldn't cope with it. West Coast were deplorable against Hawthorn that day. So this Brisbane side, I don't see that in any interstate side I've seen play grand final there. They show no fear. Sydney show fear. Brisbane don't. It's not an advantage. So I don't know why the Geelong fans put arms about, we've got to play it at the MCG. Fuck the MCG. There's no advantage. If we do lose there, I want this. If we lose to Brisbane in the qualifying final, I want no one to complain. I don't want to hear anything from anybody. You had your chance. You had your chance to rise up, complain, have a mob's mentality. Don't complain if we lose. Don't say, well, maybe we should have had it at Geelong. I don't want to hear that. Right? I want what's best for my team. My team is best at Cardinia Park. That's where we have the advantage. Now, other fans don't see it that way. That's fine. They're entitled to their opinion. I'm entitled to mine. But
again, I think
Geelong.
Sorry, go on. No, sorry, I interrupted you. Keep going. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say Geelong will always be our ground. That's our traditional ground.
Yeah, I think the only place that you and I differ on is where the actual advantage football, like our ability to win, wise. And again, this is more down to the way we play. We are playing the game, I think, lies, because otherwise I'm 100% with you. Like I want the game at GMHBA. And again, my video this week, I ranted about that for a good 10 minutes with about a minute of me going, but also because like I think my strategic part of it says, as we discussed a moment ago, I feel like the MCG is better for our football at the moment. But every other reason, and that's where we can just differ on that one. But every other reason, I'm 100% in line with you. Also, I want to make sure that you're really, really clear on this. The chat is coming for you at the moment. So, Brendan, Shannon Neal's greater than Sean Darcy. Brendan, Shannon Neal's greater than Tony Lockett. Shannon Neal's greater than Gary Ablett Sr. Ben, Shannon Neal's greater than Cinnamon Donuts. Don't know about that one. The handshake
that might be
Shannon
pushing
Neal and
that
George
one.
Stevens. the Cinnamon Donuts one.
Now the chat's really pushing it. Right, today's game, I was doing my watch along, as you know.
Yep, the Geelong Zone, everyone. Subscribe on YouTube.
Yeah, the Geelong Zone. Trust me, we're not as wild as I am on there, like we are here. With the neon light. You like the neon lights? You like these? These are good necklace. Good necklace. Yeah, some outer space.
Oh, space
Saturn.
Nice.
Yeah, appropriate because apparently my opinions are from outer space, so that's probably appropriate.
They're all alien to us.
Yeah. The men in black. They send down the men in black. But movie reference, if anyone was wondering. Good movie. Tommy Lee Jones, Will Smith. Well, first two anyway. So on the game, doing my watch along, I thought Warner dominated. This is before I looked at stats. So I did the game, did the watch along, did the review, didn't look at the stats. I thought now that's really fucking pushing it now. That's too far. That's too far.
The LA Ice caller.
Don't slander the LA Ice. Well, unfortunately, now listen. Unfortunately, I don't have LA Ice. I'm back with Coke.
Yes,
Coca-Cola.
One of us.
Yeah, so hang on, no. Yeah, more Coca-Cola. Yep. So yeah, no LA Ice this week. Well, actually, they've got these Star Wars, these limited edition Star Wars on the Cokes. Haven't you seen them?
No, I've seen them. No.
Oh, okay.
I very much like Star Wars. I don't know if I'm going to collect the cans or the bottles, but
I'm not going to. I'll probably collect day can or bottle, but no, these will go on the bin.
About Isaac Rankin news. What's that? If is someone in the chat, Ben, maybe yourself, if someone's able to clarify what the apparent Isaac Rankin news is, that'd be.
Hey man, what's the Isaac Rankin news? She'll tell you. She'll be on it. So yeah, right. Yeah. She loved the Sith Lord as well, apparently.
Massacred all those kids.
Yeah. Indeed, yeah. And still loved him for it. Yeah.
She's just a coke hound, so he's just gone, no, that's it. I'm going to slice through these little pricks. Done.
Oh, fuck those kids.
Turn them into force ghosts and snort them up too.
Yeah. well, I wish they did a season 2 of Kenobi. I've been waiting for that. Looks like I'm not going to get it, which is disappointing. Fuck. So, yeah, I thought Warner dominated. This was before I looked at the stats. I thought Warner was clearly the best on ground from both teams. I didn't feel like there was a Geelong player that really stood out. There didn't really anyone that dominated. I thought Gordon was brilliant. Then I checked the stats. I couldn't believe Warner only had 22 touches. It felt a lot more than that, a really lot more than that. Gordon only had 21 or 22. Felt way more than that. Bailey Smith had 30. Felt way less than that. Tom Stewart had 25. I could have seen that because he took 25 marks because all the Sydney attackers did after half kick it down his throat. But I didn't see, like, when I was watching watch along, I didn't notice anyone that stood out. So that was surprising that Smith got 30 touches. And Warner only got 22 because I thought Warner dominated.
Yeah.
Also,
apparently, according to Ben, it's a homophobic slur, apparently, from Isaac Rankin. Now, I just quickly double-checked, recent scenarios where that's been the case. Riak Andrew from Sydney, when he dropped one, 5 weeks. Now,
ridiculous. That's just me. I don't want to...
Setting aside, I guess, anyone on their personal belief, what you would hope for is the AFL is consistent. Whether we agree with it or not, you hope the AFL is consistent. So if they're saying 5 weeks for him, then that could be season over
that's
for
the
him.
Problem. Yeah, that's the problem. If you're going to give 5 weeks to someone, then alleged, we'll use alleged because we want to be sued. Alleged, if Rankin said that, then it should be 5. It should be 5 weeks. You can't just come out and say, Rankin gets a week because he's playing finals. You have to be consistent. Jeremy Finlayson, Finlayson got 4 weeks. So that was different again. Yeah. So I think they make it up.
There has been the inconsistency so far, but and then also what's his name from St Kilda, Webster.
Yeah. Oh yes.
I mean, look, one of themselves. But if the smallest of those is 4 weeks, then that is still, unless Adelaide actually loses a game along the way, and assuming if the AFL actually stick to their guns and remain consistent, then that's season over. Which would be
I hope.
Huge.
See, I don't want the show to get cancelled. I don't want to get into trouble, but I hope not.
Again, this is all alleged.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. We want the best players playing. Again, I don't want to upset the LGD community. Apologies up front. I will apologise up front, but I hope not. I really hope. I hope not. I want to move on from that because I don't want to get into that, but I hope not. With the game, I thought Laddams completely destroyed Stanley. Especially the 1-2 combo with Warner. Maybe that's why I thought Warner had 40 touches, because every time Laddams got a hit out, it was to Warner. So that was... I was like, oh, come on, Stanley. What are you doing, man? He does a bit better than against Premier Ruckman than the second-hand Ruckman for some reason.
He likes a challenge.
For some reason.
He likes a challenge.
But having said that, Shannon Neal was in the ruck and Laddams got a hold of him. I think Shannon Neal's forward craft is terrible in my opinion. Regardless, it's very poor. He needs to improve on that. I'd like to see him more in the ruck to fix that. But he did. But he got towed up by Laddams. So it wasn't just Stanley that had a problem, also Neal.
Laddams had real energy about him tonight.
Yeah.
Not today, sorry.
I saw Bailey Smith in the ruck against Laddams. What the fuck was that about?
Maybe just someone didn't get there in time.
Oh, that's just it. That's just floating with danger. That we've got no idea how that happened. Stan Gunn, even though he's allergic to passing, which annoys me, his goal kicking was very good today. Extremely good today. Yeah. I like the banter with the fans. Yeah, I like the banter with the fans a lot. As long as you don't cross the line as a fan. So I thought that was okay. He did it twice as well. First time he really gave it back to him. Second he missed. So that's all right.
I did like that after the first one and Stengel kicks the goal. The bloke's wife was there kind of going, all right, love, he fucked you up. Sit down.
Sit down. He sat him down, didn't he? He sat him down with that good goal. And to be fair, I don't know, was it the same person? But he came back at him during the second chance. So I don't know. I think that was a different fan. But then he missed that chance, didn't he? Then he looked back and smiled and say, "Yeah, you got me with that one. I'll get you back soon." But no, I thought that was okay. Martin, I don't like Martin in this team. I'm not going to hide from that. I would rather see Henry, a guy that's kicked 4 in a prelim. You just don't discard for a player that's in the twilight of his career. With all due respect, I don't like it.
I mean,
but Jack Martin did have a good
fan, so.
Yeah, but Jack Martin had a good game though. Can't deny that he had a good game.
He's impressed with the time that he spent on the team.
Yeah.
Like that's to his great credit. He has given. I guess he's not really given anyone any reason to rub him out or to to omit him. But at the same time, I think there's still some validity to your point. It's just whether, like now, the only reason why, like, I am so on board with all things Ollie Henry, as everyone's heard from me all year. But right now, like his form, that's what worries me. Like. He's just, can we, you're taking a risk at this point because he's really struggled to find his touch in the seniors this year. Hell, he kicked 2 goals, 4 today in the VFL.
Yeah. That's the thing that doesn't stand out. Like if he kicks 4 goals, 2, then you think, well, maybe we should bring him back. It becomes a headache for selection.
Yeah.
So now 2 goals, 4, you think, well, his goal kicking's not at it. Jack Martin's going pretty well. Got to give him a pass. And keep Jack Martin in. So that's the roaring thing. But you kick 4 goals in a prelim though. So the talent's there. I'm getting abused here. Look at this. Come in. Look at this.
Go you Crows! Yay!
Oh, Mrs. Lucas.
How you going?
Hey, how's things?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. Good to have you on board. Now, I don't tune into post-game live all the time, so is this the first time that you're actually popping up on camera for us?
No.
She's
been on before with Ben.
Okay. Well,
Just on the Isaac Rankin. Just on the Isaac Rankin thing, nothing in it. It's just a rumour, I believe. I've already spoken to the big knobs at the Crows headquarters.
All right. We'll take it to the bank, everyone.
Yeah, to some people, they don't know how to lose fair.
I mean, that does sound like Collingwood supporter behaviour.
Collingwood Ferals, worse than...
He doesn't know how to win properly. Huh? Like, we win by 10 goals, and he's already trying to... Like, he tries to get Jeremy Cameron out of the team. He tries to get Shannon Neal out of the team. I'm pretty sure
my son. He tries to get me out of the team too.
I'm sure in his sleepy mumbles, sack Bailey Smith... Get rid of Max Holmes. Like these are all the thoughts that come out in his mind while he's sleeping.
Yes, I know. He tries to do that to me too, but never mind. I put you back to Lucas, all right? Put your bloody shirt on. See ya.
Get the. See ya.
Bon appetit.
Never a dull moment.
As you can see, the lights have been. The lights are off. The electricity's off.
The lights are off.
They've actually died. Oh geez, I don't even know how to take these. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Oh fucking hell.
Fuck, I've got to do another stream tonight. Tomorrow night.
But
fair to say the Paul James show is going to be about half an hour long tomorrow night.
But no, look, the third quarter we keep going. Well, it's better than 20 minutes than Ben did last week. That was embarrassing, absolutely embarrassing, Ben. Shame on you. How dare you?
We've ticked over 4 hours.
Don't ever do that again.
Whenever we're done, I'll do the match reaction video. That'll go out tomorrow, and then we'll see how long the Paul James show goes for.
But
it'll still be an hour.
I'll go quickly here.
I can't not do a long show, so don't worry about it. Much to my wife.
The way we. Oh, Sally, I wouldn't know anything about that. I saw Mrs. Hoops was on. That was a surprising thing. Hello, Mrs. Hoops. yeah, she was on Hello Mrs. Hoop. My name is Wayne Carey or Gary Lyon. No, never mind. Just a joke.
She knows
just
who you are. Don't worry.
Relax. Don't get on top of it. Don't just relax. Don't get ahead of it.
No, you're in luck. She's sleeping. So
yeah, he's not here.
Ben
He's not watching.
Earlier, so. There we go.
Okay, on to the.
This was from 40 minutes ago.
Oh, that's good then. Sorry, on to me. Okay, yeah, that's good. Me, alone in bed as usual. Now onto the fourth. Yeah, don't start. Onto the third. Can I get onto the third quarter?
I don't know. Talk about the third quarter. I don't know where the fuck we're up to.
Well, nothing about my love life or lack of sex life or anything. You know, this has become a bit personal now. This is becoming this is your life with the Coach Lucas.
I don't think I spoke about your sex life at all.
No, well, you don't. Well, that's all right. You don't need to, Paul. That's well, you don't. Well, first of all, there is none, so you don't have to. Third quarter. Oh, fuck, man. Third quarter.
I love post game live.
Look,
I'm going to take over this show.
Yeah. just wait till I do the watch along on post game live for the prelim. Then we'll really get the fire going.
If I take over this show, it'll please roaming. You can't stand, Ben.
Oh shit! It's just one of those nights, isn't it?
Unbelievably.
It goes all well. Then this Coach Lucas turns up, and it all turns to shit.
This is why we leave you for last. This is why you waited 3.5 hours.
Yeah, this is why I leave the last. Yeah,
because that's why Ben cut you off last week because it was too early to get you on board. Imagine if we started this shit and it was a night game. My God. Imagine if this was a night game and we started at 10 o'clock at night.
Oh, we'll be here till 3 in the morning. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll stay up till 3 in the morning, so that's all good for me.
I know, you're a machine. I stay up that time these days and I feel like I'm going to die.
Paul, you only get one chance of life. Why waste it on sleep?
Well, I would be exactly the same if it weren't for the fact that I get woken up by my kids at 6 o'clock every morning.
No,
because I know
I don't have that.
The other end of it. Yeah, no. Yeah. Because I know that I won't get to catch up on it on the other end of the night means that I have to be a bit strategic.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So we're doing personal attacks now.
I mean, I'll bring up that clip again from...
Well, jeez. Fair enough. The third quarter, for the 100th time, I've been pushing this for the last 5 minutes.
Yes,
no,
right,
we were pretty good in that third.
Mrs. Palmer getting the workout.
Fuck, man. What sex life? There is no sex life.
No, I said Mrs. Palmer's getting a workout.
Oh, okay, right, okay. My mum's watching. Let's be respectful.
Oh, sorry, I'll be more explicit. It's a masturbation joke.
All right. Now, shame on you. You've got school kids watching this that you teach watching this.
Surely not after 4 hours.
Well, you'd hope not. You'd hope not. The way we go. I'm surprised they haven't even mentioned. Did they even mention? Did they mention this? The post game live stuff? Do they watch?
They're aware that I run a whole lot of content, but no, post game live doesn't really come up because Ben technically is the host. Like I very rarely make cameos. So when they stumble onto my stuff, it's always the Paul James show or it's a dedicated video or something like that. Right down to the fact that they go, geez, you kind of love yourself calling it the Paul James show, right? I'm going like, it's not my fucking idea.
Well, if they're watching now, this is just an all an act. I play the town clown, so it's all an act. Don't relax. Don't get ahead of it. Don't need to report him to parents. Don't need to report him to the principal. It's all good. It's all love.
I haven't besmirched the school yet,
but
not on camera anyway.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No, I said besmirched. That's talking shit about them.
Yeah, well, I'll leave that to you. Oh, gee, if they're watching this for the first time, they're thinking, what the fuck is going on here? If anyone's watching this for the first time, this is just the normal. This is the Coach Lucas show with Paul James.
I'll make a cameo on it sometime.
Yeah, well, exactly. But more about the game, where we go past 11 o'clock. Forgot what I was going to say, so I was going to make something up there, but I forgot.
Third quarter.
Third quarter. I was actually going to say something, but I forgot it. I forgot what I was going to make up. How embarrassing. So, yeah, third quarter. No, listen. We played really well in that third quarter, all seriousness. Our pressure lifted. Sydney, I don't know what Dean Cox said to them after halftime, but they just capitulated. Third quarter, they say, is the premiership quarter, or was that the fourth? Third quarter premiership quarter?
Third's the premiership quarter.
So, look, yeah, so that was outstanding by the Cats. I think that was one of our best third quarters for a long, long time, in my opinion. And then we just blew Sydney away. Fourth quarter turned up. The game was already done. I hope Jack Henry's okay. I don't know if that was tactical or if there's an injury. He had a good game, very good game, Jack Henry. So did Tom Stewart. It's easy to say that when the opposition kicks it down to our throats. I don't think we expect that against Brisbane, Adelaide, or Collingwood, or maybe against Collingwood. They seem to love doing that against the Crows.
71 inside 50s. Like that's ridiculous.
Well, I know my mum's in the next room, but if we have 71 inside 50s against the Crows, we're kicking 140 points plus. Yeah. That's just a fact. With Cameron down there, Neil down there, our forward line. So I don't know what Collingwood, just idiots, morons, doing the same tactic over and over. Probably tanking. They don't want to expose their hand when they play Adelaide in 2 weeks' time, which my mum doesn't like. She doesn't want to play. She doesn't want to play Collingwood ever again. Especially that Dacos guy, especially first name Nick, get nicked. Basically what she was saying every time he had the ball.
Which was a lot.
Look, a lot, yeah. We'll play Brisbane. Look, at the MCG, it is what it is. Now you're pinning comments on here. What she's saying. So it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, she's always watching. Yeah, always seeing what mischief I get into. But no,
it's just Ben being a dick. I have the audio recording of Paul saying he'll only do live shows if it's called the Paul James Show. He wrote it on a napkin at our planning meeting. Wrote it into the contract.
I love how we just stopped talking. We just read it at the same time.
Fourth quarter now.
Yeah, fourth quarter. Yeah, no, look, the game was done. I hope Jack Henry's okay. O'Sullivan, he might get a week. How ridiculous! What are we fucking doing with a match review panel? What is Michael Christian doing? Is he even watching? Or is he just an idiot?
He's just got the rubric. Like, it's too rigid. That's the problem. That's the thing.
How does Ollie Wines get 3 weeks for that?
When you try and make it, and this is coming from a maths teacher, when you try and make it too mathematical and too black and white, you kind of lose the plot entirely. And I think Graham Swan knows that. I think that's going to be. Is it Graham Swan? What's his name? Who's the bloke who's just stepped in?
Graham Swan from Brisbane. Yeah, from Brisbane. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I said Graham Swan, and suddenly I started thinking about the Pommy cricketer. Actually, here's
Graham
the same
Swan.
name, aren't they? They're both. Holy shit.
Yeah. Sure, there you go. Spin bowler.
I started to get myself a bit confused. I'm like, hang on, which one did I just talk about? And then wasn't there a politician called Graham Swan? Like, wasn't he like a treasurer or something?
I don't follow politics. Your guess is as good as mine.
Talk about the fourth quarter. I'm going to
look it up. Look it up. I'll keep talking. But fourth week, we just game was over. They kicked. Actually, you remember in the fourth quarter they kicked the first goal.
Yes.
And then we responded. We hit two centre clearances in a row, and we kicked.
It's Greg Swan.
Greg Swan. Greg Swan. There we go. Fuck.
And thank you.
As much as we know. Yeah. So they kicked the first goal, then we responded. We kicked 2 in a row. That was a good response. I like that. But with this Michael Christian, mate, you need to tape up your VCR and go home. He's just a joke, absolute joke. And I'll tell you what, one thing that really angered me is Tom Papley. Every time Tom Papley got the ball, he was like, ref, umpire, he grabbed my neck, he grabbed my mate. It's embarrassing. For a guy that's played 3 grand finals and done fuck all, you'd think he learned his lesson by now. He's just an idiot, that bloke. Yep. Absolute idiot. Oh, umpire hit me across the head. Oh, my head goes back. He's just an absolute idiot, Tom Papley. Absolute idiot. Mate, if I'm Sydney, I'm trading him. I'll trade him. I wouldn't trade. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't offer a bag of chips for Tom Papley, but you're never going to win a flag with that dozer in your team milking free kicks. It's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. Get rid of him.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And then, like, there was times where he legitimately got hit, but because he's an absolute diving idiot, he didn't get the freeze.
Yeah, your mum's dunking on you again. Save me from the Crows and Geelong grand final. If someone can beat Crows, for God's sake, anybody. I don't care if it's Gold Coast, Hawthorn, even if we have to play Hawthorn in the grand final. Imagine that. So someone beat them, for God's sake. I don't care who, just somebody, anybody. But I just died a bit inside at the Hall.
If we're losing the prelim, at least I won't be that upset if Crows are in the grand final, because the week will be all right. Well, the lead up anyway. I might have to go to Israel after the grand final. Yeah, I'll be in banishment. There'll be no post game Lucas. That's for damn sure. Send me to Antarctica for a week. Send me to Hong Kong, Israel, any bloody where. That'd be all right.
Grab his passport and just shoot off overseas.
Well, I'll tell you what with Kiri, right? I because I go to bed late, as you know. It's pretty weird that I go to bed late, but anyway.
Well, it's because I was playing Forza at 4 a.m. in the morning. I got a message from you going, "Have you got the 2002 Skyline yet?" I'm like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, and have you?
Like, at this point, I'm sitting in my seat playing, and I'm probably like ready to keel over, and then I get this message like, "Fuck is going on?" It's Lucas at 4 a.m. 3 a.m. probably in that case.
I'll tell you, because I go to bed late. Kiri's, because he's in that time zone. When Kiri gets back to Australia, I'm going to miss these 4 a.m. chats. Everybody else is in bed at that time, so I'm really going to join me in Greece. Well, that's going to be no better. Yeah, well, Kiri, that's no better, because if I stay up at 4 a.m., you're going to be in bed anyway. So that's no good. So if you can stay in Greece for another month, another 2 months, 3 months, or if you can go to Croatia, anywhere where he has been, that'd be good. And plus, he's 5-0. He's 5-0 when he's away with Geelong. So maybe stay there for another couple of months.
So we decided that we're going to cancel his passport.
Yeah.
He just can't come back in the country.
Kiri, enough for the week when he returns to Australia and we lose. We'll just blame him. We need someone to blame. Blamegate Kiri 2.0. So, Richmond next week. I don't even know who they've got. Is Tom Lynch playing?
No.
Is he still suspended?
No?
Yeah, still suspended, isn't he? Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think he is. You're boring me to tears.
Stay awake. I only just started. Don't fall asleep. That's good then.
I've got to get at least another 10 minutes out of this so we can get to midnight. 7:30 to midnight. That's not going to put my marriage in trouble at all.
Oh, dear. Okay then. Well, I may not be in a marriage, but I can cause a marriage disaster. But look, who have Richmond got? I don't even know their players. Taranto.
The only thing they've got going is their midfield. Like midfielders like Hopper, Taranto, and the
Hopper and Taranto. Yeah, is Martin still playing? No, Martin's retired. Yeah, retired. Prestia, yeah, the meatball, the clearance king, apparently in Richmond, the clearance king. And
that's
now he's playing for Port Adelaide.
And none of them move over.
Oh yes,
so
on board.
It's a good opportunity for Tom Atkins to rack up 15 tackles just to give himself a chance of holding off Matty Rowell.
Oh, I would love to see George Stevens in that midfield along with Nevitt. Wouldn't I love that? I'd love to see the centre bounce. George Stevens.
You're on my side of the fence when it comes to Mitch Nevitt. I forgot that.
Yes, and Reece Nevitt. This crap with Cam Guthrie has to stop. He's done. He home wrecker Lucas. Oh gee, okay. But this
paved the way for. You broke up that marriage and paved the way for Bailey Smith to have a crack at that influencer girl, whatever her name is. You're the home wrecker.
Yeah, well, it's actually funny. He goes on Hinge, and he didn't even get her from Hinge. So that's quite amusing. That is. You get sponsored. Yeah, sponsored by Hinge. Find a girl on Hinge, and he does the opposite. Bailey Smith, why? Well, it might give me a chance now. That's one. Yes, that's one less skill I can still get. But no, Richmond should win by 100 points. Don't know any of their defenders. Don't know any of their players. Probably the way they're going. They didn't they get destroyed by Harry Cheezel? Didn't Harry Cheezel get 55 touches or something? 55, 54?
54, which is an equal AFL record.
AFL record for most disposals, 54. Just incredible stuff. A bit like Scott Thompson against Gold Coast. Remember that game?
Yep. Fill your boots.
Yeah, I know that game because Mum told me. Mum told me to send. But no. And then who we got next after that? We got nobody. It's the finals. And just how long have we got? 5 more minutes.
Yeah, let's give another. We'll squeeze another 8 out of it, and then we'll wrap it up. Because I've still got to record the reaction video, and then I've got an 8:15 meeting.
Well, we'll go around the grounds. We'll go around the grounds to Port Adelaide. Never tear up the tarps. The tarps will be. Yep, the tarps will be Ken Hinkley's last game next week for Port Adelaide, along with Travis Boak, along with Ollie Wines because he's being suspended, along with Zach Butters and along with Connor Rosie. They're all going to be playing their last games for Port Adelaide. Zach Butters is going to go to Geelong. Connor Rosie is going to go to St Kilda. So can we trust? Hopefully they can do it for Ken Hinkley and just beat Gold Coast. I'll tell you what, this is just a joke. This Gold Coast team, that game in hand against Essendon, what a disgrace! Absolute disgrace. I feel sorry for the team that's going to come 9th because if they finish 8th, unless it's Hawthorn, we couldn't care less. But if it's like Footscray or Fremantle, if they finish 9th and Gold Coast 8th and they get in that game because of that stupid, ridiculous game, that's an absolute travesty. Absolute travesty. And if I was Footscray or Freo...
They would have rescheduled that game. Even if the thing I've got the frustration with is the AFL could have done more to get this game scheduled back in the bye rounds and just shuffled the byes around to make it work. But they chose not to.
But Essendon were decent back then. They were okay back then. Before they got injured. That's the problem.
They weren't going to beat Gold Coast on the Gold Coast.
Oh, well, they were a better chance back then than what they are now. They're no chance.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
yeah, because before they had the horrible injury. So Essendon were okay up to that point anyway. They looked fine for 2 weeks. They looked good for 2 weeks, and then all the shit happened. But it's just a travesty. And Footscray, I would not blame them one bit if they said to the AFL, if they finish 9th, we want the softest draw possible for next year. We want 6 games in Ballarat. We want multiple games in Marvel. I wouldn't blame them one bit if they said that. Same with Fremantle. I would not blame them one little bit. I think they'd be entitled to that. Unlike this ridiculous priority pick with West Coast, I think Western Bulldogs and Freo would be entitled to say, you know what? You got us in this situation by not rescheduling this game earlier. We want the softest draw possible. I think they're entitled to that.
If West Coast get a priority pick, I'll go wild. And that's not because Like they've been shit for a while, and maybe in other years they deserve it because they have been shit, and sure, whatever, based on precedents. But the reality is, they're dead last. They're about to get rid of their best forward, and that's going to trigger, most likely, with the pay packet associated. That's going to trigger a first round pick immediately after your first your first round pick, which will be pick 2, and then you get a priority pick as well. And you get the first 3 picks in the draft. Properly get fucked. They've got no, that's not happening.
Ridiculous.
That would be a step too far. If they weren't losing Allen and it was just pick 1 and 2, I could deal with it. It's not but 1, 2, 3. Holy shit.
The draft isn't that good anyway. The draft isn't that really good anyway. So it's not like I think there's a couple of kids, but it's not that deep compared to previous years.
And it's all compromised anyway. Academies, father sons. Really, it's just a race for who's the one that gets Cooper Duff Tyler, because he's the pick of the lot as far as I'm concerned. The rest are all tied up with Hannibal to Brisbane, Ewell to Gold Coast. I'm like, oh, all right, there's your. So it's who's going to get the first
I don't have a problem.
Free agent, which is Cooper Duff Tyler.
See, I don't have a problem with father and sons or academy picks. People have this weird obsession with academy picks. But true. But with academy picks, they're saying, the top 4 teams are getting stronger. But the last 10 years, there's only been one premiership winner. That's Brisbane from the academies. So it's not like Brisbane or Sydney are winning every year.
And to be fair, actually, I would say in the case of Brisbane, it's not, unless I'm misremembering how many have come through their academies, it's more the father-sons, which some of them have also come through.
Ashcroft's,
it's more the father-sons, the Ashcrofts and Fletcher, that I think that's what's catching people's eye the most. Gold Coast people are looking at for the academies, but really the majority of the focus has actually been on the father-son stuff. People talk about the Dacosses, they talk about Sam Darcy, about the Ashcrofts and Fletcher. I've got no problem with it continuing on. I do think the amount that the clubs have got to pay needs to be increased. I think the AFL made the right move however many years ago it was, after the likes of Geelong were getting Ablett, Scarlett, Hawkins, everyone for nothing, next to nothing. They needed to do something.
What was wrong with that?
There was clubs. Well, it worked well for us, but if we're being fair, we got arguably the best midfielder of all time in Gary Ablett Jr. We got arguably the best key defender of all time in Matty Scarlett, and you've got a top 5 of this century key forward in Tom Hawkins. It's worked out. It's worked out all right for us, and that's not to mention that Nathan Ablett came through and won a premiership too, and Mark Blake's got a premiership. Not that he's much good, but we've got premiership players that have been coming from that left, right, and centre. So they needed to, and other clubs are benefiting too. They needed to up the price, but then they haven't actually gone far enough. Like the fact that Collingwood could get Dacos, and all they had to do was pay up 3 or 4 picks in the 40s. Nah. I'm also really shitty, and I've actually, Ben, I don't know if you're still watching. You probably are. You last commented only 8 minutes ago. I said this on the Paul James show.
He's watching.
Ben, I want you to reach out to Kel Toomey, and I want you to get him back on board. And I want to ask him, because he'll have the insight, he gets to talk to the clubs, why the fuck we get to a draft and Levi Ashcroft is there on the table. We know that Brisbane is loaded up on picks to make sure that they can pay him no matter what team makes an offer. Why then, if you're Richmond and go, we may as well put the offer in and pick 1. Sure, they'll match it, but we'll just get Sam Layla straight afterwards. Make the opposition team pay the highest price. I just don't understand. And it was the same with Sam Darcy, same with Nick Dacos. It was the same with Will Ashcroft. I don't understand why they're doing this. They're playing nice. It's a competition. You're meant to be trying to beat each other. So make them pay the highest possible price.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
Completely agree.
So I want to ask Kel. I'd love to ask Kel how and why he believes that's happening.
Well, I completely agree. I don't want to see father and son to be demolished. I think that's a great tradition in the AFL. Great.
I just want to be able to pay the right price.
But I think you're spot on with that. No, that's probably fair enough.
It's the same with the academy. I think they're one and the same.
Oh yeah, but I still think there's more problems with the AFL than that, to be honest. 4 umpires is just not working. Andrew Dillon is just killing this game. So a lot of problems internally. And Snoop Dogg, what's your take on that? I think it's absolutely ridiculous. This is the most stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I'm not a Snoop Dogg fan, but all the little polls and stuff that I see popping up, people seem to, like the majority seem to be in favour. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm just in the minority on this one.
I'd love to see him on Grand Final Day sing a song and the fans singing it. I'll bet you 90% of it wouldn't even understand it. Yeah, I don't think they would know one song. But we can't say that because we'd be classed as racist, according to the AFL. If you don't like Snoop Dogg, well, then you're racist and whatnot. I think you said that on your Paul James show.
Video with Andrew Dillon, the announcement for it. Oh, it was awful. Also, did you see that? Kiri mentioning that we bid on Errol Goulden in 2020.
We did. We did. And they picked him. He was Academy play, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So no, we did. But hasn't really worked out for the Academy teams because they haven't only won a flag in 10 years. Well, how long has the Academy's been in place?
Imagine if we got Errol Gould.
Yeah, well, that'd be of course. We get an elite winger. But I'll wrap this up quickly. But look, we did what we had to do against Sydney. Good win, good third quarter, best third quarter probably of the year. That fourth quarter, the way we responded when they kicked that early goal, I thought that was really good as well, really great. Because if they would have got 2 in a row, then could have been a bit nervous there. Onto Richmond. Beat them by 80 points. Maybe rest on players, rest Danger, rest Bailey Smith. I don't think Bailey Smith's going to win the Brownlow. I think he's too far beyond. He's already had games where he's been injured and that's gone now. I think it's going to be between Dacus, Dawson, and who's the one from Gold Coast? Anderson.
Matt Brown.
So I think I think it's down to them three. Yeah, I think that too. They'll still vote off each other. So probably Dawson and Dacos. Though Rankin could still vote off Dawson. So, but yeah, it's the way it is. But beat Richmond, play Brisbane, wherever. But Geelong fans, don't complain. Don't complain that if you lose and maybe we should have been at Geelong. I don't want to hear it. But anyway, Paul, thank you for having me on.
Before you go, I need your 3-2-1.
Oh, 3-2-1s. Fuck. Who played? One vote. One vote, Jeremy Cameron. 2 votes, Shannon Neal. 3 votes, well, since he was best on ground with starts, Bailey Smith. With Cameron, just on Cameron, he didn't kick any goals, but I thought he had a good game. He pushed up 40, took a lot of uncontested marks. I liked it that he was in the midfield. They put him in the midfield for a couple of minutes when Sydney were up by 20 points in the first. He went down there. I like that. I wish they did that more. I really do like that. And he got around in the game, so he doesn't have to kick goals to be good. Yeah. But sometimes when he doesn't kick goals, he can have bad games, and it's really noticeable. This wasn't that. I thought he was good without kicking a goal.
No, I thought he was really dynamic. There was a few opportunities where they could have passed the ball to him and didn't. And that was fine because they picked another option that was a perfectly valid option. They just didn't go with him. But it was also one of those where he kicked one behind, but he could have actually had 4 or 5 shots on goal, and who knows what would have happened from it. So
what's he on? He's on 80, isn't he?
79. So we need 11.
Oh, 79. Shit.
11 this week.
Yeah. So I've got a theory with that. I'll just explain the theory. No, I don't want him to kick
grand final day. Imagine if it happens grand final. Oh my God.
See, that's where I'm going. So, if he needs 15 goals,
he needs 21
in the finals. If 15 goals in the finals and he does that, kicks 100, then we're gonna win the grand final because he kicked 15 goals in 3 games. So I don't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. Do that. Now,
I mean, I'd rather take the premiership and not get them. We just get the premiership. That's what we all care about.
Of course.
I think he'd be the same. But
if that was a good thing, though, Paul. Yeah.
Oh, have we lost
that
him?
Was really pleasing. Very good. But no, 4 points. We've made the top 2, qualified for top 2 barring. Absolute disaster against Richmond. I don't even know who they are, where the players come from. Got no idea about them. I thought Dustin Martin still played for him, but apparently he doesn't. That's all good. But anyway, Paul, thank you for having me on, and you can go now, and goodbye.
No worries, mate. I'll probably see you in the chat tomorrow night for the Paul James show, and we'll talk video games and all sorts. It'll be a great time. But thank you, Lucas, and thank you all for having tuned in tonight. As always, we've crossed the 4.5 hour mark. It is now 12:05. We started at 7:30. I need to sleep. Actually, I need to record the reaction video that you'll see tomorrow morning because I haven't spoken too much about my take on the game yet. So you can check that one out tomorrow on the Hoops Crew YouTube channel. Thank you all for having tuned in tonight. It has been an absolute epic. I think Ben now might have also passed out. He's been now silent for about 15 minutes. So he's probably fallen asleep now as well. Thank you all for having tuned in and checked it out, though. It's been a great time. The Paul James show will be going live tomorrow night at 8:30. It is a later start tomorrow night. Because I normally have my games podcast that I do on a Sunday night. I've had to kick that can down the road. I can't afford to kick it any further than tomorrow night. So I'm going from games podcast at 7:30 to Paul James show at 8:30, trying to thread the needle just right. So bear with me if there's a slightly late start as well. Just as I'm trying to get all of those pieces going. And it's a big week in the life of Paul James this week with a lot of things going on. But thank you all for having tuned in tonight. It's been a great time. Looking forward to doing it all again sometime in the future. Ben will be back on the post-game live stream next weekend. He's going to be taking the reins on the Paul James show on Thursday, just to give me a bit of a night off. And I do appreciate that. Make sure you're nice to him. Not that nice because he's a dickhead, but nice enough. But otherwise, we'll wrap things up there. Thank you all for having checked out the stream. Horatio, Ben's going to get in touch. You've got a pizza coming your way. Look forward to doing this all again sometime soon. Chat to you tomorrow night for the Paul James show. Remain Geelong strong, everyone, and I will see you later.
It's time for the show. Dropping pussy down facts, mids, forwards, and backs. Representing G-Town while talking the smack. Clashing facts like Patty, where the hell you at? Hoops Crew are exploding, don't ever look back. Then we got Paul, yeah, he knows his stuff. He's a man, he's a myth, taking on the nuts. The man don't miss, he loves to react. His words cut deep, he's a counterattack. Paul's on fire, brings a mic to life. Don't fuck with B-Dog if you value your life. Oh, they fuck shit up, yeah, they run G-Town. The Hoops Crew's here and they'll never back down. Jake, Johnny, Sambo, always rocking the game. Betty and Paul, man, remember the names. In the studio, Jake's bringing the noise. With Johnny and Sambo, the chaps chat boys, they're electric and they're ready to roll. The boys are on fire and they're taking control. Recaps and previews, yeah, they cover it all. Part of the Hoops Crew with Betty and Paul. They fuck shit up, yeah, they run G-Town. The Hoops Crew, baby, they'll never back down. Jake, Johnny, Sambo, always rocking the game. Betty and Paul, chasing glory and fame. Brad with the sleeves, Max Holmes and Jack Bowes. Tommy fucking Atkins, he'll break your damn nose. Stewie in the middle, and Reese in the ruck. They see Big Jezza and they know they're fucked. They're the G-Town boys, go hard or go home. They're fucking insane, taking over the throne. Oh, they fuck shit up, yeah, they run G-Town. The Hoops Crew, baby, they'll never back down. Jake, Johnny, Sambo, get your head in the game. Betty and Paul, they're fucking insane.